Chapter 54, The NPT-3. Depths of Hell. Naruto mentally groaned as he tried, and yet failed, to push the hot as sin demoness that was once a part of Raven off of himself. She had unfortunately pinned him to a wall before proceeding to give him one of the most intense make-out sessions he'd ever been in. Currently, he had his hands on her hips, though was trying to push her back without hurting her, and her arms were wrapped around his neck. The red-skinned demoness seemed to want to kill him with a kiss, though they finally separated for a quick breath of air. "We really need to," Naruto started to say, only for her to quickly silence him with another smoldering kiss. "I'm not sure if I really want her to stop or not, but I still need to find the rest of Kara-chan and then kick Kyuubi's traitorous ass. Damn, this sucks so much," the blonde-haired teen thought to himself while finally managing to get enough leverage to pry the demoness' lips from his own. "Okay, seriously, we need to stop," Naruto told the demoness while taking several breaths, and she raised a slender brow with a sly smirk over her face. "I say whatever it is can wait," the red-skinned demoness stated simply before pulling him back in for another make-out session, Naruto mentally groaning as he wondered just how much pent-up lust the girl had in her hot little body. Wait, this is a girl who's half demon and hasn't been able to feel any passion outside of wearing those rings for the past 18 years of her life. Hell, if I don't stop her she's going to kill me, the blonde thought to himself, and then blinked when he could swear he heard Jiraiya give "Go Naruto go," from whatever afterlife he found himself in. Twitching at the thought of his old pervert of a sensei watching them, and he knew the lech would if given the chance, Naruto managed to shove Raven back once more and took several breaths. "Damn girl, are you actually trying to kill me?" Naruto asked the demoness with a serious expression, and a sly smirk crossed her lips in response. "No, but I wouldn't mind getting you out of this suit," she purred while gently nibbling on his earlobe, the blonde shivering for a moment at the visions his brain came up with. "Shit. Is there a fucking way for me to get Kara-chan to let this side of her out more often?" Naruto wondered for a moment while shivering as Raven managed to get him into another soul-searing kiss. "No wait, she'd probably end up killing me, but damn, what a way to go," the blonde reasoned, then shook his head and growled at himself to focus on the here and now instead of the hot as hell, ready, willing and very able red-skinned demoness. "Seriously?" Naruto growled while pulling Raven back once more and taking several deep breaths. "We still need to find your human half," Naruto stated, and noticed a slight twitch from the demoness, who gave him a flat look in response. "Who needs her?" the demoness retorted before returning to the broken kiss, Naruto mentally screaming as he didn't want to hurt her, but he wanted to find Raven's human half, "'cause wasn't it cheating if you did it with only half of your girlfriend's psyche? Wait, never mind." Mentally twitching at the thought, Naruto pushed the girl back once more and saw a pout form across her face. "Seriously Naruto-hime, Hell Princess. We really need to find your other half," Naruto shouted at the girl, and she raised a brow before rolling her eyes and smirking towards him seductively. "Shit, is one of her relatives a succubi or what?" Naruto mentally demanded, and an amused look crossed the demon Raven's features. "Yes, actually, my grandmother on Trigon's side is Lilith, demon lord of the second layer of hell, guardian of the sin of lust, not to mention the queen and mother of all succubi," Raven replied with a grin, and Naruto gaped, then mentally groaned as he realized why she was so damn frisky. "Wait a second. You can read my thoughts?" Naruto demanded, and she rolled her eyes before giving him a flat look. "When we're this close, they're kind of hard to miss, and no, I don't think sleeping with me would be cheating on Raven as a whole, since I'm still part of her, the better, stronger, faster, smarter, more honest, and willing part, that is," Demon Raven noted in a suggestive tone, as though she was trying to convince him, though since she was a demon, it wasn't too surprising, even less so with her grandmother. "You forgot modest," Naruto noted sarcastically, and the Demon Raven shrugged her shoulders with another smirk. "Pride is my thing, so is lust, rage, envy, greed, sloth, and gluttony. You know, I'm all sin and no virtue. I'd say you'd probably like that a little more anyways given you profession and hers," the demoness replied casually, and Naruto mentally groaned. While it would be great to not have to worry about the titans with her on his side, he couldn't take her from her friends, well, her human side that is. "Maybe so, but she's still a part of Kara-chan as a whole, and I don't want just a piece of you, I want the whole thing," Naruto stated, and a look crossed the Demon Raven's features as she made her clawed fingers walk up his chest. "I think someone's being a little greedy," she noted with a smirk while poking the blonde-haired boy's lips, and Naruto twitched before glaring at the demon. "I'm a thief Naruto-hime, that's kinda my thing," Naruto reminded the girl flatly, and a very seductive look crossed her features. "Maybe, but I bet I could think of a few dozen things that would make you reconsider looking for my lesser half," the Scarlet Temptress mused aloud, only to get a look from the blonde in response. Pointing for a moment, the girl then sighed while, finally, backing away from him and letting him breathe normally. Fine, we can find the little weakling. The demon raven allowed while crossing her arms over her chest and walking away with a little too much sway to her hips. Dear Kami-sama, please help me resist the temptation of just ripping those clothes off and taking her against the damn floor. The blonde-haired teen pleaded while looking anywhere but at the girl, though was sure she heard what he said given the size of her ears. Spotting Itachi sitting down with some Pocky by a rock down the path they were on, Naruto narrowed his eyes onto the man. Why didn't you help me with her? The blonde demanded, and Itachi raised a brow. While he knew of so many ways to turn that sentence against the blonde, he thought better of it and shrugged. I felt you could handle your girlfriend on your own. He said, only to mentally blink when he realized just how suggestive that sounded, and he'd been trying to avoid something like that. Yeah, well, she's harder to handle than the normal Kara-chan, Naruto stated while rubbing his temples with his index fingers. And given how Kara-chan can be a wild cat at times, she's probably even worse in that way too, Naruto added mentally while Demon Raven smirked to the side and looked around for a moment. You have no idea, the best thing about us demons, no pesky inhibitions to keep us from doing what's fun, the Demon Raven noted aloud with a smirk on her full lips, and Naruto twitched while rubbing his face. I swear, she's going to kill me, and I'm probably going to enjoy every second of it, Naruto said while following the demoness, Itachi raising a brow for a moment before shaking his head. In my experience, it's best to live life to the fullest while you still can, Itachi noted sagely, and Naruto turned and gave the dark-haired Uchiha a look. Shut the hell up, Itachi. Naruto growled at the man, causing the Demon Raven to halt in her tracks and turn around with a raised brow. That is supposed to be that prick Sasuke's older brother? She questioned, and Naruto nodded his head, Itachi wincing slightly at the jab at his brother, albeit deserved. She could at least have the courtesy not to talk like that in front of him. Weird, why is he somehow not insane or a prick? The Demon Raven questioned while looking to the older man, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Itachi is kinda the black sheep of his family, Naruto supplied, and the demoness decided to take that as it was and walked off, the blonde twitching even as his eyes followed her swaying hips. Itachi, warn me if I'm about to walk into anything, Naruto stated while following after the demoness, and Itachi rolled his eyes while shaking his head with an amused look on his face. Where are we heading? The boat is back there in the water, the man questioned of the demoness, and she crossed her arms while walking deeper and deeper into the caverns and tunnels within hell. That boat can only take us so far, we're going to need to hitch a ride if we want to get any farther into hell, the demoness explained as they walked further into the depths of hell. Wait, who the hell can we hitch a ride from in a place like this? Naruto demanded, and the demoness sighed while walking forward, Naruto looking to Itachi, who remained stoic as ever. As they passed under an archway, the demoness suddenly stopped and placed a hand on her hip while pointing to a large volcanic rock formation. He is who we'll be catching a ride on, she stated while pointing to the rock, and Naruto raised a brow while stared at the rocks, then the girl. A bunch of rocks? He asked, and the Demon Raven shook her head as hell itself began to shudder and quake around them. No, that is the most powerful of the demon lords, Lord Agni of Hellfire himself, Raven replied simply while the rocks shifted, and Naruto gaped in shock as he saw the beast slowly reveal itself. It was quite literally double the size of Kyuubi at its full height, its body made up of numerous obsidian stones, lava flowing between the crevices to carve out dozens of runes and symbols into its body. Each of its 4 arms are tipped with hands that were tipped with 5 digits, each bearing a monstrously curved claw. Its shoulders had massive spikes forming off of them, and its head had 3 glowing green eyes that were closed. The single eye in its forehead formed like a vertical slit. Its mouth nothing but a fong-filled maw at best, with smoke flowing from it. Several tall spikes surrounded the top of its head like some form of enormous crown, with flames forming from it like hair, and its legs looked more like a long tail of lava. Holy shit! Naruto exclaimed with wide eyes while Raven smirked slightly at his reaction to the gargantuan demon lord. As he watched on, he spotted a pair of rocks from its shoulders moving and visibly gaped at the sight of a pair of enormous wings that stretched out languidly before folding down, the membrane of the wings actually made of some kind of semi-solid lava. You might want to be quiet through here, Lord Agni has this extremely pissed-off temperament when people wake him up, the demoness noted, and Naruto placed both of his hands over his mouth while Agni breathed in several deep breaths, his breathing echoing within the depths of hell itself. An impressive creature if nothing else? I can see why these demon lords would be so feared by so many, Itachi noted aloud, and Naruto silently nodded his head in agreement with the man. Yeah, he gets that reaction from mortals quite often, Raven noted with her arms crossed over her chest while Naruto just continued to gape at the sheer size and mass of the demon lord. How in the hell are we going to hitch a ride on that without him noticing and then squishing us? Naruto demanded of the demoness, and she smirked for a moment before replying. We're literally going to ride on his shoulders. Hopefully, he won't look down and see us. She replied, and Naruto twitched before letting out a grunt and walked towards the demon lord silently. Fine, but if I die I blame you, Naruto stated, and Raven frowned for a moment before walking forward and grabbing the back of his coat. I may be a demoness, but I won't willingly put you in harm's way, Naruto, she stated before releasing his coat and walking ahead of him, Naruto blinking for a moment before muttering under his breath about not understanding her. Following behind the two, Itachi chuckled inwardly even as he looked towards the gargantuan form of the demon lord Agni of Hellfire. If we survive hitching a ride on him I'll be surprised. Itachi couldn't help but think to himself as he, Raven, and Naruto made their way towards the beast of hell. Jump City. The Titans, Tartarus, and JLU looked at Jubi in a combination of shock and fear as the gargantuan beast stood ominously in the distance. The three groups were staying out of the beast's sight, or at least they hoped they were as it looked around for a few moments. The beast then snapped its head to the side and slammed one of its paws into a building, grinning darkly as the entire building caved in on itself. We are so dead, dude. BB thought to himself before gulping audibly, Batman frowning to himself before looking over to a wide-eyed Dr. Fate. Any idea what this thing is? Batman questioned, and Dr. Fate slowly nodded his head while the massive ten-tailed beast growled and stretched its body, loud cracks audible even from the distance. Unfortunately, I believe that to be the hell beast I mentioned earlier, however it seems that it's weaker than the one I saw in Raven's book. Dr. Fate replied while watching as the beast sat up and then opened up its lower mouth while a strange violet mist flowed out of the air and into it. That thing is enormous, and you're saying it's weaker than the one you saw? Jinx demanded with wide eyes, and Dr. Fate sighed for a moment while shaking his head. I said weaker, not smaller, and this thing is actually much bigger than the hell beast was, however its overall power is still only at mid-S class, and it seems like it's actually getting weaker. Dr. Fate replied while they all looked on as the Jubi's ears twitched and it looked right at them. Guys, I think it found us, Seymour whispered with one wide eye as the beast then moved a single paw forward and placed it onto an entire building before leaning forward and narrowing its eyes onto the three groups. Well, what do we have here? The enormous beast questioned in a deep ominous voice, a cruel grin stretching across both its upper and lower mouth. The tiny mortals who kept Trigon busy so he could become a part of my being, the Jubi noted while looking down at them as if they were ants, a cruel laughter echoing from its throat. What do you want? Nightwing questioned of the beast warily, and the Jubi merely chuckled while looking down at him with a grin. That is quite simple actually. All I wanted was my full power restored. But that is a story for another time, little one. Right now all I want is to rid my new world of you remaining mortal trash, the beast declared before roaring loudly, the sheer force of its roar sending the group flying in all directions, only to separate them as they all landed at different points around the city. It's been so long since I've had such power at my command, the beast mused with an insidious chuckle before it flicked its tails about, flames flying from them and into the air. Chuckling lightly for a moment, its tails shot to the ground before they then dug its tails into the ground. Its 10 massive tails then shot out of the ground all around Jump City, Jubi grinning as he got down and yawned for a moment. While I could always just crush them or kill them in an earthquake, I feel like I should entertain myself with these mortals for a while. The Jubi mused to himself while closing his eyes and then inhaled a deep breath into his lungs. Let's see just what kind of power I have now, and if I still know how to use it, Jubi said with a chuckle as he closed his eyes. The beast then exhaled a strange purple haze into the city. The haze slowly spread throughout the city, making its way outwards until nothing within the city was untouched by the strange haze. Deep in the city, Starfire groaned while sitting up, a hand to her head as she looked around and spotted Donna lying nearby. Are you undamaged? Starfire questioned of the Amazon, but when she didn't hear a response, the girl moved over to her. Feeling for a pulse, she was happy to see she was alive, then mentally sighed as she figured the girl was unconscious. Oh, I fear this is most unfortunate, Starfire said to herself, only to blink when she noticed the strange haze and put a hand to her head. What is this strange fog? It is most disorientating. Perhaps it was this that put friend Donna into the unconsciousness. Starfire mumbled quietly while looking around, noticing shadows deepening and light slowly fading out of view. As this happened, the fog started to move. Soon the shadows rose up and Starfire's eyes widened when 9 foxes appeared out of the mist around her. However, these foxes were far from the cute fluffy things she commonly saw on television. No, these were each sleek and thin beings with dull rust-red colored fur and numerous deep scars littering their forms, the tips of their tails, ears, and paws all colored jet black, and their undersides were an off-cream color. A string is tied around each of their necks bearing a colored jewel on them, each a different color, yet all of them had the kanji for incomplete written within them. The 9 foxes then started to walk around a surprised Starfire, the girl looking at them strangely. The foxes made an odd high-pitched sound a second later and their tails rose upward, balls of purple fire forming around them as they did. "Oh my!" Starfire whispered as the foxes suddenly roared out before lunging at her. The foxes lashed out at Starfire, hurling the spheres of foxfire towards the alien princess. Not knowing what it was but not wanting to find out, Starfire ducked out of the way and picked up both Dawn before flying into the sky. "Please let them not be able to attack us up here. I fear I will not be able to protect both friend Donna if they do," Starfire mentally pleaded while keeping an eye on the many foxes below her. Meanwhile the purple flames seemed to spread, forming into a kanji 4 pride as they did so, the foxes screeching before rushing towards building on either side. The foxes then pulled a Naruto, as Starfire assumed BB would say, when they ran up the sides of the buildings and then flipped on top of them and started to growl towards her. "I must confess, I am greatly confused by earthly beasts, but even I know that is not normal," Starfire said to herself under her breath while one of the foxes spun in on itself, changing its shape into an anthropomorphic fox with digitigrade legs and a muzzled face. "Yes, I do believe I am correct in assuming that these are not normal Earth animals," Starfire said with a nod, only for the anthrofox to crouch down before lunging forward and jumping at her with a swipe of its claws. Elsewhere, Cyborg and Mammoth groaned while slowly pushing themselves up, the titanium teen shaking his head as he noticed the strange fog all around them. Pushing himself to his feet, Cyborg saw Mammoth shake his head as he tried to shake off his own disorientation. "Ugh, what hit me, and what's with all this weird fog?" Mammoth questioned while rubbing his head and looking around, Cyborg shaking his head while looking around as well. "Don't know, just woke up as well," Cyborg admitted until he saw the shadows around him start to move, his eyes widening as they did. Mammoth, are you seeing any of this?" Cy asked while Mammoth gaped as he saw the shadows form together, soon changing into something else. They each became a demon of some kind. One was red, one was blue, and the last one was green. Each had a face with large tusk-like teeth coming up over their upper lips and snout-like noses, horns though they varied between the three-toed feet, large clawed hands, and a physical build similar to that of Mammoth. They wore tiger skin loincloths, and carry heavy-looking iron clubs. Depends, you seeing 3 pissed-off-looking monsters glaring at us, or is it just me?" Mammoth asked the titanium teen seriously, and Cyborg slowly backed away, Mammoth following his action. As they did, the 3 demons roared, flames sprouting up around them to form the kanji 4 wrath, while the demons lunged at Cyborg and Mammoth. Cursing loudly, Cyborg quickly moved, grabbing Mammoth and pulling him with him as the beast-like men ran after them. One of them smashed its club into a streetlight along the way, knocking it to the ground like it was nothing. "Crap. We just had to run into the one thing as physically built as us," Cyborg complained loudly while Mammoth looked around and then slid on his heel. Growling, the burly teen then barreled into a building, ramming his way through it. Mentally sighing at the damage, Cyborg then followed behind him, looking back in time to watch the 3 beast-men try to stop, only to slam into one another, barreling each other over. Breathing a sigh of relief, Cyborg ran towards Mammoth with a grin. "How'd you know they'd have trouble turning?" Cyborg asked the redhead and caused him to look at him in confusion. "They have trouble turning?" Mammoth asked seriously, and Cyborg palmed his face for a moment before shaking his head. Hearing the beast's roar, he decided not to question him on it and made a break for it with Mammoth. Away from there, Kid Flash gets to his feet and rubs his head while looking around. What is with all this fog? He had to wonder before spotting Blackfire to the side and rushed over to help her up. "Need a hand?" he asked, and merely got a glare from the dark-haired alien princess as she floated up and then crossed her arms. She stated flatly, and KF grinned nervously for a moment before looking around with a frown. "I wonder where the others are." KF mumbled, and Blackfire merely grunted while rubbing the side of her head. "I'm more interested in where that demon went. I have a bone to pick with it about knocking me around like that." Blackfire grumbled aloud, and Kid Flash sighed while turning around to look at her. "Okay, aren't you even the least bit worried about your team, or even Starfire? She is your sister after all?" Kid Flash reminded the girl, and she scoffed while crossing her arms over her chest. "My sister can take care of herself. I'd rather find than kill the bastard demon, so we..." Blackfire started to say before narrowing her eyes and looking to the side, raising a brow. Kid Flash followed her gaze and gaped when he saw a shadow start to rise up from the ground before changing its shape. The shadow changed into a woman who fell over and groaned in pain, dressed in a colorful robe with a yellow, red and black pattern along its length, a red obi wrapped around her waist, her long dark hair spilling down her back while she twitched upon the ground as if in pain. A girl? Kid Flash wondered for a moment while Blackfire narrowed her eyes on the strange woman. "Help, please help," the woman called out in a weakened tone while reaching out towards them, her hand covered by the sleeves of her robe. Seeing this and not even thinking, Kid Flash quickly ran over to her, Blackfire slapping her face as he did. Doesn't he realize it could be some kind of trap? The dark-haired alien princess wondered to herself while Kid Flash knelt down in front of the woman. Don't worry, you're safe now, KF declared with a grin and saw a strange smile cross the woman's lips. Perhaps, she whispered as an evil chuckle echoed from her throat. Would you get away from her? She's dangerous. Blackfire suddenly shouted at Kid Flash and the teen turned around to her and blinked. How can you tell? I mean, she looks normal enough to me. Kid Flash questioned while walking towards Blackfire, only to stop when he nearly tripped on something. What the? The speedster questioned only to spot a thin thread, like a string of silk, wrapped around his ankle. But you're not safe, Nin Jen. The woman suddenly shouted with a demonic hiss to her voice as 8 yellow/black spider-like legs extended out of her robe, a pair of mandibles snapping out of her mouth as she started to pull on the thread. When she did, she also pulled Kid Flash off of his feet and then started pulling him over towards her. Cursing loudly, Blackfire quickly moved, grabbing Kid Flash with one arm and firing a starbolt with her free hand. The bolt hit the Spider-Woman in the face, causing her to hiss as she rose up, now standing at twice her original height. Ever seen one of those before? Kid Flash questioned and Blackfire frowned deeply for a moment. Looks kind of like this one Cyrenelian chrysalis eater I know. Blackfire admitted with a shrug of her shoulders while Kid Flash looked at her strangely as the Spider-Woman crouched down and hissed darkly while glaring at them, purple flames rising up around it to form the kanji for lust. Elsewhere, Jinx and Private Hive found themselves outside of a museum, shaking her head as she got up from where the Jubi had blown them. Jinx looked around, for a moment and then walked over and helped Private to his feet. Oi, I don't think I want to do that again, Mame. Private noted and Jinx completely agreed with the militant member of her team. Noticing the fog around them, Jinx couldn't help a bad feeling she suddenly got while looking around warily. We should move and find the others before something happens. Jinx decided while continuing to dart her eyes about, Private nodding his head in agreement with her. However, before they could try to leave, they watched on as the shadows around them suddenly came alive. They rose up from the ground before shifting and changing, forming into 2 forms as large as Jinx and Private were in height. The 2 forms then roared to life, their fur being a creamish color with black-orange trimmed splotches, revealing a pair of massive cats with sharp saber-tooth fangs, large green eyes, a long tail on each of them and flames flowing from both its paws and tails, and finally was a talisman with the kanji for incomplete within them much like the foxes before them. Mame, what are those big cats supposed to be? Private questioned while the massive cats snarled as they started to move towards them, Jinx gaping as she recognized the basic design of them. A fucking Bakaniko, ghost cat. Jinx exclaimed while the Bakaniko both roared and lunged at them, swinging their razor-sharp claws at them. Cursing, Jinx ducked out of the way of one while Private held up his shield to block the claws of the other. Shit. 2 very real Bakaniko. Jinx added while looking at the 2 massive beasts in shock while Private slammed his fist into the side of one of the Bakaniko's face and causing it to stumble back. As it did, Jinx rolled out of the way as the other came at her, nearly snapping its jaws on her. Quickly getting to her feet, Jinx narrowed her own slitted eyes onto the beasts and then twisted around, throwing a massive hex into the Bakaniko. Instantly, the ground beneath its feet cracked and crumbled, causing it to fall down into the sewers below. Grinning at her victory, she then mentally groaned as the Bakaniko crawled out of the hole and glared at her. Right, cats always land on their feet. She muttered to herself before ducking to the side, just as the Bakaniko swung its tails, flames trailing from them and directly towards where the girl had been. Growling angrily as she managed to evade the flames, the Bakaniko circled Jinx, its green eyes narrowed dangerously. Keeping her own eyes glued onto the big cat, Jinx stayed low and tense when it suddenly stopped. The Bakaniko then crouched back before launching itself at the pink-haired girl, moving fast as a bolt of lightning. Cursing lightly, Jinx stepped back to evade a quick swipe of the beast's claws. Coming to a halt, Jinx then widened her eyes as the Bakaniko sent both of its tails at her. Raising her arms as the tails came at her from both sides, Jinx then blinked as the string of beads on her right arm began to glow brightly, a white shield forming around her and keeping the giant cat back. Shaking her head afterwards, the pinkette then grinned while tossing another hexbolt into the Bakaniko, knocking it back. Looking to the string of beads as it glowed brightly on her wrist, the girl then narrowed her eyes. I don't care what Raven or anyone else says, if I ever see Temp again I'll. She started to say, only to duck with a curse as the Bakaniko came at her once more. Frowning, Jinx finished her thought in her mind and then got into a stance while glaring at the Bakaniko. Nearby, Private batted the other Bakaniko away with his shield, disorientating it before he ran forward. Slamming into the massive cat, Private then ran forward before stopping suddenly, throwing the beast back into a wall. Frowning deeply, Private then crouched down while the Bakeneko got up with a roar and started to circle him. Roaring loudly, the beast lunged at Private, the yellow-clad teen blocking with his shield before slamming his fist into its jaw, knocking it back a few paces. As he did, flames roared to life beneath the two big cats, suddenly forming into the kanji 4 greed. Shayera shook her head as she got back to her feet. Looking around, she narrowed her eyes. Moving her hand through the strange fog that was hovering around, Shayera briefly wondered what it was. However, not seeing anything else besides the fog close at hand, she relaxed slightly before she spotted Danny sitting up with a groan. "Oi, what hit me?" the ghostling girl questioned while rubbing her skull, Shayera frowning for a moment before answering. "A giant monster roared." Shayera replied flatly, and Danny blinked before scratching her head as she remembered what happened. "Oh yeah, man, the weirdest shit always seems to happen to me," Danny noted while floating off of the ground, and Shayera smirked slightly. "Join the club, it seems to happen to all of us," Shayera replied, and Danny scoffed while crossing her arms over her chest with a frown. "Sorry, not interested, I'm just not into the whole hero gig," Danny replied while looking around and wondering where the fog had come from. "Oh really? Any reason for that?" Shayera questioned with a raised brow, and Danny breathed out a huff before turning to the redhead. "Yeah, my dad is a hero and everyone expects me to be just like him," Danny replied with a low growl and then blinked when she heard something. Frowning when she heard it as well, Shayera then narrowed her eyes as the shadows started to move, soon rising up into the air to form 4 strange beings. The beings had bird-like features, with the head of a red-eyed crow, a pair of black feathered wings flowing out of their backs with a crow's tail visible behind them, sharp taloned hands and feet. They were white kimono tops with a red-colored under kimono, bright scarlet red beads around their neck and down their chests, a pair of gray hakama pants with a red sash around their waists, a katana sheath at the side of their waists, simple-looking wooden greaves over their shins, and finally the black tokens monk's caps on their heads. "What in the hell are those things?" Shayera demanded, and Danny shook her head even as the birdmen started to unsheath their swords. "No clue, but boy do they look mad," Danny replied with wide eyes, and Shayera grunted while activating her hammer. Crouching down, the birdman suddenly lunged towards the girls. Cursing, Danny formed a pair of glowing green ethereal blades into her hands to block 2 of the birdman's blades while Shayera flew into the air, soon followed by the other 2. As Shayera left, Danny muttered under her breath about being stuck with the leftovers before glittering her teeth as she shoved both the birdmen back. However, as they landed, flames suddenly rose up, Danny raising a brow as a kanji 4 cowardice suddenly formed out of the flames. Billy Numerous slowly got to his feet and shook his head for a moment while looking around. "Dang Billy, what's with all this here fog?" Billy asked one of his clones, and it shrugged its shoulders for a moment. "Don't know Billy, but it sure do look mighty suspicious," a different clone noted while looking around, then spotted Kid WYKKYD standing on a streetlight to the side. "Yo kid, what y'all doing up there?" Billy asked loudly, and Kid WYKKYD narrowed his crimson red eyes dangerously while looking into the distance. "Billy, y'all think Kid sees something we don't?" a clone questioned, and Billy shrugged his shoulders while looking around. "Besides dis here fog ain't much around to stare at," Billy replied, only to yelp as the shadows suddenly rose out of the ground. "Of course I could be wrong," Billy admitted to himself while Kid crouched down and allowed his cape to cloak around his body, a serious look on his face. As he did, 5 pure as snow white dogs seemed to form out of the shadows with obsidian claws glinting in the light, ivory fangs bared in a deep snarl, a talisman tied around their throats with the kanji 4 incomplete placed within it like the foxes and cats before it. However, their crimson red eyes and feathered wings proved instantly that they weren't real dogs. Billy, I don't rightly think that these things mean anything good," one of the clones noted while backing up, and Billy nodded his head in agreement with the clone as it slowly got up, Kid WYKKYD moving forward, shifting into a shadow along the way. Forming out of the shadow before the winged dogs, Kid swung his cape at them like a blade, however they blurred into movement, Kid slashing at air before landing on the ground. Widening his eyes for a moment, Kid WYKKYD then turned around and frowned when he saw the winged dogs had managed to move behind Billy. "What y'all looking at, Kid?" Billy questioned, and Kid silently pointed behind the red-clad teen, Billy turning and then yelping when he saw the dogs. Running away from the dogs, he slipped behind Kid while the dogs snarled and growled towards them. Suddenly, flames rose up and Kid frowned as they formed into a kanji as well, the kanji 4 envy. Elsewhere in the city, Seymour groaned lightly as he sat up and looked around for a moment. "Man, where the hell am I?" he wondered while a cursing gizmo walked out of a large building with a scowl across his face. Walking over to Seymour with his spider legs, the tiny terror then glared heatedly at the one-eyed youth. Get up, Gak Muncher, we've got major problems. Gizmo ordered, and Seymour shrugged his shoulders even as he got up onto his feet and looked around. I don't see any problems. The teen noted and caused Gizmo to pinch the bridge of his nose for a moment. That big 10-tailed thing, you moron? Gizmo reminded loudly, and Seymour made an O with his mouth before waving a hand through the thick purple/black fog around them. Man, what is up with all this fog? Seymour questioned, mostly of himself, and Gizmo muttered something before taking out a scanner and checking the fog. However, his scowl then turned into a wide-eyed gaping expression as he found out what it was. Oh shit. That fucking beast just spread its chakra all around the city. The tiny terror exclaimed, and Seymour tilted his head to one side before scratching his cheek. Is that bad? He questioned and got a glare from Gizmo that basically told him to shut up. Deciding it was best not to get on the tiny terror's nerves, Seymour then looked around and stopped when he saw a blob of a shadow rise up. The shadow then morphed into a sleeping animal, one that threw him for a loop. The animal looked like a very large and plump raccoon, only it was brown instead of gray. Its tail was slightly large for a raccoon and completely bare of any rings, unlike the raccoon, and it was wearing an old straw hat with a bottle of sake propped at its side, a strange-looking talisman with the kanji 4 incomplete around its neck like the fox's, cats and dogs before it, and a blue hori. Giz, what is that thing? Seymour questioned with a raised brow, and Gizmo blinked before turning to see what the one-eyed teen was looking at. Upon seeing the fake raccoon, Gizmo gaped for a moment as it yawned and then turned onto its side, sleeping silently. The beast was only silent for a moment before unconsciously drumming on its plump belly, the words "Pon Poco Pon" echoing out as it did so. Shaking his head for a moment, Gizmo aimed his scanner at the beast and then continued to stare at the creature before turning to Seymour in shock. Holy shit! It's a real live tanuki! The green-clad midget exclaimed, and Seymour looked very confused. Grunting at that, Gizmo pinched the bridge of his nose for a moment before huffing loudly. A raccoon dog? Gizmo asked, and Seymour made another O with his mouth, as he understood what that was. So it's one of those Japanese raccoon things then? Seymour asked, and Gizmo frowned while the tanuki continued to unconsciously drum on its belly while chanting out "Pon Poco Pon." Unfortunately, and tanuki are from a race of monsters known as yokai, which means that big juby thing summoned it. Gizmo replied with a frown while glaring over at the still sleeping tanuki. How is this guy bad? He just sleeping? Seymour noted aloud, and the tiny terror grunted for a moment before answering. Because if that fucking thing can summon this, what else can it summon? Gizmo replied in question while staring at the tanuki with a frown as it remained sleeping, flames suddenly rising up around it and forming the kanji 4 sloth. Batman stands with a frown on his face, Nightwing rubbing his head beside of the Dark Knight. Any idea what's going on with those symbols appearing around the city? Nightwing questioned of his former mentor, and a deep frown worked its way across the man's face. He replied gruffly before taking a scanner from his utility belt and holding it up to scan the area. Narrowing his eyes on the scanner, Batman noticed the odd fluctuations in power that the symbols were causing. Well, they have to mean something. Nightwing responded, and Batman nodded his head with a frown, both men then hearing screams from around the city. The others! Knight cried while quickly leaping to his feet and jumping to the building across from him. As he did, Batman noticed a new fluctuation and widened his eyes when he saw it was appearing under Nightwing. Nightwing, wait! The Dark Knight exclaimed, only for Knight to be thrown back as the shadows grew out of the ground. Frowning deeply, Batman jumped over to Nightwing and helped him up as the shadows formed into 6 weasel-like creatures. However, these weasels had long sharp sickle-like claws ending their frontal paws, sharp wicked teeth, a now eerily familiar talisman around their neck with the kanji 4 incomplete, and glowing red eyes. What the hell? Nightwing questioned, and Batman frowned even as he put his scanner back into his utility belt. Kamiitachi, or sickle weasels, an ancient Japanese yokai said to work in teams of 3, riding on whirlwinds and causing numerous deep yet painless gashes with their long sickle-like claws. Batman mused while looking at the 3 weasel demons that suddenly started to spin around. Narrowing his eyes, Batman then grabbed Nightwing and pulled him out of the way as the 3 demons created a whirlwind and nearly tore into them with their razor-sharp claws. Put me down! Knight shouted, and Batman frowned before dropping the teen as the weasel demons turned around, coming at them once more. Narrowing his eyes, Batman threw a batarang into the demons only for it to be sliced into pieces as they came closer and closer to them. Get down! Batman ordered while ducking, Nightwing doing so as well, more on reflex than anything else. Looking back up as the Kamiitachi passed, a scowl crossed over Batman's lips as flames roared to life, forming into the kanji 4 betrayal. In a store, BB and Dwella have landed, Dwella oddly enough sleeping and curled up like a cat. Getting up after a moment, BB then groaned as he looked around, noticing the fog that seemed to have formed all across Jump City. Dude, like what's going on around here? The Green Titan wondered aloud and then spotted the sleeping Dwella and shook his head from side to side. She's as bad as Sue, the Green Titan said to himself before blinking when he felt a strange feeling. But at least she's not a monster, he added while moving over to Dwella and started to shake her, the girl mumbling lightly. No, Danny, go away. I don't want to play with you right now, the red-haired girl said while pushing BB away and then curled up into herself even more. Blinking for a moment as ideas of what play between Dwella and Danny could be caused the green teen to space out for a moment. I wonder what she means by saying that. BB wondered to himself for a moment, Dwella sitting up and looking around, as the green-furred teen was preoccupied with thoughts. Seeing the look on the green teen's face, Dwella tilted her head to one side for a moment before grinning cheekily. Hey Green Bean, what cha doin'? She asked while grabbing the boy in a hug from behind, BB screaming when she did. Quickly changing into a rabbit, the green teen then scurried away, hopping behind some rubble soon after. After watching this, the red-haired girl suddenly burst out laughing, holding her sides as BB cautiously looked out from behind the rubble. Oh man, that was just priceless. You should have seen the look on your face, Dwella exclaimed with a grin and tears in her eyes, BB frowning as he looked at the strange clown-like girl. Dude, don't scare me like that, BB shouted at Dwella, and she snickered before looking around and raising a brow at all the fog. Okay, from the looks of things the author has set up some ultimate evil scenario and we're about to be attacked by something, Dwella noted while flipping to her feet, then watched on as the shadows around them rose up. Hey cool. I was right? The girl suddenly exclaimed with a grin as the shadows then changed shapes, BB gulping as they formed into strange beings. There were 10 of these strange beings, and they were all covered in fur of various colors, simple paper masks over their faces with different kanji on them depending on the color of fur, horis worn over their shoulders each of various colors as well, what looked like musical instruments held as weapons, horns on their heads, and they also noticed what looked like claws on their hands and feet with tiger skin loincloths. Dude, what are those things? BB demanded with wide eyes, and Dwella frowned while staring at the creatures, and then snapped her fingers. Amenojaku. Wicked demon of heaven. Though I think some anime and manga call them impsta, she replied with a wide grin on her face, BB gulping as the imps started to move towards them. Yeah, they are really mischievous little devils and are the spirits of contrariness and perversity. They also like to drink sake, and really like to torment and frustrate people, Dwella explained with a nod of her head, arms crossed over her chest while the Amenojaku surrounded them. Dwella, what are we going to do? BB asked, and the red-haired girl frowned in thought for a moment before snapping her fingers. I know. Let's give them some sake. That should stop them, Dwella decided with a wide grin across her face, and BB gaped at the girl in shock. And if it doesn't stop them, at least it'll make them drunk? Dwella then added, and BB slapped his face while the Amenojaku looked to one another, having clearly understood the word sake. Dude. Like where in the hell do you expect us to find sake for those things? The world has pretty much ended already, BB demanded, and Dwella reached back into her backpack and produced a bottle of the said beverage. Why are you carrying sake around with you? BB asked the girl with a raised brow, and the clown girl snickered for a moment. Are you kidding? This stuff is awesome, she replied, and BB fell over even as a kanji for gluttony appeared in flames around them. Meanwhile, standing atop the tallest remaining tower is Dr. Fate, the man's arms crossed over his chest while Etrigan sits next to him silently. This is most troubling, Etrigan. The beast seems to be transforming the negativity it has absorbed into monsters to do its bidding, the gold-helmeted man noted while looking at the numerous kanji that had appeared around the city, Etrigan nodding his head silently at his side. Would it be that you know more than you seem? Please answer, if you know, what these strange symbols mean? Etrigan pleaded, and Dr. Fate crossed his arms over his chest while looking down upon the world. I do indeed know what those symbols mean, my friends, and it is very simple to explain, Dr. Fate replied before throwing his arms out, his cape flowing in a light breeze as he did so. Pride, greed, lust, wrath, gluttony, envy, sloth, cowardice, and betrayal. All sins that this evil beast has somehow changed into monsters, Dr. Fate noted mostly to himself as he looked at the kanji around the city. Such a terrible power it has, my friend, it almost seems as if this shall be our end, Etrigan replied with a frown, and Dr. Fate nodded his head in agreement before looking around as flames rose up around them. And now, my friend, I truly fear that even more beasts quickly draw near, Etrigan added while Dr. Fate looked around as a kanji for despair formed out of the flames and the shadows rose up into one final batch of monsters. These monsters were 8 long serpentine dragons that each easily spanned over several miles in length, however they had a talisman around their throats, the kanji 4 incomplete held within much like that of the 9 foxes, dogs, tanuki, weasels, and the 2 giant cats. Each of the dragons were identical, they had deep hellish red eyes, with dark scales that were an unearthly obsidian color, their undersides were red and inflamed almost as if they had dragged them across rugged terrain for too long, a strange purple moss grew along their backs half covering a long row of ridges along their spines, 2 long antler-like horns protruded from their heads, strange ridges extending from their jaws with almost catfish-like whiskers coming from their upper lips, and long sharp ivory teeth extended from their mouths. As Dr. Fate and Etrigan looked to the 8 enormous beasts in shock, the 8 dragons moved almost as one and looked down at them. The beasts seemed to narrow their eyes before suddenly rearing back their heads and unleashing a hellish roar towards the 2 heroes. Pits of hell. Naruto mentally twitched as he, Itachi, and the demon raven slowly sidled along a wall towards the towering demon lord, Agni. This is such a bad idea and I just know it's going to get me killed in some horribly painful fashion. Wait. I'm already dead, never mind. The blonde-haired ex-shinobi thought to himself as he soon came upon Agni's shoulder. According to Demon Raven, this would be the hardest part, namely, making it across Agni while not getting onto the superheated portions of his body. Thus far it was working out fairly well, they had made their way up the sides of the chasm and then slowly worked their way onto the Demon Lord's shoulder. Now was the real hard part in Naruto's opinion, figuring out how to make the enormous demon go where they wanted him to. Mentally groaning at the thought, the blonde-haired youth reached to the side to grip another high rock, then slowly sidled along a ridge on Agni's arm and over to his shoulder. Climbing up, past numerous crevices and cracks filled with molten lava, the 3 soon came onto his shoulder and took hold of the spikes on his arm to steady them. Breathing out a quiet sigh of relief, Naruto then looked over to Itachi and the demon raven. Okay, now how do we get him to move? Naruto demanded flatly of the red-skinned demoness and she grimaced slightly. You're really not going to like it. She replied and a look crossed Naruto's face as he gave the demoness an annoyed glare. Just spit it out. I already don't like the idea of riding on this guy's shoulder the rest of the way down the river Styx. Naruto retorted with a frown and she blinked before inclining her head for a moment. Agni is kind of a ritualistic creature, if we wake him up, he'll walk down the river to get home. Our next stop and the human raven's current location is also on his way to his home deeper in hell. He comes down here to rest because of how little noise the fire wraiths make when compared to the Ifrits he rules over. The demoness replied while they held onto Agni's back and Naruto palmed his face. And how are we going to do that, Kara-chan? This guy's skin is rock hard, and we can't touch half of it cause it's molten rock in case you've forgotten. Unless you've got a way to create a blizzard I really don't think we're going to be able to hurt this thing even slightly. Naruto reminded and the demon raven frowned for a moment while nodding her head in agreement. Truthfully, she'd never considered going after her other half, after all, she was probably more than enough for the blonde to handle, but he was greedy, and being a demoness she could respect that. We need to wake him, but not startle him too badly. Thus even if I could make a blizzard, we can't try to cool him off, he'll wake up furious if we do, think someone's trying to attack him, notice us instantly, and start looking to attack and kill us. So we also have to be careful not to startle him too badly, or we're all dead meat. Raven explained and a grimace crossed Naruto's features while Itachi frowned for a moment before an idea came to mind. Would fire wake him up? Itachi questioned and Demon Raven frowned deeply as she thought about it for a moment. Perhaps the right kind of fire could, but there is no mortal fire that could possibly awaken a being that is all but made from lava. Only the sheer heat of the sun itself could actually accomplish that feat. Demon Raven mused aloud and Itachi nodded his head for a moment, Naruto frowning. Going to use Amaterasu on him? Naruto asked the Uchiha simply and Itachi hined while turning back to Raven. Would hellfire wake him up? Itachi questioned and the Demon Raven snorted before snickering to herself. He's Agni of hellfire, it's his element, and it'd probably relax him even more than he already is. You can try, but if that Amaterasu thing is nothing but the fires of hell, it'll be useless on him. The demoness replied and a frown crossed over Itachi's features as he considered their options. What if you used your fire and my Amaterasu? Itachi questioned and the Demon Raven frowned for a moment before shaking her head. It'd be hot enough, yes, but our fires are both linked to hell, they'd be more calming than shocking to him apart. We could combine them, yes, but there really is no guarantee it'd work that way either. She replied simply and Itachi reached up and rubbed his chin, thinking of what they could do before sighing. Let's first attempt to combine our flames together to awaken him. If that doesn't work, we'll have to resort to our only other option. Itachi replied while placing a hand onto Naruto, the blonde raising a brow as he does so. What are you doing? Naruto questioned and Itachi sighed for a moment. My chakra no longer exists inside of me. Instead, I'll have to draw on the power I put within you. Itachi replied, then looked to the demon raven, who nodded her head and narrowed her eyes while forming blue flames into her right hand. Nodding his head, Itachi closed his eyes for a moment before opening his now Manjikyu Sharingan eyes. Amaterasu, Itachi stated darkly as black flames formed on Agni, demon raven quickly hurtling her own flames at the black flames, causing them to mix together as they tried to burn into the enormous demon lord. However, Itachi then frowned as Agni merely twitched, and green flames suddenly formed out of his skin. The green flames instantly flowed to the black and blue flames and consumed them completely. Sighing for a moment and resigning himself to their only other option for awakening Agni, Itachi then looked to a frowning Naruto. Very well then, Naruto-kun, it looks like I can no longer wait. You'll have to learn what the power I placed within you truly is. Itachi suddenly said while looking to the blonde seriously, and Naruto gave the man a look. I don't think right now is really the best of times to be learning a new trick, Itachi, Naruto stated, and Itachi hummed while looking up and then smirked towards the blonde ex-shinobi. Perhaps it's not, but what I will teach you should be enough for us to wake Agni so we may continue. Itachi replied and then reached over and placed a hand onto the blonde's head. First of all, the power I left within you is just that, raw untapped power. It has no form or shape right now, which is why I left some of my chakra with it, so I could survive within you, and you could learn a counter to Amaterasu's flames, should you ever be forced to face another Uchiha with the Manjikyu Sharingan. Itachi explained to the blonde, and a deep frown crossed over Naruto's features. Then why didn't you teach it to me sooner? Like when I was fighting that nutjob of a brother of yours? No offense meant, but he's completely mental. Naruto questioned with a slight growl, and a small smile crossed the man's lips. None taken. I'll be the first to admit he's too serious for his own good, and I didn't see a point to teaching it to you before. After all, Naruto-kun, you did manage to defeat Madara on your own, with only the Kyuubi on your side? Itachi replied, and Naruto muttered something under his breath before inhaling deeply and then exhaling. Alright, what do I have to do? Naruto asked, and Itachi instantly went stone serious as he concentrated for a moment. Naruto-kun, you are well aware that all shinobi with a Kekkeigenkai protect them with their lives, but, did you know that bloodline ninjutsu can be copied without need of the bloodline itself? Itachi questioned, and Naruto blinked for a moment before remembering how Sakura told him about Sasori. How he had a puppet of a Kazekage who was able to use abilities similar to that of the Shikaku's container. I don't know about bloodline ninjutsu, but I am aware that a Jinchuriki's abilities can be copied, and if they can be copied, I'd say a bloodline ninjutsu wouldn't be too different. Naruto mused aloud while looking to the older man, and Itachi nodded his head with a slight smile. Actually, you're quite correct, but the sheer chakra necessary to effectively duplicate a Jinchuriki's natural attack capabilities are phenomenal at the very least. Only a Kage would be even able to try and attempt such a thing. Itachi replied, and then took a deep breath as he continued to concentrate his remaining chakra that was within Naruto. Now then, Naruto-kun, what I am going to do is help you to recreate the Amaterasu's fire without my Manjikyu Sharingan, thereby, the flames should be the same, and yet different, thus a perfect counter to them, and a way for all three of us to attack Agni with our fires. Itachi continued to explain to the blonde, and Naruto frowned for a moment while giving him a strange look. Don't look at me like that, it won't be hard and it won't take long with me to guide you. Now, concentrate on your chakra and feel what I do inside of you. Itachi ordered, and Naruto mentally rolled his eyes before closing his eyes and doing as told. Feel how I shift and move my chakra, then follow the same path. Itachi ordered, and Naruto frowned as he noticed Itachi moving the chakra in an intricate pattern. Following it as carefully as possible, Naruto then listened to Itachi for further instructions. Good, you can follow my chakra's movements. Let's see if you can do this. I will change the element of my chakra. I want you to match it. With the Rinnegan, this should be easy for you to do. Itachi stated, and Naruto mentally nodded as Itachi first shifted his chakra to water. Frowning for a moment, as he almost used no real water jutsu, and his natural lightning element chakra was opposed to it, Naruto concentrated and finally managed to feel out the transition to water chakra. As he did, his pale blue chakra became clearly visible to both Raven and Itachi. Good, now this one. Itachi ordered, and Naruto felt a warm feeling, thus figured it was fire chakra, a common trait of all Uchiha. Sighing once more, Naruto concentrated on changing his chakra to fire element, which wasn't quite as hard as he'd thought. He supposed having a wind nature affinity, which fed flames, and a lightning nature affinity, which created them, and thus also helped him with changing his chakra to fire chakra. Feeling his chakra, he converted it into fire chakra, a flaming aura forming around his body as he did so. Excellent, Naruto-kun, we're almost done. All you need to do now is feel how I change the frequency of your chakra. All bloodline ninjutsu are activated by a different frequency than usual ninjutsu. This would normally make it impossible for anyone not of that particular bloodline to use it. You however have the Rinnegan, which allows you to use any technique you want. So, feel what I do with my chakra and follow it exactly. Itachi explained and Naruto nodded his head silently, even as Itachi activated his Manjikyu for the first time in a long time. Amaterasu, he stated coldly while looking up to the Demon Lord's head, inwardly making it a point to really slow down what he was doing to allow Naruto to feel the difference in how his chakra moved and acted now when compared to before. As he did, the familiar black flames suddenly appeared on Agni, the Demon Lord merely snoring as his green flames rose up and consumed them. Grunting and blinking back tears of blood for a brief moment, Itachi released Naruto before he reached up to wipe the blood from his eyes before looking to the blonde. Now you try, Naruto-kun. Itachi then ordered, and Naruto concentrated on the odd sensation he felt when Itachi created the Amaterasu flames. Kneeling down, Naruto closed his eyes and then clenched his right hand into a fist as he felt out his chakra. Feeling a sudden pulse, the blonde reared his arm back before suddenly slamming it down into the ground. Alright, here we go. The blonde declared as pure white flames suddenly surged forth from his fist, then quickly trailed out and into the many crevices and cracks that were a part of Agni's body. Agni merely grunted as the flames appeared, his own green flame surging forth and consuming the ivory flames. However, Itachi noticed it was at a significantly slower pace than his or Raven's flames had been consumed. Opening his eyes to see the white flames, Naruto gaped in shock for a moment, even as a low grumble echoed from Agni and they fully vanished. Interesting, it would seem that you messed up the frequency, however you still managed to summon some kind of fire. We'll have to look more into it later. Itachi mumbled while Naruto looked at some flickering flames dancing on his fingertips. Is that why they're white? Naruto wondered aloud even as he moved his hand around for a moment, the demon raven leaning over to look at the flames even as Naruto shook his hand, the flames slowly going out as he did. Impressive, the fires of heaven to counter the fires of hell. The demon raven said with a nod of her head, and Naruto turned and looked at her in shock. Wait, you mean to tell me I just channeled heavenly flames or something? Naruto questioned of his semi-girlfriend. What, she was technically only half of Raven. Yes. White flames represent the Archangel Michael, Agni's natural counter and enemy in heaven. The demon raven replied simply, and Itachi raised a brow for a moment before deciding not to look too into it. Regardless of that, this is a new ninjutsu currently unique to you, Naruto-kun, so I believe that you deserve to name it as well. Itachi reminded the blonde-haired youth, and he blinked before nodding his head with a slight frown. Then I guess I'll call it Shiranui. Unknown fire, he replied with a grin, and Itachi chuckled lightly, easily understanding why the blonde thought that name was appropriate for the admittedly odd white flames. Fine, he named it. Now let's get moving before our collective friends are eaten alive and I have to live under my father's rule for the rest of eternity. The demon raven reminded with a shudder of disgust at the word father she'd used for Trigon, which made sense to both Naruto and Itachi given the girl's relationship to the enormous demon. Very well then, ready, Naruto-kun? Itachi questioned, and Naruto nodded his head while flexing his right hand for a moment. Then attack. Itachi ordered while placing a hand onto Naruto's shoulder and activating his Manjikyu Sharingan once more. Amaterasu, the man exclaimed while Demon Raven threw her flames into the black flames as they hit Agni's head. Naruto then reared his arm back and slammed it into Agni with a wide grin on his face. Shiranui! He cried out, and the white, black, and blue flames combined together, burning into Agni and causing him to sit up with a slight start. Cursing lightly, Naruto pushed some chakra into his feet, Itachi holding onto the blonde in order to steady himself while the demon raven grabbed hold of one of the many spikes on Agni's enormous shoulder. Everyone hold on tight. Demon Raven exclaimed as Agni moved his hands to the sides and slowly pushed himself up from where he'd been resting. Pushing himself up, his hellfire body suddenly roared to life, green flames alighting within the crevices of his body. The mighty demon lord of hellfire then stood to his full 200 feet tall height, and stretched out all four of his arms with a deep horrible rumble echoing from his throat. His three, hellfire green eyes also opened as he looked forward, wings stretching out for miles while Naruto gulped audibly with no small amount of fear. I really don't like this idea. Naruto muttered even as Agni moved forward, the swirling tail of fire that replaced his legs moving along the lava and down the enormous cavern, the three holding on tight as he went. Looking to Demon Raven for a moment, Naruto saw her twitching and holding on for dear life, Itachi keeping a hand on his shoulder just to use the minuscule amount of his chakra within his body. Mentally breathing out a sigh, Naruto held on to the enormous demon lord with all his might, still hoping that this ride wouldn't last long. Unlike with Gamabunta and other toads, Agni didn't make a rumbling quake when he walked, rather, as he moved he was eerily silent. His body flowed on the lava silently, allowing the enormous Lord of Hellfire to sneak up on small beings even with his gigantic size. Reaching up as they approached a large low-hanging stalactite, the Demon Lord narrowed his eyes before bashing it down with a single powerful swing of his arm, Naruto inwardly imagining what a hit like that could do to a lesser demon. I can see why he's a Demon Lord, no one would know when he was angry until he got to them. Naruto mumbled to himself while shivering at the thought of this particular demon pissed off at him. Shaking his head after the thought passed, Naruto looked to Demon Raven and watched as she looked off of his shoulder. "We're approaching our stop," the Demoness exclaimed, and Naruto looked up and briefly wondered if Agni knew they were there, and just didn't care. "Alright then, Itachi, get ready," Naruto shouted at the dark-haired man, and his nodded his head. Twirling the staff in one hand, the man dug it down into Agni's shoulder to brace himself while standing up, Naruto slowly standing as well while Demon Raven leaned into the spike she was holding onto. Narrowing her 4 eyes into the distance, the Demoness spotted a long trail ahead and slowly moved away from the spike while crouching down. "Jump!" she suddenly exclaimed while jumping off of Agni, then formed a black circle with her powers and breathed a sigh out as she landed on it. Looking up, she then watched as Naruto and Itachi jumped off as well, the Demoness quickly forming a circle of black energy under each of them as well. "Need a ride?" Demon Raven quipped with a smirk, and Naruto rolled his eyes before grinning down at the Demoness. "You offering, babe?" the blonde quipped in reply, and the Demoness briefly wished he wasn't so greedy as to want all of her, but then again, that was also one of the many things she liked about him. "Oh, I'm offering that, and so much more handsome," the Demoness replied with a wink, and Naruto chuckled lightly. "As interesting as it is to be here for you two to flirt, we really must keep moving?" Itachi reminded the two, and Demon Raven nodded her head in agreement while bringing them all down to the ground where 2 paths split ahead of them. "Which way from here?" Itachi questioned while looking to the Demoness, and she pointed forward with a slight smirk. "Now all we need to do is keep moving forward," the red-skinned Demoness replied, and Naruto walked past her and was soon followed by Itachi and the Demon Raven. Coming to a flight of stairs, Naruto walked up its length, coming out of a small cave and spotting a line of torches on either side of a path, spikes forming upwards on either side of the long stretch of road, and what looked like some kind of grand cathedral in the distance at the end of the path. "Well, I see where we're going now," Naruto mused while looking to Itachi and Demon Raven, both nodding to him before they walked forward. Walking down the long stretch of road, Naruto twitched when he saw that the torches were made of screaming faces that made him mentally pause. "Narakuheim, what exactly are these things made of?" Naruto asked while looking at the torches, and the Demon Raven blinked for a moment before rolling her eyes. "The lost tormented souls of the damned," she replied casually, and Naruto widened his eyes even as a frown crossed Itachi's features. "One good thing about our universe, our version of the underworld isn't half as horrific as this one," Itachi noted aloud, and the Demon Raven looked over to him with a raised brow. "How's that?" she questioned as they passed another couple of torches, which changed into fire wraiths behind them. "Because, besides being a dark, dank, empty pit of death and decay, no one is overtly tortured or suffer eternal damnation for their sins," Itachi replied, and the Demon Raven crinkled her nose up before crossing her arms. "Where's the fun in that?" the Demoness questioned seriously, Naruto chuckling while Itachi palmed his face with a grunt. Coming to a sudden stop, Itachi then twisted around and sliced the 2 fire wraiths behind them in half with his staff. "I'd love to explain to you why Yomi is better than this place, however we seem to have more important matters to deal with," Itachi noted while looking around with his eyes narrowed onto the many fire wraiths forming around them. "Do these guys ever learn?" Naruto wondered while pulling a ninjutsu from his back and tossed it over to Itachi. Catching the blade, Itachi smirked slightly as the fire wraiths soon completely surrounded them. "Apparently not, Naruto-kun," Itachi replied while the Demon Raven grinned heavily as she held her hands out, black energy forming over them. Cracking his neck, Naruto then reached back and pulled both the Kusanagi and his other ninjutsu from his back and held them at his sides. "Alright then, boys and girls, let's really get this party started," Naruto cried while lunging towards the cathedral and fire wraiths, Itachi and Raven quickly following him into battle. Twirling his blades in his hands, Naruto then swung the weapons, cutting an X through the beast as he passed. Itachi then lunged ahead of him and twisted around into a swing, slicing the next wraith in half. As he did, Raven grinned darkly and formed a ray of obsidian energy into her hand before throwing it forward, the beam tearing through 2 more fire wraiths as Naruto passed her. Grinning to himself, the blonde then pushed his chakra into his blades before forming the flames of Shiranui overtop them. The ivory flames roared to life along the blades of each sword, and Naruto twisted around and slammed them into the ground, an arc of flames roaring forward and smothering the many fire wraiths up ahead. Well, that wasn't too bad, Naruto noted while smirking to himself. Naruto then reabsorbed the chakra on his swords before placing them both back onto his back. True, but now we should keep moving, Itachi reminded while tossing Naruto his ninjutsu back, the blonde muttering something to himself as he sheathed the blade, and the demon raven shook her head. Walking up to the cathedral, Naruto raised a brow at the door, scowling when he saw the familiar S-shaped rune over it. Deciding not to ask why that was on the door, the blonde-haired teen brought his leg back and then kicked the door open, revealing the inside of the cathedral to them all. Walking into the building, Naruto frowned when he saw that the roof was practically gone, and that the light outside turned the skeletal windows an eerie red. I really don't like the look of this place, Naruto mumbled quietly as they wandered further and further into the building. Mentally wondering why Raven's human half would be in a place like this, Naruto then shook his head and narrowed his eyes. Kara-chan, Naruto called out while walking down the aisle of the cathedral, Itachi looking around as well while the demon raven rolled her eyes. You do realize that since I embody half of Raven's collective being, that since I am brave and fearless, she would be meek and cowardly. The demon raven reminded, and Naruto blinked before nodding his head as that made sense. Looking around, Naruto saw something over to the side and narrowed his eyes. What's that? He wondered aloud and saw a gray-cloaked figure suddenly move away, rushing down the aisle. Figures, the blonde muttered while running after the gray-cloaked being, inwardly chuckling at the irony of the color, as it was the same one that Raven's timid self wore. Seeing the figure duck past some rubble, Naruto followed after the girl with Demon Raven and Itachi following behind him. Whoa, Kara-chan, wait! Naruto called while running after the figure, who fell down as Naruto approached from behind. Slowly walking forward, Naruto reached out and took hold of the cloak before drawing it back and gaping. What he saw was clearly Raven, however she looked to be at least 10 years younger. Her hair was short once more, and she was dressed in a white version of her long-sleeved leotard, a small version of her chain belt around her waist, with white versions of her old boots. Looking up at the blonde with wide violet eyes, the girl moved back slightly, clearly afraid. Who are you? The girl asked timidly, and Naruto shook his head even as Demon Raven and Itachi came up from behind. Hello, sister, Demon Raven noted with a grin, and the girl widened her eyes and ducked behind Naruto, shaking in fear at the sight of the larger girl. Alright, we found my weak other half, are you satisfied now? The Demon Raven questioned of the blonde, and Naruto blinked for a moment, then looked from the young Raven to Demon Raven and scratched his head. Why is there such a dramatic age difference between you two? Naruto demanded, and Demon Raven grinned darkly, the young version giving off a meep sound while hiding behind the blonde. I'm her demonic incarnation, everything sinful and fun, she's the pure and innocent side, and what's more innocent than a child? The red-skinned demoness replied while looking to the blonde, and Naruto blinked before nodding his head, since that made about as much sense as anything else in this hell did. Shaking his head, Naruto then turned to the young Raven as she hid behind him timidly, then handed her cloak back. Hey, you okay? Naruto asked kindly, and the girl blinked before accepting the cloak and pulling it on around her shoulders, her demonic half huffing. I am lost, she replied, and Naruto grinned while placing a hand onto her head. Don't worry, we'll help you get home, Naruto told the girl with a smile, and the young Raven looked over to her demonic self even while hiding behind the blonde. Then why's she here? She's bad, the young Raven asked while pointing to the Demon Raven, and she grinned down at her human half. Guilty as charged and loving it. I especially love being old enough to partake in certain activities with Naruto, unlike you, Miss Goody Goody. The Demon Raven replied flamboyantly, moving her hands down her hips and sides suggestively while Naruto palmed his face, inwardly wondering what part of Raven actually acted like this. She kind of helped us find you, Kara-chan, Naruto explained, and young Raven tilted her head to one side for a moment. Why do you keep calling me Kara-chan? My name is Raven, the girl questioned, and Naruto palmed his face for a moment before answering with a sigh. Where I come from, the word for crow and raven are the same, it's Karasu. Thus I shorten it to Kara and call you Kara-chan, Naruto explained, and the young Raven slowly nodded her head in understanding. But in any case, would you happen to know a way out of here? Naruto asked, and the young Raven shook her head no, a frown crossing the blonde's lips as she did. Muttering to himself as he stood up and the young Raven gripping the edge of the blonde's coat, Naruto looked around and saw Itachi looking at a wall with a hand on his chin. Yo, you see something, Itachi? Naruto questioned while walking over to the dark-haired man, and Itachi slowly nodded his head. Come take a look for yourself, Naruto-kun. The dark-haired man replied, and Naruto walked over to him, both sides of Raven following after him. Coming to where Itachi stood, Naruto raised a brow upon seeing 6 rings embedded into the wall of the cathedral. What are these? Naruto wondered while also noticing they were spaced only so far apart from one another. Those? Not sure, though given the amount of dirt, soot, and dust covering them, I'd have to say they've been here for quite a while. The demon raven replied while crossing her arms, and the young raven scooted to Naruto's side and held onto his coat once more, trying to get as much distance from her demonic half as possible without leaving the safety of Naruto. Agreed. But what are they for? Naruto wondered before looking around, then took a step back and crouched down. Frowning to himself, Naruto then started to brush away the dirt and dust from the floor and found a circular opening. Well, this probably has something to do with the rings. Naruto mumbled before snapping his fingers and looking over to where Itachi was standing. Yo, hand over the staff, Naruto ordered, and the dark-haired man gave him a look. Very well, he replied and tossed the object over to the blonde, Naruto twirling it in hand before jabbing the ring at the top into 2 of the 6 rings on the wall. Hearing a click, Naruto then twisted the staff around, attaching it to the other 4 rings in the wall, and yanked back on it as hard as he could. As he did, the rings were pulled outwards, 5 long chains coming out with them, dust and dirt falling away until they stopped and formed an outline of a doorway. Raising a brow, Naruto then pulled back and placed the metal-tipped end of the staff into the circular hold on the floor and frowned while looking from the doorway to the staff for a moment. Interesting, but what is it? The demon raven questioned at Naruto's right while her human half stayed on his left, Naruto shaking his head for a moment as he then gripped the staff tightly. Just watch and see. The blonde replied while pulling back on the staff, causing the chains to yank on the wall as he did so. Stand back, Naruto ordered while digging his heels into the ground and gritting his teeth as he pulled the staff back, causing it to pull down on the chains as he did. The chains as such yanked on the wall, pulling it back until it finally fell down, revealing a passageway beyond it. Breathing out a sigh once he was done, Naruto then heard something snap and looked down to see that the chains had released the rings now on the staff, making it look like a shakujo. Buddhist monk staff. What the hell? Why would a monk's staff be down here in hell? No, better question, why the hell was this thing the key to this door? Naruto questioned while scratching his head and looking at the staff, while Itachi merely walked past the blonde and into the newly opened passageway. It doesn't matter right now, Naruto-kun, instead we should find out where this new passage leads us and hope that it is an exit of some kind. Itachi reminded, and Naruto blinked before nodding his head, walking over to Itachi with the 2 ravens following behind him as he carried the ring staff in one hand, both the kusanagi and it pulsing as he did so. Orochimaru walked behind Slade with an amused look across his features, nearly laughing as Slade slipped on a loose rock and slid down to the ground below. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, Slade. Orochimaru mused to himself with an amused smirk on his face, before sliding down behind Slade. Looking down at the man for only a moment, Orochimaru then saw 2 possible paths, and then grinned when he felt Naruto's energy signature over to the side. Good, so little Naruto-kun is still alive. In a manner of speaking, it'd be oh so boring in this world if he wasn't around to entertain me. Orochimaru mused to himself as he then turned to Slade as he climbed to his feet. This is why I seek immortality, dying would be such a bother. Orochimaru mused, and Slade glared at the man as he leaned down and looked him straight in the eye. It makes you desperate, weak, vulnerable? Orochimaru listed before reaching forward and lifting the man by his bandolier, Slade twitching as he did so. I could almost pity you, if it wasn't so amusing to see someone like this. Orochimaru mused while releasing Slade, the man landing on his feet and brushing his arms off. I'm so thrilled to see you're overjoyed by my weakened state, but we still have to move forward. Slade reminded the man, and Orochimaru merely shrugged his shoulders while crossing his arms. Now come, what I seek is in a slightly hotter place, Slade suddenly added while walking along a path to the side, Orochimaru silently following behind the man as they made their way into the depths of hell. Looking around with a critical eye, Orochimaru also made a note to never ever die in this world, as this hell was far worse than the underworld or Yomi in his world. Walking down the path, the 2 soon came to a deep chasm, and Slade mentally grimaced. Leaping forward, the man landed on a rock only for it to break and fall down into the depths of hell. Shaking his head silently, Orochimaru jumped down and ran along the side of the chasm's walls with a smirk on his face. If nothing else, this journey into hell is amusing. The serpentine man mused inwardly before chuckling as Slade fell off of his rock, slamming into the sides of the chasm's walls before finally hitting the ground, sending his mask sliding to the side. Moving down gracefully, Orochimaru jumped down from rock to rock nimbly before flipping in mid-air and landing in a low crouch. Smirking slightly, Orochimaru turned to where Slade was crawling towards his mask and shook his head. How remarkably pathetic, to think you could fall this far. Orochimaru mused even as Slade got up and leaned into the side of the chasm's wall, giving the serpent-eyed man a glare as his only response. Shaking his head without placing his mask back on, Slade then placed a single hand onto the side of the wall and journeyed deeper into its depths, Orochimaru following behind the man silently as he did so. Jump City. The Jubi no Yami watched on with a grin as the many heroes across the city faced the monsters it had called forth. Most amusing indeed. These mortals do provide excellent sport. Though their fight, like their lives, is pointless. The Jubi mused to itself while lying down, resting its body and absorbing even more negative energy from the dying world around it. However, it then narrowed its eyes, as its massive fifth eye seemed to glow a bloody crimson, a wicked grin spreading across its features. Ah, so my former container and Trigon's daughter are both still alive, in some sense of the world. How very amusing, though only remnants of Raven still exist. This little rescue of Naruto's poses me little threat. Even with his own powers growing stronger, his own Jubi form is weak and useless against me at my peak. The Jubi no Yami noted to itself before its eye pulsed as it saw something else as well. And of course the new Yamata no Orochi is also on the move with my former servant, Slade. What do they think they can accomplish? Retrieve Slade's flesh and then what, attempt to attack me? Such foolish creatures these mortals are proving themselves to be. The Jubi thought to itself while shaking its head silently, then yawned loudly, looking back to the three groups moving further and further towards the end. Even with Naruto and Raven's two halves together they are too weak to face the true power of a Jubi. Let alone myself. I was the Kyubi, the nine-tailed beast, but I was also the portion of my being that remembered myself as the Jubi. I've spent centuries trying to re-obtain my former glory, from absorbing the negative energy of my first world, to possessing Trigon, all was in order to regain my true glorious form. Even should they come to fight me, I will not give up this power so easily. The Jubi said to itself before its eye pulsed and he looked upwards, frowning when he saw a large black bird heading his way. The blackbird however was clearly not a normal forest raven of any kind to him, though it was no bigger than one nor any different in shape. Its eyes gave off a brilliant golden glow like that of the sun itself, its body covered in numerous bone-like plates much like Naruto's Jubi form was, reddish-orange markings lined its sides and wings, and it had 3 legs with the middle leg holding onto a strange sphere being the strangest part of the creature. Also I see her pet has decided to make an appearance in this world as well. To what do I owe this pleasure, Yatagarasu? 8-span crow/raven, the Jubi questioned while the 3-legged bird landed on a metal pole and glared at him before a shrill caw echoed from its throat. Chuckling lightly as the bird looked at him angrily, the Jubi grinned darkly while crossing its paws. Don't get high and mighty with me, bird, you're less than powerless in this world. Jubi reminded the raven and it glared at him once more before flapping its wings and flying towards the struggling heroes, causing the Jubi to chuckle once more. So you're going to help the mortals then? I see you're just as weak and predictable as ever, Yatagarasu. Jubi said with a shake of his head and then yawned while laying his head down. You can do whatever you like, in the end, it won't matter what you do, this world is mine now, Jubi declared while closing his many eyes and slowly falling into a deep trance-like state to absorb even more power. Chapter 55, The NPT-4. Jump City. Starfire twisted around as the foxes tried to swipe at her with their claws once more. After the first had changed shapes into an anthropomorphic form, 2 more had followed, the other 6 following behind those 3 as they attacked her. Why do the foxes wish to do me harm? They are never so vicious on the earthly television. The girl thought to herself before turning her head and firing her eye beams, the rays slamming into the chest of one of the foxes, causing it to fall back. Almost as soon as it did, one of the foxes behind it lunged onto it and bit into its neck. The downed fox began to glow afterwards, soon vanishing entirely while the fox that had bit it grew a second tail, the kanji for Yuko, demon fox, on its brow. Widening her eyes in shock at that, the other foxes seemed aware of what happened and turned towards the 2-tailed Yuko. It suddenly grinned, an evil twisted-looking expression carving its face as its already red eyes began to bear a sinister glow. Roaring out, the fox suddenly began to glow as it also changed into an anthropomorphic form, its digitigrade legs still present while its forepaws were now more dexterous. Crouching down, the Yuko lunged forward, jumping off of one of the other foxes and twisted into a kick. From its paw/foot, a jet of purple flames arched out towards a shocked Starfire. Kitsunabe! Fox fire! A rough feminine voice cried out as the fire flowed towards the shocked alien princess. Shaking her head, the red-haired girl quickly ducked down to avoid the flames, only for 2 more of the foxes to jump on the Yuko's back and then up towards her. Moving out of the way, Starfire watched as the foxes landed, then blinked when she heard a light groan. Ugh, my head. Donna complained while placing a hand to her throbbing skull, Starfire shaking the girl and causing her to blink. Starfire, what's going on? She questioned, and the alien princess looked down to where the Yuko was working together with the other two anthropomorphic foxes and lacing their arms together. I am most afraid that we do not have time for the speaking friend Donna, for there are many bad foxes wishing to harm us at the moment. Starfire said, and Donna rolled out of Starfire's arms, stumbling for a moment in the air as she got her bearings straight, then turned around to see what the red head meant. Upon seeing the foxes, Donna initially raised a brow in confusion, until of course the Yuko suddenly launched two of the smaller foxes towards them. As they approached, the foxes spun in place, the bodies soon covered by purple flames. What the hell? Donna exclaimed as she and Starfire evaded the flaming foxes, both landing on a building behind them. Shaking her head, Donna then turned towards the anthropomorphic foxes as the Yuko suddenly grabbed the other two by their arms. Twisting and spinning around for a moment, the fox then threw them at the girls. Moving out of the way of the foxes, Donna and Starfire then watched as they collided with the other two foxes behind them, a bright glow encompassing their impact before two more Yuko suddenly crawled out of the rubble, twin tails flicking the air lightly. Starfire, those are not normal foxes, Donna stated flatly as she turned towards the twin Yuko, and Starfire faced the original. Yes, I figured as much, friend Donna, but they look so much like the Earth foxes I didn't know what else to call them. Starfire replied, and Donna inwardly gave the red head that much even as the now twin Yuko lunged from the building and into the air, twisting around into a kick. Much like the first, the word Kitsunabe echoed out as purple flames flowed towards Starfire and Donna. However, like before, the girls moved out of the way before Donna suddenly lunged down, ramming into one of the Yuko and sending it flying back. The fox flipped in midair, however, and landed next to the other Yuko, both glaring up at the girl. These things are far too skilled in combat to be normal, Donna stated, and Starfire ignored her while hurling starbolts at the Yuko and foxes before her. Perhaps, but I am more concerned with how we shall be doing the destroying of these foxes. They are most durable, Starfire noted while the Yuko on her side crouched down, the three remaining foxes looking to one another before spiraling inwards. What are they doing now? Donna questioned wearily and then widened her eyes when a new fox formed, this one with three flowing tails, its crimson red eyes looking up at them darkly. Upon the brow of the beast was a kanji 4 Kiko, spirit fox, and its fur had changed from red to an off-white color with flames trailing halfway up its legs, its eyes narrowing onto Starfire dangerous as it then assumed an anthropomorphic form as well. Great, now we've got three of them coming together to make only one with more tails. What's the difference? Donna wondered with a frown while the Kiko crouched down and then jumped upwards into the air, only to drop down and stop in midair. It can fly now? Starfire offered with wide eyes, as the fox seemed to hover in midair and then lunged towards the two. Looking at Starfire strangely, Donna frowned while holding still, arms crossed even as Starfire ducked to the side. Friend Donna, you should move it is? Starfire started to say, only to blink as the Kiko seemed to vanish into thin air as it touched Donna. Not there, she whispered, and Donna frowned while looking around, wondering where the Kiko had run off to. Starfire, stay alert, that thing is using illusions to trick you, Donna advised while noticing the Yuko watching on silently, probably waiting for a time to strike the two girls. But if that is so, how are you able to see through the illusion? Starfire questioned, and Donna rolled her eyes for a moment while looking all around for the Kiko to come out at her. Basic training on Amazonia was to see through such simple mind tricks. Unfortunately, I'm only able to see through the ones that only affect sight. If it's an illusion based around more than one of my senses, I won't be able to tell it from reality, Donna replied while looking all around, then grunted when something sliced into her back from behind. And it seems this damn thing knows how to mask its scent, the sounds of its movements, and cast an illusion over its form to become invisible, Donna grumbled, and Starfire blinked before yelping as the Yuko lunged at her. Why is it the fox of three tails wishes only to attack you and not me? Starfire suddenly asked while dodging an attack by one of the Yuko. Probably a matter of pride, I saw through its illusion pretty easily, so now it's pissed off at me, Donna replied while looking around, then grunted as she felt the Kiko's claws dig into her side. Donna quickly lashed out at the side the strike came from, and then twitched when her fist met open air. Turning around at a sound, Donna's eyes widened as an arc of fire flowed towards her. Quickly flying up and over it, Donna then roared out while lunging at the spot the Kiko had been, connecting with it at long last and ramming it through a building. Meanwhile, Starfire was twisting and dodging around the three Yuko, growling as they all seemed to want a piece of her, literally in this case. Ducking under a swipe from one of the Yuko, she then grabbed it by its foot and twisted around with a roar, grabbing the next one to approach her and slamming them into the ground. Lifting them up off of the ground, Starfire kicked herself into the sky before spinning around and throwing both Yuko as far away as she possibly could. Good, that is 2 down, now there is only 1 more to go. Starfire said to herself while turning around and narrowing her eyes onto the last of the Yuko, a grin twisting its way across its features. Meanwhile down below, Ravager was making her way around the city trying to find someone. She had been separated from the others and now found herself alone. She'd seen some of the creatures the Jubi had formed, but only from a distance. As if Trigon wasn't powerful enough. She couldn't help but think to herself with a frown, only to raise a brow as something impacted with the ground before her. From a small crater then crawled a creature, one that immediately put her on high alert. It walked on digitigrade legs, with its feet being paws with razor-sharp claws, for long tails flowed from its tailbone. Strangely though its forepaws were dexterous like hands, its head had 2 very long almost rabbit-like ears, its fur was completely jet black, with blood-red tips at its ears and tails, a strange white mask was placed over its face, having red upward curled markings at the lips and eyes. A pair of gray almost cloud-shaped marks were placed where the eyebrows would be. The kanji for Kuko, Void Fox, was placed on its brow between them, and its glowing crimson-red eyes staring ominously from behind the mask, and lastly was a strange medallion is worn around its neck, a sphere with the kanji for incomplete held within it. A kitsune? Ravager suddenly questioned while the Kuko got down on all fours, the mouth of its mask twisting into a grin, greatly surprising the girl when it did. Upon the fox's 4 tails, purple flames suddenly roared to life, Ravager frowning as they did. Foxfire, oh great, it's a kitsune all right. The white-haired girl muttered to herself as the Kuko lunged forward, twisting into a kick in midair. Rolling her eyes, Ravager blocked the kick, digging her feet into the ground before pushing the Kuko back and into a building. However, the fox's fire suddenly set the building ablaze, the fox itself leaping out of the flames, grasping a pair of pipes half covered in concrete and 2 long chains over its arms. You're going to fight me with a pair of chains and heavy clubs? Really? Ravager asked the Kuko with an amused smirk on her face, only to blink as the fox grinned. Twisting the chains around its arms it then formed some familiar purple flames at its hands, melting the chains to the pipes it was holding. Grasping the pipes like handles it then moved its kitsunebi down into the stone on it and slammed them together. Quickly ripping them apart soon after, Ravager widened her eyes as it had formed a pair of wicked flame-shaped blades. Okay, that was unexpected. Ravager admitted to herself while unsheathing her twin katana from her back and grinning towards the Kuko. In response, the fox quickly twisted its own blades around and into a reverse-handed grip. Lunging forward, the fox then twisted into several swings with the weapons, Ravager narrowing her eyes as she blocked the first few strikes then kicked the fox in the chest. It stumbled back a few paces before hissing as it crouched down then lunged at her once more, swinging the machete almost wildly. As she blocked this poor attack as well, Ravager narrowed her eye when she recognized the style the Kuko was using. It fights like Naruto? She realized before ducking beneath another swing from the Kuko and then ramming her shoulder into it, knocking it back a ways. The Kuko righted itself quickly however and then moved forward much more quickly, Ravager's eye widening as she realized the fox was only getting better and better the longer they fought. Meanwhile Jinx and Private ducked out of the way as the 2 Bakaniko lunged at them, fangs and claws bared. Ma'am, I really don't like these cats. Private noted while ducking down as one of the Bakaniko nearly took of his head from his shoulders. Striking the side of the Bakaniko's head with his shield, Private then looked to see Jinx flipping back and away from the other. Trust me, I know the feeling. Jinx growled out as she twisted around the Bakaniko before her and began to think quickly. Looking around, an idea soon came to the rosette causing a grin to form over her face. Ducking under another swing from the Bakaniko attacking her, Jinx then lunged towards Private. Grunting for a moment as she approached him, she then flipped over Precate and landed on the back of the Bakaniko he'd been fighting. The Bakaniko that had been attacking her then lunged over Private, the militant teen ducking down as it lunged over him. Grinning at the Bakaniko's approach, Jinx jumped off the one below her and onto the one approaching. Flipping off of it, the pink-haired girl landed beside of Private as the twin Bakaniko slammed into one another. The 2 giant cats skidded across the ground, rolling back into a building. Looking to Private with a grin, Jinx saw the militant teen smirk as he knew what she was thinking. Spreading out her arms, Jinx formed a familiar pink energy over them before bringing them inwards and sending a wave of hex energy flowing towards the building. Grunting lightly as he wasn't as used to doing this as Mammoth, nor as strong, Private then jumped into the air and brought his hands together before slamming them into the ground with the hex energy, causing a massive tremor that knocked the building down on top of the twin Bakaniko. Standing up when his work was done, Private nodded his head while looking at the rubble and crossed his arms. Well, guess those cats just ran out of lives. Private said with a nod of his head, and Jinx snorted before snickering into one hand, the yellow-clad teen looking at her in confusion. However, before Jinx could explain, the rubble on top of the Bakaniko suddenly shuddered, and then was sent flying as two tails ripped their way out of it. Widening her eyes, Jinx then watched as a massive roar tore out of the rubble, throwing it every which way. Widening her eyes, Jinx then saw an enormous cat that was at least double the size of the Bakaniko and with two tails walk out of the rubble, growling lowly while glaring at her and Private. Unlike the Bakaniko, this cat was orange with black stripes in a tiger-like pattern, purple flames forming along its paws and the tips of its ears and tails, two large saber-toothed fangs jutted over its lower lips, a pair of fire-red eyes glared at them, and finally, the medallion that had been worn by the Bakaniko remained save that it now had the kanji 4 nibi within it. Oh, that is so bad. Jinx said with wide eyes as the Nakomata, forked cat, suddenly roared loudly. Crouching down, the beast then lunged towards the two, swinging its flaming claws towards them. Cursing loudly, Jinx pushed Private out of the way as the Nakomata's claws narrowly missed them. Rolling to the side as the Nakomata then snapped at her, Jinx quickly got to her feet as it crouched down, looking too much like a tiger stalking its prey for Jinx's liking. Backpedaling from his position on the ground, Private looked at the Nakomata with wide eyes, glad the thing wasn't looking to make him its lunch. However, drawing both Private and Jinx's attention was a sudden cry, and upon looking to the side they saw Mammoth and Cyborg running from the trio of monsters from before. Gaping for a moment, Jinx then shook her head and yelped as the Nakomata jumped on her, the white shield formed by the string of beads protecting her from it. Mentally thanking Naruto for the present, for the 1000th time, Jinx then pushed the Nakomata back with a burst of hex energy. Rolling back, she then watched as Sai and Mammoth ducked to the side and caused the three Oni to slam into the Nakomata. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Jinx then groaned as a furious Nakomata then bit into the throat of one of the Oni, the other two crying out as they slammed their clubs into the beast, only for its tails to grab onto them. "Man, you have no idea how glad I am to see you," Mammoth said to Jinx, only for her to grab him and Cyborg while backing away from the pile of furious yokai. "No time for talking, it won't take that Nakomata long to turn those Oni into cat treats, we have to get out of here before it does," Jinx stated and then glared over at Private as he watched the Nakomata slaughter the Oni with ease. "Private! Fall in!" Jinx shouted in order, and the militant teen shot to his feet and rushed over to her. "Private HIVE, reporting for duty, ma'am," the teen stated while saluting, and Sai couldn't help but snicker for a moment, only for Jinx to slap the back of his head with a deep scowl. Yeah, it's funny, now let's get the fuck out of here before that Nakomata uses us as chew toys," Jinx shouted at them before dragging Mammoth and Cyborg away from the enormous cat as it continued to viciously slaughter the Oni. Elsewhere, Gizmo is frowning as he uses his spider legs to walk across the city, with Seymour walking beside him. Behind the two, a wire has been extended from Gizmo's pack to the Tanuki, where it is wrapped around its right ankle. "Why are we bringing this thing with us?" Seymour asked while looking back at the sleeping yokai warily, more than a little aware it could be very dangerous whenever it finally woke up. "Because dipshit, if anything tries to eat us, we can let it have this guy instead," Gizmo replied with an evil grin on his face, Seymour blinking before nodding his head in agreement with that plan. Walking along the street with only the occasional chanting of Ponpokopan from the Tanuki, the two soon came to a street corner and Seymour was bowled over by the combined mass of Jinx, Cyborg, Mammoth, and Private. "Damn, what a way to go," Gizmo said while shaking his head as Jinx pulled herself out of the mass of bodies and brushed off her dress. "Gizmo, you run into any Japanese demons?" she asked quickly while looking around warily, and Gizmo snorted while pointing a thumb to the still sleeping Tanuki. "Just this thing," Gizmo replied with a flat expression, and Jinx blinked for a moment then gaped before slapping her hands over her mouth as the Tanuki twitched and seemed to slowly start to rouse. "What y'all doing, Jinx?" Sai questioned as he and the others looked at the girl, and then noticed the Tanuki falling back to sleep. Breathing a quiet sigh of relief, Jinx then glared over at Gizmo, who scratched his head before snapping his fingers. "Oh right, Tanuki were hedonistic little bastards," Gizmo said while nodding his head, and Seymour and Mammoth looked confused. "Hedo what?" Mammoth questioned, and Cyborg frowned while realizing why Jinx was staying quiet. Hedonistic. In other words, Mammoth, a Tanuki was a spirit that liked three things. These things were women, food, and sake. And they weren't above using illusions or shape-shifting to get what they wanted. So, because it's around, Jinx is uncomfortable and afraid it might try to turn into something big, and then probably try to kidnap her. Cyborg explained, and Jinx silently nodded her head while backing away from the sleeping Tanuki. "Oh, so it's no different than any other teenage villain?" Seymour said aloud, and a snort then snicker from Mammoth was his only reply. "Shut up, Gak Muncher." This is some seriously bad shit. I mean, if this sucker wakes up, it might kill us all. Some tanuki were really cruel. One formed an army and tried to conquer an entire nation, another killed an old woman, turned her into soup, and tricked her husband into eating her. Gizmo shouted at his friend and watched Seymour turn green and Mammoth stare at the tanuki warily. We should find something that wants to eat this thing like real quick. The one-eyed teen said to himself, Mammoth nodding in agreement before they heard a familiar roar. Crap! The Nakomata is done with those 3 Oni things. Sai exclaimed while Mammoth cursed and ran over to Jinx, Private following him and carrying Seymour over one shoulder, leaving Gizmo to gape. Wait a damn second. You guys got to see a real Nakomata? He demanded, only to hear the roar was much closer, then turned and gaped as the enormous Nakomata was running towards him. Cursing, Gizmo twisted around, throwing the tanuki into the air where the Nakomata caught it in its gaping jaws. This quickly woke up the tanuki that blinked open a pair of large coal-black eyes. Seeing that it was inside of a Nakomata's mouth, the tanuki screamed loudly and started to flail its arms around. Wah! Help me, help me, help me! Pon Poko Pon! The tanuki exclaimed, causing Cyborg to blink while staring at the thing as it continued to flail its arms about as the Nakomata twitched and then tossed it into the air. The tanuki screamed loudly when it did, and the Nakomata used its tails to grab it, then slammed it into the ground before tossing it into a building. You guys sure it was actually dangerous? Seymour asked from Private's shoulder, only to watch as an enormous version of the tanuki lunged out of the building. The beast was slightly smaller than the Nakomata, with the same markings of the tanuki, however it had razor-sharp claws and fangs, glowing red eyes and a medallion around its neck with the kanji for Ichibi. That answer your fucking question, Jacknut? Gizmo demanded with wide eyes as the transformed tanuki lunged at the Nakomata and bit into its neck. The Nakomata roaring out in pain before slapping its tails into the tanuki's face and causing it to release its neck while rolling to the side. As the two continued to try to kill one another, Jinx turned and ran away, only to curse as Danny and Shayera flew towards them while being chased by the 4 birdmen from earlier. Out of the way! Danny shouted while ducking under a swipe from one of the strange creatures, then saw the battling monsters up ahead. Yo, you got the same idea I do? Danny then asked Shayera, who nodded her head and held out a hand towards the ghostling girl. Taking Shayera's hand, Danny looked back and then forward, grinning as they approached the two, only to turn intangible, causing the mass of yokai to slam into one another, the tanuki and Nakomata turning their aggression onto the mass of birdmen that had slammed into them. Re-solidifying, Danny grinned as she watched the mass of yokai attack one another viciously. The birdmen using katana while the two-tailed beasts used their fangs, claws, and powers against them. Wow, talk about an anime lover's dream come true! Danny mused aloud, and Shayera looked at her strangely before flying over to Jinx and the others. You all alright? She asked, and Cyborg exhaled before answering the winged heroine. More or less, could have done without being chased through half the city, but what can you do? Cyborg replied, and Shayera nodded her head in agreement before looking up as Batman and Nightwing landed nearby, followed shortly after by 6 sickle-clawed weasels riding in a whirlwind. Crap, Kamaitashi too! Gizmo shouted in shock as Batman and Nightwing looked to one another and then the mass of battling yokai. Waiting for the Kamaitashi to approach them, Batman and Nightwing then split up, the Kamaitashi breaking into teams of 3 and following them. Running down the street on opposite sides, the dynamic duo then ran towards one another, only to flip forward, kick off of one another's feet and over the Kamaitashi, causing them to slam into one another. Landing behind the Kamaitashi, the dynamic duo then made their way towards the rest of them. Wow! You two are just awesome when you work together, Danny noted while Nightwing scowled and Batman merely frowned, only for both to turn as the Kamaitashi shrieked, then started to merge together. Shit, why do they all have to mix together? Cyborg wondered tiredly before a 7-foot-tall, 6-tailed weasel with glowing red eyes and long scythe-like claws suddenly roared to life, a medallion around its neck with the kanji for Rokubi. Maybe we should start running again, Danny suddenly stated, and rather than talk, the bulk of the group just started to run away, the Nakomata, Tanuki, and Karasutengu seeing the new Rokubi no Kamaitashi and moving past it, the group of yokai rushing after the mass of heroes. Nearby, Billy Numerous is with Kid WYKKYD, both are hiding from the 5 winged dogs. Currently, the only hiding spot they could find was moving beneath some rubble downwind of the winged dogs, clearly not the best thing they could have done, but they didn't have very many options. Oh, this is one might find pickle we're in this time, Billy. One of them asked, and his clone nodded his head in agreement. I do believe y'all are right on that, Billy. The clone agreed as Kid looked out from their rather poor hiding spot and twitched when he saw the winged dogs were heading their way. However, before the dogs could move, an enormous Spider-Woman fell on top of them from the side. Blinking in surprise, Kid then watched as Blackfire flew into view with Kid Flash zipping towards them. "You guys need a hand?" KF questioned and Kid nodded his head, then grabbed Billy and pulled him out of their poor hiding spot. "Those two always need help." "No wait, Billy does, while Kid is at least semi-useful," Blackfire replied while casually flying over to them, only for the four teens to blink when they heard the dogs start snarling. Turning back towards the dogs, they then watched as the body of the Spider-Woman was thrown away, the many dogs having merged together into one massive dog. The dog was approximately 8 feet tall, pure white fur with 2 magnificent wings on its back, 5 long tails flowing from its backside, 2 glowing crimson-red eyes, and a medallion around its neck with the kanji for Gobi. "Well, that can't be good," Billy noticed and got looks from Kid, KF, and Blackfire for the obvious statement. The Gobi then lunged forward, roaring out loudly as it jumped at them with its mouth wide open. Grumbling under her breath, Blackfire grabbed Billy and Kid Flash and flew out of the way while Kid whisked his cape over his form, vanishing into the shadows as he did. Landing on top of Billy's clone with a growl, the enormous Gobi looked around before growling as it saw Kid reappear on top of a building, Blackfire hovering over it. "Alright, Kid Flash, I have an idea, so listen," Blackfire ordered and Kid Flash nodded his head while the Gobi flapped its wings and rose up into the sky, Billy's eyes widening as it did so. I don't mean to rain on y'all's parade, but that thing is heading this way," Billy shouted and Kid Flash nodded his head to Blackfire as she put him down and the Gobi lunged at them. Quickly moving down to the ground, Kid Flash then started running around in circles, causing a miniature tornado to form. Smirking as the Gobi moved around it, Blackfire fired her eye-beams at the beast, the energy slamming into its chest and throwing it back and into the tornado. The tornado spun the Gobi around, only for Kid Flash to stop and then quickly run back to Blackfire. As the tornado dispersed, the Gobi yelped before falling and slamming into the ground below. "Alright, now let's get out of here while it's disorientated," Blackfire stated while grabbing Kid Flash and flying away, Kid WYKKYD rolling his eyes as he flowed into his cape and vanished into the shadows. Shaking its head, the Gobi growled while climbing up on top of the building and looked all around for the teens. Sniffing the air, the Gobi then narrowed its eyes before jumping from building to building, seeking out the teens. As it did, Blackfire and her group entered into the same building as BB and Dwella. However, what they found was Dwella laughing with several of the Amenojaku, most of the imps playing a slow, slightly drunken tune while BB looked uncomfortable with the whole thing. However, upon seeing them, the green teen jumped up and ran over to them, hugging Blackfire around the waist. "Oh dude, you have no idea how glad I am to see you. Dwella got all those imp things drunk on sake?" BB exclaimed and the others looked to where Dwella was laughing to herself with both her arms over an Amenojaku's shoulders. "What's sad is, I expected as much from her," Kid Flash said and Billy and Blackfire both nodded their heads in agreement with the red-haired titan. Soon after, Kid WYKKYD formed out of the shadows and then raised a brow upon seeing Dwella with the Amenojaku. "Don't ask Kid, just, don't ask," Billy pleaded with a shake of his head and Kid wisely decided to take his advice while KF turned and looked outside. "Beast Boy, have you seen any of the others?" Kid Flash questioned of his green-furred teammate and BB shook his head. "No dude, before you guys showed up I was starting to think I was stuck with Dwella and those things," BB replied while Kid WYKKYD walked over to the group of Amenojaku, grabbed Dwella, and then dragged her away from the sake-drinking yokai. And I was having fun?" Dwella complained before hiccuping in a drunken fashion, smiling goofily as well. "Bye-bye guys," Dwella exclaimed while waving to the Amenojaku, the yokai drunkenly waving back and replying in Japanese to the red-haired clown girl, then returned to their drunken song. Ugh, as if a normal Dwella wasn't bad, a drunken Dwella is probably even worse. Blackfire grumbled with a shake of her head and Kid Flash nodded his head in agreement with her, BB looking from them to the clearly drunken clown girl for a moment before sighing. "Well, look at it this way, at least those dudes don't want to eat us or anything," BB noted while motioning over to the drunken Amenojaku, the other teens instantly nodding in agreement with him. "Now we should go out and find the others. Maybe then we can," Blackfire started to suggest, only for Starfire and Donna to crash through the roof, the Yuko and Kiko falling with them. Roaring out, the girls managed to twist the kitsune onto their backs, causing them to slam into the ground back first. Getting up, the both then walked away from the kitsune while the Kuko and Ravager fought their way into the building. Flipping back, Ravager evaded the Kuko's blades and landed on top of one of the larger Amenojaku, the imp looking up in confusion even as Ravager flipped over the Kuko and kicked it into them. Rolling back for a moment, the Kuko soon came out of the roll and seemed to vanish into thin air, Ravager rolling her eyes as it did. Closing her soul eye, Ravager then dodged and evaded all of the Kuko's attacks before finally kicking the kitsune in the chin. Stumbling back for a moment, the Kuko then shook its head and watched as Ravager grabbed hold of its fur and then rolled back and kicked it onto the other two kitsune to the side. Rolling onto her feet, Ravager then twirled her blades in hand before sheathing them on her back in one fluid motion. Upon seeing the act, those Amenojaku still standing began to clap as if impressed by the action. Blinking in surprise, Ravager looked around before giving an overdramatic bow to the Amenojaku and then walked over to the rest of the teens. So, anyone else find these poor excuses for monsters too easy to fight, or is it just me? Ravager questioned while crossing her arms, only for a roar to sound out as the gobi knocked the roof down and landed on top of the Amenojaku. It's just you, Blackfire replied, and Starfire groaned upon seeing the five-tailed winged dog heading towards them. Please, must we fight the enormous animal with the many tails? I have found them most annoying to do battle with and would greatly prefer it if we were to do the running away. Starfire pleaded of the others, BB all too happy to agree with her, and Donna groaning as she rubbed a cut at her side. I hate to say it, but I don't think even all of us working together are a match for this many of them, Donna added while looking around the room, from the Kiko, to the Kuko, then the Yuko, over to the Gobi, and then finally to the 10 Amenojaku, and then palmed her face as the Joragumo from earlier made its way into the building as well. How many of these creatures are there? Donna demanded, and Kid WYKKYD didn't wait for a decision. Instead he swung his cape around the entire group, swallowing them all into the shadows as the yokai looked on in surprise. Growling for a moment, the Gobi then roared and rammed its way through the walls of the building. The three kitsune and the Joragumo then joined the Gobi in the hunt for the teens. Hanging back for a moment, the Amenojaku looked to one another, then to the empty sake bottle they had. The Amenojaku then started to shout loudly at one another before finally one said something to the others. Listening to it for a moment, the Amenojaku all nodded soon after before quickly rushing after the other yokai so they could find some more sake. Meanwhile, Kid WYKKYD reformed himself and the others on the ground, Batman, Nightwing, and the rest of the group soon running into them. As the two groups collided, Jinx managed to pull herself out of it all and shook her head for a moment. Ugh, please tell me we've finally lost all those killer yokai? She pleaded only to hear a loud roar, then looked up and widened her eyes as she saw the Gobi, 3 kitsune, and Joragumo heading their way. That answer your fucking question? Gizmo demanded while looking on with her, Kid Flash spotting the other group of yokai, the Tanuki, Nikomata, and Karasutengu, thus gulped. A Blackfire, we have at least 6 more of those things heading from the other side. Kid Flash noted aloud, and Blackfire mentally cursed while she, Starfire, and Donna pushed the others off of themselves, Mammoth, Cyborg and Private doing so as well as they all managed to separate and went back to back in a large circle as the yokai started to circle around them. Dude, I so don't like these odds, BB stated while looking around towards the many yokai that had managed to surround them. Hey, is it just me or are we missing someone? Danny then asked while looking around, and both Batman and Shaira's eyes widened. Where are Etrigan and Dr. Fate? Shaira demanded, and 8 dragon heads suddenly burst out from a nearby building as if in answer. Looking on with wide eyes as the heads weaved and slithered around one another, the large group then watched as it looked down at all of them, even the yokai, with hunger in its 16 blood-red eyes. Get down! Batman called out loudly, and the group did so more on reflex than anything else as the dragon heads lunged down, easily snapping up the yokai into their jaws before devouring them all whole. Looking up as the enormous beast even devoured the kitsune, the group of heroes then watched, as its tail seemed to come out of the building across from its heads, Etrigan and Dr. Fate before thrown out of a building before rolling into a skid across the pavement. Etrigan! Dr. Fate! Shaira cried as she rushed over to the two and helped Dr. Fate up to his feet, Etrigan groaning as he got up on his own power. Looking over the 2 injured heroes, Shaira then looked up towards the 8 dragons with wide eyes. Oh, we are so dead! Mammoth exclaimed as the 8 dragons suddenly twisted and spiraled around one another. Soon enough the 8 dragons merged together, forming an enormous 8-branched dragon, one of its many heads having a familiar circular gem with the kanji for Hachibi within it. Oh man, it's another giant snake that looks like a hydra. BB complained loudly while Batman frowned and backed up slowly from the beast even as it began to crack its 8 necks and then looked down at them darkly. What is that thing? Shaira demanded while looking up towards the gigantic creature, and Dr. Fate looked up with her weakly, and then groaned while holding his injured ribs. That would be the true Yamata no Orochi, a fierce water dragon and not a snake as is the common misconception with this particular beast? Dr. Fate replied, and the Titans and Tartarus grimaced, remembering how Orochimaru had changed into a similar creature that had actually been a snake. However, they then looked back to the Yamata no Orochi, as it reared back its 8 heads then launched them forward, roaring loudly and sending shockwaves towards the group of heroes. "Dude!" BB exclaimed loudly as he and the others struggled to stand from the sonic waves being produced by the enormous branched dragon. However, just as the sonic waves were becoming too much for them, a familiar raven with 3 talons swooped down and flapped its wings, creating a gust to push back the Orochi. Growling angrily, the multi-headed beast then lunged towards the raven, only for it to quickly fly out of the way while the heroes look up towards it. Is that good or bad?" Seymour questioned as the raven flew around the Yamata no Orochi's heads, causing them to bite into one another. "Good, very good. That is Yatagarasu, a fabled raven with 3 legs. It's also about as far from being a demon as they come, it's a holy beast and it looks like it's helping us for the moment," Batman replied while watching Yatagarasu keep the Yamata no Orochi busy. "At least we're getting some amount of help from the divine." Jinx muttered to herself and then watched a furious Yamata no Orochi glare down at them. "Oh, I really don't like that look in its eyes," Danny stated mostly to herself before the Orochi inhaled deeply and then exhaled a jet of foxfire towards the heroes. However, Yatagarasu quickly flew in front of them, flapping its wings rapidly and creating a gust of wind to keep the flames back. Soon finished, the bird flew back into the air and drew the Orochi's attention away from the heroes once more. "We have to think of some way to take this thing down and fast. That bird can only distract this thing for so long," Cyborg noted aloud while watching Yatagarasu literally fly circles around the Orochi, and Nightwing nodded in agreement with his second-in-command. "I'm all for saving the bird at some point, but for now can we just try and survive this encounter?" Jinx demanded, and the group quickly scattered as the Orochi ripped its way through the building it had been within, its numerous heads lashing out and trying to gobble up the large group of heroes and Yatagarasu whole, while the Jubi watched on in the distance with clear amusement in its eyes. Depths of hell. Orochimaru walked beside of Slade as he journeyed deeper and deeper into the depths, his body clearly weakening the further in they went. Must be a side effect of his pseudo-immortality, the pale-skinned man mused to himself with an amused smirk, arms crossed behind his back as Slade leaned heavily into the wall at the side. Panting slightly as they came to a set of stairs, Slade looked down and narrowed his soul-burning red eye onto a massive pair of double doors with a familiar S-shaped rune emblazoned on the front of it. The being was heavily built and stood to at least 7 feet tall with pale white skin with noticeable cracks in it, a bright red and very familiar S-shaped rune seemingly carved into its chest, a metal helmet completely covered its head and neck from view and greatly resembled an executioner's hood, while a double-bladed axe is clutched in its right hand, steel bangles covering its wrists and half of its forearms, a steel codpiece covering its groin with thick black leather pants, and finally, are a pair of steel boots covering its feet and most of its legs. "The hollow journey of your fated vessel ends here," came a cold, metallic voice from the being as he stood impassively before the doorway, Slade and Orochimaru approaching even as he did. "What you seek cannot be reclaimed," the being then stated as Slade approached across a bridge and stood before him. "Perhaps," he admitted while placing his mask back onto his skeletal face and glared at the being darkly. "But it's not like I have anything left to lose," Slade replied while the being uttered nary another word, twisting its axe staff into position as Slade lunged forward. Throwing a punch at the being, Slade then grunted as he blocked it and sent him flying back in a single fluid motion, Orochimaru watching on with curiosity. Sliding back, Slade quickly looked up and his single eye widened as the Guardian raised his axe up. Mentally cursing, Slade rolled out of the way of the battle axe before quickly looking over to an amused Orochimaru. Coming to a stop, Slade reached into his belt and pulled out his collapsible staff and extended it to its maximum length. Lunging at the Guardian, Slade twisted into a swing with the staff, only for the Guardian to easily block his attack and counter with a steel boot to his skull. Stalking towards the undead madman impassively, the Guardian then swung his battle axe at the man. Cursing under his breath, Slade rolled to the side before turning to glare at Orochimaru. "Didn't you come down here to help me?" he demanded in a low hiss before turning back towards the Guardian and using his staff to block another swing from his staff. Chuckling lightly, Orochimaru merely grinned at Slade for a moment before crossing his arms. "Yes, but you seem to have everything under control on your end," the Serpentine man replied, and Slade twitched before kicking the Guardian back and then backpedaling away from him. "Then think of this, should I die, you'll never gain what I promised you," Slade reminded, and Orochimaru's eyes suddenly hardened, a cold look appearing in his golden amber orbs as they narrowed on the Guardian dangerously. Blurring into movement, Orochimaru slammed a palm into the Guardian's chest, sending him skidding back to the point he had to use his battle axe to slow down. Cracking his neck, Orochimaru then pulled 2 kunai from his clothes and grinned towards the Guardian dangerously. Now I'm afraid I cannot allow you to have this man. He is going to be very useful in my endeavors to reach immortality, and as such, I'm afraid you'll have to go," Orochimaru stated before blowing out his breath, wind forming along his twin kunai and forming two scimitar-esque blades. Grunting for a moment, the guardian looked towards Orochimaru and a deep grumble echoed from beneath its helm. "So it is you, Orochimaru, the same man who has escaped the Shinigami innumerous times in the past. Your head shall make for a fine trophy." The guardian noted ominously as he approached Orochimaru, the serpent-eyed man merely grinning as he crouched down, Slade reaching into his belt for something as they both prepared for battle. Jump City. The heroes fighting against the evil Jubi were suddenly thrown back as the Yamato no Orochi ripped and tore its way through yet another building. Roaring loudly, the legendary dragon then lunged down at the titans, biting and snapping at them even as they barely evaded being eaten alive. BB panted heavily with wide eyes as the Orochi loomed over them all ominously. "Dude, what does it take to kill this thing?" BB demanded as the Orochi reared all 8 of its heads back before exhuming a mass of purple flames towards the group of teens yet again. Cursing, the groups ran out of the way of the flames, Dana flying with Sheera through the sky towards the beast. Dodging around one of its many heads, Sheera activated her mace before roaring out as she slammed it into the beast's rubbed raw underside. The head screeched loudly in pain, then rammed forward, knocking Sheera out of the sky where Starfire quickly caught her. Roaring out in fury, the Orochi then twisted its entire body around, its tail slamming into the ground and nearly the rest of them as well. Cursing lightly, Nightwing fired a grapple to get away, those who could fly carrying those who couldn't in order to avoid being crushed by the enormous dragon. Turning and looking towards the Orochi, Cyborg then blinked when he saw the 3-legged bird from earlier, flying towards the Orochi bravely. As it approached the Orochi, Yatagarasu suddenly flapped its wings, rising up into the air and then opened its wings and began to beat them rapidly, sending a gale down towards the Orochi. The enormous dragon roared out as the wind pushed it back, then tried to breath more fire out towards Yatagarasu, only for it to flow back onto it, burning it instead. "I don't know how to kill it, but it's sure nice to have a little help from that bird up there," Cyborg noted as the Yatagarasu then swooped down, ducking under and around the beast's many heads. Twisting around with surprising grace, the bird caused several of the heads to bite into one another, disorientating them as it flapped its wings and quickly rose back into the sky. Grinning at the opening this provided, Cyborg fired his sonic cannon, the beam from the weapon slamming into the rubbed raw underside of the Orochi. Seeing what he was doing, the others with a long-range attack quickly followed suit, firing into the rubbed raw underside of the beast. Roaring out in pain, the Orochi's heads and tails suddenly thrashed all about, lashing out and knocking buildings down and causing the heroes to move out of its way. "Cyborg, don't do that," Nightwing grumbled as a now completely pissed-off Orochi lunged forward, unleashing a mighty roar that threw them all back. Skidding to a halt, the heroes slowly got up while the Orochi lunged at them, its body slithering and coiling around buildings, crushing them under its sheer weight. Groaning lightly, Jinx shook her head and looked up as one of the Orochi's heads spotted them and narrowed its eyes. "Shit!" she exclaimed loudly, she and the others quickly running as the head came down and bit a chunk out of the ground. "How the hell are we going to stop this thing?" she then demanded, Batman frowning as he looked to where the Orochi was now knocking down buildings in an attempt to find them. "Dude, how did they stop this thing in old legends?" BB suddenly asked while the Orochi looked for them and Batman sighed for a moment. They made a large fence around the Orochi before making 8 gates, at each gate they formed a platform and placed wine vats on each of them. After that they filled the vats with a specially refined sake. Upon drinking it, the Orochi got so drunk that all 8 heads passed out and Susanoo, god of the seas and storms, cut it into pieces, finding the Kusanagi no Tsurugi within its middle tail. Batman replied while the Orochi continued to search for them around the city, Donna blinking before rolling her eyes. "Unfortunately, we don't have any alcohol on us, well, besides Dwella," Donna noted while giving a look to the clown girl, Dwella blinking for a moment before shrugging her shoulders. "Sorry, the Amano-jaku drank it all," she explained and Nightwing pinched the bridge of his nose for a moment. "We know Dwella, but Batman also said that it was specially refined, and last I checked none of us could do anything like refined sake," Nightwing reminded while the Orochi knocked down another building, Dr. Fate frowning in thought before looking to Jinx strangely. "We can't get it drunk, but perhaps we could give it a little bad luck instead." Dr. Fate mused aloud and Jinx blinked for a moment before glaring at the helmeted man. "Are you insane? That thing is enormous. I've never used my powers on something that big before, for all I know it'll come crashing down on top of us." Jinx growled at the man and he held up his hands in a placating manner. "Yes, I know, but it's also our only option at this point. We can't directly attack it, so perhaps your bad luck powers will cause it to partially fall into the sewers. This would hopefully disorientate it long enough for us to come up with a more suitable counterattack. Dr. Fate replied while turning and looking to where the Orochi was standing, Jinx muttering something under her breath as Gizmo gave her a look. Think of it like this, bitch, do it, or we're all dead anyways. The tiny terror exclaimed with Mammoth nodding his head, the rosette blowing into her bangs and crossing her arms over her chest. Fine, but I want it on the record I'm doing this under extreme protest. Jinx shouted behind her as she walked to the side and then peered around the corner to where the Orochi was slithering around looking for them. I hate my job. Jinx mumbled under her breath as she allowed her hex bolts to form around her arms, and then ducked out and sent a massive wave of pink energy flowing towards the enormous dragon. As it did, the energy passed under the Orochi, and then suddenly the ground began to crack before they suddenly gave way, caving in on the beast. Blinking as it worked, Jinx then widened her eyes as all of the streets started to crack. Damn it. The one time I have bad luck as well just had to be now. She exclaimed while running back, away from the crack as the ground began to cave in all over the city. Seeing the others, Jinx didn't stop running, only shouting a quick warning as she passed them. What did she say, Billy? Seymour suddenly questioned, only for Kid WYKKYD to bolt as well, the Titans and other heroes looking to see the ground caving in nearby. Oh, that's simple, Billy. Run. Billy exclaimed while running away, followed by the rest of the group, those who could fly picking up the slower members and moving above the collapsing ground. Soon reaching a building, the group entered and then looked outside, Jinx wincing as a building fell on top of the Orochi. This is why I say I'm bad luck. Jinx suddenly offered with a frown across her face, her eyes set in an annoyed glare at the scene outside, and none of the heroes felt the need to correct her as they could see her point. Dude, how'd you do all this damage anyways? I thought you knew how to limit your powers or something. BB questioned, and Jinx looked to the brightly glowing string of beads on her arm for a moment, then to the massive amount of damage outside. My powers couldn't cause this kind of damage normally, well, unless it was on Friday the 13th, but it's the 10th, so something else is going on here. Jinx thought to herself, then glared at the string of beads darkly. And something tells me you're the cause of this? She added mentally while looking at it, then looked up to see BB and her own team looking at her for an explanation. I don't know. Jinx replied flatly while glaring at the green teen pointedly, and Nightwing palmed his face, Cyborg snickering to himself at the sight. Blowing into her bangs, Danny then flew to the side and saw Ravager watching the Orochi intently. Hey, I don't think we've got time for this little chat, the Orochi's thrashing around like it's in pain. Ravager suddenly called out, Danny tilting her head before flying through a wall and looking towards the beast. The Orochi is indeed thrashing around, its many heads and tails all twisting and coiling around before slamming into buildings, purple flames arching from its 8 mouths as if it was in an unbearable amount of pain. Frowning to herself for a moment, Danny quickly flew inside and landed beside of Jinx. Ravager's right, that thing really does look like it's in some kind of pain. Danny confirmed, and Batman frowned deeply, wondering what could be hurting the Orochi for only a moment before his eyes widened. We need to get over there, now. Batman declared while running out of the building, followed by the rest of the group. As they exited, they saw the Orochi, its many heads and tails still lashing out at nothing before it shrieked loudly. Batman frowned as it did, and the others prepared for some kind of attack. However, instead, a bright glow came from the area where its many necks and tails connected together. What the hell is going on with this thing now? Cyborg demanded, and Batman narrowed his eyes, Etrigan shivering as he had a good idea, and Dr. Fate floating into the air while trying to calm himself down. In ancient Japanese folklore, kitsune could survive through almost anything, even being eaten alive wouldn't kill them, so I believe those kitsune the beast devoured are essentially coming back to life by ripping their way out of the Orochi. Dr. Fate explained with worry clear in his tone, only for all to go silent for a moment as the Orochi lifted its 8 heads high into the air in a perfect circle. Unfortunately, this is much worse. Thus far all the creatures that the Jubi created have shown an ability to merge with each other, and the Orochi devoured the last remaining kitsune alive all at the same time. This isn't a few kitsune anymore. Batman started to explain, only for 9 golden tails to suddenly rip their way out of the Orochi's body, and then twisted around, slicing the enormous dragon into dozens of pieces. As soon as that was done, blood and gore were sent flying around, and a ball of brilliant golden light shot out of the Orochi's remains. The sphere of light zipped to and fro for a moment before suddenly slamming into the ground. The ground buckled under the orb of light as 9 long and thin golden-furred tails suddenly fanned out from the sphere. Soon the form of a 6-foot-tall golden-furred fox resided where the sphere had been, standing on all fours, followed the tails, purple foxfire flowing up over its lower legs and paws, 3 spikes of fur flowing back from its shoulders, long rabbit-like ears curving from its head, and an ivory fox-shaped mask over its face with a crimson smile on its lips, crimson lines over its eyes, and 2 gray tomo marks at its brow, the kanji for Tenko, heavenly fox, upon its brow. The group looked on in shock as the beast shook the blood from its brilliant coat of golden fur, then reared its head back and screeched heavenward. Narrowing his eyes at the sight of the beast, Batman pulled a batarang into either hand while crouching back. "It's 1 QB now," Batman stated even as a grin seemed to form over the mask on the QB, its brilliant crimson-red eyes snapping open and glowing ominously as it gazed towards the gathered heroes. "Dudes, we are so dead," BB suddenly stated while looking at the newly formed QB with wide eyes, no one moving to disagree with him as the QB lunged towards them, purple flames launching forward from its tails towards them. Naruto twitched as he found himself, both sides of Raven, and Itachi walking up an enormous spiral staircase. On Naruto's back, rests the human half of Raven, the childlike version of her wrapping her arms around his neck while he kept her up with his free arm. Mentally sighing as he remembered the time in his head where he'd been forced to climb an enormous tower, Naruto lightly tapped his shoulder with the staff. "I really hate stairs," the blonde complained loudly, a scowl on his face even as he carried the battle staff from before. "Quit complaining, we could have to fight dozens of monsters instead of climbing a bunch of stairs, so all in all, this isn't so horrible," the demon Raven noted aloud, Itachi nodding his head in silent agreement with the violet-haired girl while Naruto muttered something under his breath, then stopped when they reached the top of the stairs and frowned, an ominous feeling coming from the hallway ahead of them. "Anyone else just get the feeling that someone or something is walking over their grave?" Naruto questioned, and Itachi narrowed his eyes as glowing spheres of light floated past them and down the hall. "Pretty," the young Raven said as she saw the glowing spheres, then reached out for one and giggled as it flowed down her arm for a moment, and then began on its trek down the hall once more. "They're like fluffy little clouds," she observed while the glowing spheres floated away, Itachi closing his eyes for a moment before sighing. "They are called Hidodama. Human souls," Itachi mumbled while watching the Hidodama float down the hall towards a large doorway. I don't think this is a good idea," the human Raven suddenly noted from on Naruto's back, the blonde smirking in response. "Don't worry, Kara-chan, as long as I'm here everything will be just fine," Naruto assured before walking down the hall with Itachi at his side, the demon Raven looking to the walls with a frown on her face. "What are all these weird symbols? And for that matter, what part of hell are we in? I've explored quite a bit and I've still never seen anything like this before," the demoness questioned as they wandered down the hall, Naruto looking at the symbols and frowning when he saw they were Japanese kanji. "Those are Japanese kanji, and they say, 'Abandon all hope, ye who enter this place.'" Naruto replied and then frowned at the ominous warning that the walls gave to them all. Hearing the explanation made a smirk cross the demon Raven's lips as she could easily think of another place with that warning up above. "Oh, so it's like the warning on the gates to hell. Okay," the demoness said with a nod of her head, the human Raven looking around worriedly while Naruto rolled his eyes and then stopped when they came to a door. The door was made completely out of stone, a strange hole in the center of it which the Hidodama flowed into and then through. "Looks like a keyhole of some kind," Naruto mumbled to himself as he looked at the hole, then placed the top end of the staff towards it. "Too big," he mumbled and twisted the staff around and placed its bottom end towards the hole, only to frown. "Too small," he stated and then had an idea. Leaning the staff against the wall to his side, he pulled the kusanagi free and stabbed it into the hole as far as he could, then twisted it around, hearing a click as the door slowly slid apart. "Heh, just right," Naruto said to himself as he sheathed the kusanagi once more and walked past the doors. Walking past the door, Naruto then blinked when he saw a statue of a man in the center of a large room, Hidodama floating all around. The statue was of a man with a shakujo in one hand. He was knelt down on one knee and with his free hand making what Naruto guessed was supposed to be a hand seal, with a somewhat familiar-looking sword sheathed on his back. Frowning for a moment, Naruto tilted his head as he gazed towards the statue. "Am I the only one who thinks this guy looks familiar?" Naruto suddenly questioned, and Itachi silently shook his head as he walked forward, almost in reverence. "Look here, Naruto-kun," Itachi urged while looking at something below the odd statue, and Naruto walked over to the man and raised a brow when he saw several kanji were written on its base. "Wherein a chitsujo onasu mano," Naruto read aloud and caused both sides of Raven to look at him strangely. "And just what does that mean then?" the demon Raven questioned, and a small smile suddenly graced Itachi's lips. "I am the one who will establish peace and order," Itachi replied while gazing up at the statue, Naruto frowning as he recognized those words. A quote from the Rikudo Sennin? Naruto noted while looking at the statue silently, frowning only slightly as he did so. Sadly however, time had worn and torn the large statue, its face rubbed down and only the barest hints of horn-like spikes where its forehead was, 6 Magatama jewels around its neck were still visible, though only just barely, and its clothes looked somewhat odd for an old-time sage to be wearing, as they seemed like battle garb to him, however even that was hard to tell with how worn and torn the clearly ancient statue had become. Damn it, and here I was thinking I'd finally be able to see what this guy looked like. Naruto complained with a scowl, Itachi shaking his head as he looked to the statue of the sage for only a moment longer. Regardless Naruto-kun, we need to press forward and find a way out of here. Itachi reminded the blonde-haired youth and Naruto nodded his head in agreement before looking around the rest of the room. It was a pretty standard-looking room, it was circular with the Hitodama floating around it, 4 doors cut out of the walls all around it, and what looked like massive archways rising up to a single point above them. Great 4 doors and no way to know which one is the right way out of here. The demon raven noted while looking around and Naruto frowned for a moment to himself, then looked to the shakujo in his hand before clicking his tongue. Well, I did meet a priest when I was traveling with Erosenin, and he had a real simple trick to choosing which way to go whenever he hit a crossroads. Naruto offered and got looks from both of the ravens and Itachi. Just humor me, Naruto then added as he put the bottom tip of the shakujo to the ground and then breathed inward. Muttering something under his breath he let go of the staff and opened one eye to watch it. The staff tilted for a moment before falling towards the door to the right, where the Hitodama seemed to be avoiding like the plague. Well, I guess we go. Itachi started to say only for Naruto to move the staff with his foot towards the door with Hitodama flowing into it. Divine intervention? The blonde declared while kicking the staff up and walked towards the door, an amused demon raven following him. This guy sounds like my kind of priest, she noted aloud while Itachi mumbled something while rubbing his face and following the two. Was all that really necessary? And if it pointed that way, why are we going this way? Young Raven asked Naruto and he nodded his head with a smirk. Of course it was. And we aren't going that way cause whenever we actually followed that lecherous priest's directions, we somehow either ended up at a brothel, or attacked by pissed-off husbands, though more often than not it was a brothel. Hence why Erosenin ultimately insisted that we stay with the guy for almost 6 months. Naruto replied with a flat expression on his face and the demon raven blinked before laughing to herself and Itachi raised a brow at that. Like I said before, sounds like my kind of priest. The demon raven declared and Naruto rolled his eyes, shaking his head as he remembered all the trouble he, Jiraiya, and Miroku had gotten into back in the good old days when he was still training with the old pervert, and also remembered how often he'd ended up dragging both men around after a particularly harsh beating from pissed-off women, for Jiraiya peeking on them, and Miroku's idle hands getting the better of him. What's a brothel? The young raven suddenly asked innocently and Naruto blinked before grinning nervously. I'll tell you when you get older, Naruto replied before shivering in dread at the thought of that conversation. And hope you don't kill me for knowing, he added while the demon raven watched him with clear amusement in her 4 glowing eyes. Sounds like a fun explanation to me, mind if I help love? We could even give a demonstration. The demoness noted aloud and the young raven tilted her head in confusion as Naruto turned several shades of red. Have you no shame? She's a child for Amaterasu's sake. He demanded of the demoness and she merely rolled her eyes while smirking towards the blonde. She replied and Naruto hung his head while walking down the hall he'd chosen with the demoness and Itachi. Of course you don't? Naruto said with a shake of his head as he continued to walk deeper down the tunnel, then stopped when he saw another set of stairs and mentally groaned. Of course it had to be even more stairs. The blonde grumbled to himself as he started up the stairs, the young raven giggling once more because she thought that he was acting silly than anything else. Coming up the stairs, Naruto soon noticed a haze of fog and mist and blinked before looking up with a frown. They soon came to a final doorway blocked by a massive boulder that had shimanara, enclosing rope, with shurta, zigzag paper streamers, coming off of it, and Naruto looked to Itachi and Demon Raven warily. Am I the only one who has a bad feeling about this? Naruto asked the two seriously, the Demon Raven shaking her head as she felt like someone was walking over her grave. Itachi however didn't bother to answer, instead moving to the side of the boulder and grunting as he tried to push it out of the way. Rolling his eyes, Naruto picked the young raven off of his back and handed her over to her demon self before helping Itachi with the boulder. Gritting his teeth, Naruto pushed some chakra into his legs and arms as he pushed with Itachi, finally causing the boulder to move to the side. Exhaling a breath once they were finished, Naruto then blinked as Itachi unsheathed his ninjutsu and walked into the room with them in hand. Hey! Naruto shouted at the man before quickly rushing after him, the demon raven following him while muttering something. However, as soon as they entered the room, Naruto felt his eyes widen as a blinding light temporarily blocked his and both forms of Raven's view. Soon opening his eyes, Naruto looked around and was shocked to find himself standing within an area almost reminiscent of a morbid graveyard. What was stranger to the blonde was that it vaguely resembled a graveyard from Japan, and weirder still, that it greatly resembled a painting he'd seen as a child, one of the land of the underworld Yomi no Kuni. Shaking his head, Naruto walked through a dark fog that covered everything, even as Hitodama floated around gravestones embedded in the ground and gave off an eerie glow, ancient bones littering the ground as well as old barren trees. Upon looking to the sky, Naruto wasn't surprised to see that it was completely dark, no sign of clouds, a sun or even a moon. I've never been to this place before either. The demon raven noted as she entered into the strange realm, her younger self hanging on to her and whimpering in fear as she looked all around herself. This place is scary. She responded while burying her face into her demonic half's chest, the demoness frowning as she did so. How were you and I ever the same person? She demanded while shaking her head slowly, Naruto frowning as he came to a stop where several bones had been torn apart and left in tattered pieces. Itachi came through here, but why did he start slicing up old bones? Naruto wondered to himself before blinking and placing a hand to his ear. Hey, Narakuheim, do you hear that ringing? Naruto asked and saw her blink for a moment, ceasing a glare aimed at her human half before shaking her head. Okay, so it's just me, Naruto said to himself before looking down as he saw several bones rolling together and then groaned aloud while palming his face. Oh shit, a Gashadakuro, creaking skull. He muttered while flipping back as an enormous skeletal hand reached out of the ground and nearly grabbed hold of him. Frowning to himself, Naruto pulled the Kusanagi from his back, his Shikujo held in his opposite hand. As he stood his ground, Raven's demonic side grinned and began to float off the ground to watch the show, her human half pulling her cloak up over her head and trying her best to become invisible in her demonic side's arms. Meanwhile, a second enormous skeletal hand suddenly reached out of the ground, both moving to the side and lifting the upper torso of an equally enormous human skeleton from the ground, flaming red spheres of light inhabiting its eye sockets, and unusually sharp teeth. Okay, what kind of monster is that? I mean, come on, a giant skeleton, is that all they could come up with? The demon raven suddenly questioned while shaking her head as she looked towards the enormous skeleton, causing it to glare down at her. Gashadakuro or creaking skull, they are the bones of those who died of starvation brought together. Upon awakening they reach out for any humans they see and bite their heads off unless they can get away quickly enough. Naruto replied with a frown as the Gashadakuro reached out for him once more, the blonde frowning as he merely lifted up the Kusanagi in a lightning-fast swing, sending a wave of wind that completely severed its right arm from its body. Sadly for it, my people never found them all that dangerous. They make this ringing sound in your ears when they start to appear and we're fast enough to evade them, Naruto added as he then twisted around, extending the blade of the Kusanagi and cutting the giant skeleton in half. However, its left arm then reached out for him, Naruto pinching the bridge of his nose even as he twisted around, swinging the Kusanagi and lopping that arm off as well. Muttering something under his breath afterwards, Naruto then lifted the Kusanagi, extended its blade and cut the Gashadakuro completely in half, right down the center of its body. The Gashadakuro fell to pieces once he had, both halves falling to the side as several Hitodama began to flow out of its destroyed form. Shaking his head, Naruto then sheathed the Kusanagi on his back and walked further into the strange graveyard, the demon raven following behind him with her human half in her arms. You seem to finish that monster fairly quickly, not having any fun killing these things down here. The demoness questioned with a raised brow and Naruto shook his head while looking around warily. No. I'm just more cautious down here cause I feel like I'm walking over my grave, Naruto replied before walking deeper into the strange land of the dead as he was mentally calling it, the demon raven casually following behind him while looking around as well. Finally spotting Itachi, the demon raven smirked before tapping Naruto's shoulder and pointing to the man. Look, there's the guy who took your swords, she then stated with a smirk, and Naruto muttered something under his breath before walking over to the dark-haired man. Hey Itachi, Naruto called as he approached the two, only to slow down and look down as something grabbed hold of his leg. What the? He whispered and then lifted his leg, cursing as he saw a rotting corpse hanging onto him. Kicking the corpse to the side, Naruto then widened his eyes seeing a familiar gray mask covering its head, two tomo-shaped eye holes with a third tomo at the upper part of the mask, a spot at the center of the mask with numerous rings going outwards in a ripple-like pattern. Gaki. A tired, haggard and pain-filled voice roared out from the rotting corpse as it reached out for the blonde. Blinking, Naruto also noticed the black tattered outfit half covering the corpse, filled with holes and tears, as he did an almost evil grin worked its way across Naruto's face. "Hello Madara, you look like shit," Naruto told the corpse with a mocking grin, and then took a thoughtful look for a moment. "No wait, shit looks better than you," the blonde decided with a nod of his head while the corpse of the man who had been his greatest enemy glared at him, crimson spheres of light glowing within his mask. Floating up beside of Naruto, the demon raven gazed down at Madara impassively, while her human half whimpered in fear of the still-living corpse. So this is the one who caused Naruto so much misery in his life. The demoness thought to herself before the corpse looked up, its hellish eyes glaring at them. "You will pay for what you've done to me," Madara declared in Japanese, the demon raven wondering what he said even as she looked at the rotting corpse with a slight frown on her face. "Do you think it'd be wrong to put this thing out of its misery?" The demon raven suddenly questioned of Naruto, and he scoffed while crossing his arms. "I'm not going to. As far as I'm concerned, he can stay here and rot for the rest of eternity. Literally in this case, 'cause you see Narakuheim, here in Yomi, you aren't tortured, you just rot for all eternity," Naruto replied while glaring at Madara, Itachi walking out of the fog and towards them. "I see you found someone familiar," Itachi noted while Madara glared up at him as well, his hellish eyes showing only fury. However, before anything else could happen, a rotted gray hand pierced the fog and dug its claws into Madara, then pulled him into the fog's depths. Cursing lightly, Naruto ran into the fog after Madara, soon followed by Itachi and the demon raven. Soon coming towards the figure, Naruto felt his eyes widen while Itachi narrowed his eyes. Both the young and demon raven then looked to it, both girls seeming to cower before the imposing figure before them. It was tall, at very least it was 10 feet tall, its body was a rotting sickly gray color with black rune or perhaps seal-like markings over what was visible of its left hand and forearm, sharp obsidian black nails, onenju or Japanese prayer beads wrapped around its left hand/wrist, its face resembled a Hanya mask, a pair of horns flowing out of its long spiky white hair, a knife sheathed in its razor-sharp obsidian black fangs, a pair of demonic eyes glaring down at them, the sclera and pupil both a deep obsidian black while the iris was a brilliant golden color, and a long white robe the only thing covering its body, yet left its chest and some of its navel in full view. "Coo coo 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 coo." A strange clicking chuckle echoed out as the being held up Madara's corpse with its dagger, then a long tongue escaped past the obsidian teeth in its mouth. "Madara, you should know already, escape from me is impossible." A deep scratchy yet feminine voice echoed from the being as Madara coughed up something, the corroded flesh of his body slowly falling apart under the strain of its newfound position in the air. Reaching up with its other hand, the being turned Madara's head towards it, even the demon raven cowering as Madara whimpered in pain. "I am, to be, the ruler, of all things, you should, obey me," Madara managed to croak out and the being's amber eyes seemed to narrow into thin slits, the fury within its gaze clear. "Foolish, Ningen. You must learn your place," it declared sinisterly before wrenching Madara's head from his shoulders with one twist of its wrist. The young raven actually screamed and buried her face into her demonic half's chest, shaking in fear while Naruto turned slightly green at the sight. Itachi however remained impassive, watching on as the beast released Madara's body, turned and made its way back into the fog with Madara's head still managing to speak out in pained grunts. "SHSH Shinigami," Naruto whispered when he was sure that the being was finally gone, the demon raven twitching when she heard the name. "No wonder people like Madara and Orochimaru are so scared of dying, if that thing is waiting for them, I wouldn't want to die either," the demon raven declared with a shiver, Itachi turning to her with a serious look on his face. "This is Yomi, unlike you people, all the souls of the dead end up here, good or evil doesn't matter. The Shinigami awaits us all in death," Itachi explained darkly before walking in the direction the wraith had gone. Blinking, the demoness turned to Naruto for confirmation, the blonde merely sighing as he followed after Itachi. Looking more than a little disturbed by that tidbit of information, the demoness narrowed her eyes while trying to think up some way of making damn well sure that her Naruto never ended up in this place of darkness and death even as she followed after him. Walking through the enormous graveyard that was Yomi, Naruto and Itachi both noted that the Hitodama were giving off only enough light to keep the path below visible to them. Nearly tripping on another corpse, Naruto paused and looked down, only for his eyes to widen when he saw a familiar broken tiger mask. "You," he hissed while reaching down and lifting the form of a long dead and still rotting man, his body clad in pieces of gray armor, a mask covering his lower face entirely. "So the little one lives on after all, come to torment me in death have you?" The voice also spoke in Japanese yet made Naruto growl even as the demon raven walked up, a shiver running down her spine at the similarity between this man's calm cold voice and that of Slade. "No, but I am a bit surprised to see you still have some flesh to rot." Naruto replied as he glared at the living corpse of the man who murdered his mother, essentially damning her to a similar fate in Yomi. I do, because, time passes, differently for each of us. For Madara, it goes at decades at a time, soon he'll be naught but dust. And yet for me, it goes painfully slow. The nameless man explained to the blonde, and Naruto frowned while glaring at the man, the demon raven looking to Itachi for an explanation. Sighing at the look from the girl, the dark-haired man closed his eyes and turned away. So, was death really what you wanted back then? Naruto questioned of the nameless man, and his single, glowing red eyes seemed to dim for a moment. In a way, yes. I wanted to see them all again, yet, I believe they have long since passed to the next world, leaving me here to rot. The nameless assassin replied, and Naruto blinked, and then let out a sigh as he remembered the man's letter. If it helps you any? I understand that to you it was just a job. You were hired to do it, and the person who hired you has paid for it. So there's no hard feelings between us? Naruto offered, and then knelt down and left the rotting man leaning against a headstone. But, that doesn't mean I can ever forgive you for killing my mother. Naruto finished while glaring at the man, and he managed to let out a weak chuckle in response. I would expect nothing less, the man replied before turning his head and lifting his half-skeletal left arm up to point to the side. The Shinigami went that way, he then stated, and Naruto merely nodded his head while standing up, then made his way deeper into Yomi, Itachi, and the demon raven falling into step behind him. As they left, the nameless man merely dropped his arm and leaned back into the headstone, a name upon it covered by his form. Meanwhile Naruto walked with his arms crossed over his chest, a deep frown across his face. Seeing the look, Itachi wisely decided not to speak to the blonde as they walked further into Yomi. Behind them, the young raven looked confused by what was going on, the demon raven merely staying silent on the matter of the man. Soon enough, the group came towards the Shinigami, the death god holding Madara's head in one hand and looking up as they approached. Ningen, why do you invade my realm? The Shinigami questioned of them as they approached, Naruto shivering slightly as he came to a stop. Itachi walked past him however, and merely knelt down before the god of death, bowing his head as the being moved its attention towards him. Shinigami-sama, I have a request of you, please allow these two passage back to the mortal world so they might stop the demons that were released upon the world up above. Itachi pleaded with the death god, and he merely chuckled, a strange almost clicking sound echoing from the god of the dead. Why should I help these, Ningen? I have nothing to gain from saving that world up above. The Shinigami questioned, and Itachi looked back to the death god with a determined frown on his face. Shinigami-sama, you know as well as I that both of them are still among the living. And as the god of death, it is your duty to ensure that all beings live until their time has come. These two still have time to live. Itachi replied while looking up into the eyes of the god of death, and the Shinigami merely gazed down at him a second more before the clicking chuckle returned. Perhaps you are correct, Ningen, but unfortunately, the treachery of the Kyuubi runs deep. For the blonde one cannot return to the world up above as he is now, the Shinigami stated ominously, causing Naruto to blink before walking to stand beside of Itachi. What do you mean I can't return? The blonde demanded, and the Shinigami looked at him for a moment before chuckling once more. To return you as you are would be pointless, Ningen. When the Kyuubi escaped your seal, it also burned out a large portion of your chakra, leaving a hole of sorts in your chakra network that would limit if not cripple your body's ability to distribute its chakra. Here, you are immune to its debilitating effects, allowing you to survive the loss of them. Even if you were returned, your body would slowly weaken, and ultimately perish. Why should I even bother with the effort when you would just die anyways? The Shinigami explained, causing Naruto to look to his stomach with wide eyes, and Itachi closed his eyes and rose up before the Shinigami. Shinigami-sama, is there any way you could fix this and allow him to return? Itachi questioned of the Shinigami, the death god narrowing its eyes even as it tossed Madara's head up and down in one hand. Perhaps, but I must wonder, what would you give to me in exchange for such a thing, Ningen? The Shinigami questioned of Itachi, its yellow eyes boring into his own obsidian black orbs. I am dead, yet you have yet to take my soul, in exchange for allowing them to return to the world above. You can have me. Itachi replied, a cruel grin spreading across the Shinigami's features while Naruto looked to the man in shock. Itachi, are you insane? Look at this place. If you give yourself to the Shinigami you'll end up? Naruto started to say, only for Itachi to turn and look at him with a slight smirk on his face. Sadly, Naruto-kun, my time has already come. My family has caused nothing but pain and misery for so long, and Madara, my ancestor, ruined your life. Please, allow me, to do what I can, to redeem the Uchiha name in some small way. Itachi pleaded of a shocked Naruto. Not waiting for an answer, the dark-haired man then stabbed the two ninjutsu he'd taken from Naruto into the ground and walked towards the death god. It is agreed, your soul. In exchange for allowing him to return to the world above, however, I will add onto the deal and sweeten it, so to speak. The Shinigami stated to say before holding out its left arm and causing a swirl of familiar red energy to form. In order to battle the demons above, I shall allow you to have the Cubizine chakra your father sealed. In exchange, you shall give me the half of chakra and its soul that once resided in you upon its defeat. I will give you 1 hour to do so, or I shall take back the power completely. The Shinigami offered, and a slight smirk worked its way across Itachi's face while looking to the death god. It's a deal, he stated, and Naruto gaped at the man before shaking his head and marching forward. Now wait just a damn minute here. Even if I do have the same amount of chakra as the Kyuubi, it'll still take me more than an hour for me to stop it. Naruto shouted at both Itachi and the Shinigami, the death god chuckling once more. Is a Jubi really afraid of fighting a little Kyuubi? The being wondered aloud and quickly drawing Naruto's attention back to it. Have you forgotten that you bear the Rinnegan, or that you yourself are a Jubi of sorts? As such, for someone like you, defeating a mere Kyuubi should be all too easy. The Shinigami noted aloud, and Naruto frowned deeply while glaring at the death god. In case you've forgotten, I have no clue how to use that power. You're going to double my Yin chakra and leave me with less than a quarter of Yang chakra. My chakra control is going to be shot all to hell. Not only that, but I have little to no clue on how to use the more advanced Rinnegan abilities, and the ones I have managed to use thus far really drain my reserves. Naruto shouted at the Shinigami, and it reached up and rubbed its chin for a moment before chuckling darkly. Not my problem. The deal is with Itachi, not you, and as he has agreed to this bargain, it shall be done. For his soul, you shall go back to your world, defeat the Kyuubi, and give its power and soul to me. Should you fail, know that his sacrifice shall have been in vain. The Shinigami stated while dropping Madara's head to the ground, pulling its dagger from its mouth, and then quickly grabbing Naruto with its free hand. Grunting and struggling in its grip, Naruto then widened his eyes as the Shinigami reared its head back and then spit out a familiar red chakra that quickly flowed into Naruto's body. Gritting his teeth, Naruto then began to thrash about on the ground, red chakra flowing over his form before his body began to change. His teeth became fangs, his nails became claws, and black fur started to spread over his form as he grew bigger and bigger within the Shinigami's grasp. Dropping the blonde as the changes to the blonde-haired ex-shinobi continued, the Shinigami then grabbed hold of Itachi and looked down at Raven as Naruto thrashed on the ground. Take care of him, little Hanyu, he will need you greatly in the coming days. The Shinigami stated before an eerie chuckle echoed from its lips as it picked up Madara's head, and then vanished into a swirl of fog. As soon as it vanished, a spiral staircase rose up from the ground where it had been only a moment before. Both sides of Raven then watched as Naruto soon got up on all fours, only to stretch out in the body of a wolf, 10 long thin tails ripping out of his tailbone as he reared his head back and howled towards the moonless sky up above. Panting heavily, Naruto then fell down, now in his Jubi no Okami form, as the demon Raven moved over to him. Walking over to the massive obsidian-furred wolf, she then hopped onto his back, and then placed her younger self on the wolf behind her. Leaning forward, Raven patted the wolf on its head slowly, drawing its attention to her. No time to grieve for your friend, love, we still have to save both your friends and mine from Trigon and Kyuubi. The Demoness reminded, and Naruto blinked for a moment before growling lightly, moving his head to the side and biting the staff. He picked it up and snarled before lunging to the stairs and quickly running up them, intent on making Itachi's ultimate sacrifice meaningful. Jump City. The Titan stumbled back as the Kyuubi no Kitsune lunged at them, flicking its tails forward like blades. Cursing, Cyborg grit his teeth as the tails cut into his armor, then tried to slam a fist into its face. However, the Kyuubi merely grinned wider while ducking under the attack and ramming into him. Cyborg was sent flying back by the attack while Starfire flew down with Donna, the two girls grabbing hold of two of its tails each before throwing it into the air. Nightwing then narrowed his eyes before throwing an explosive disc up at the Kyuubi, only for it to chuckle and then slap the disc back at him. Cursing loudly, Nightwing ducked out of the way of the disc as it made contact with the ground. Ravager lunging at Mammoth, the Man-Mountain crouching down then propelling her into the air where she started to swing her twin katana at the Kyuubi. However, the beast moved as if it saw every attack before she even swung the blades, then lashed out with a tail, wrapping it around her waist and twisting around behind her before kicking her to the ground with all four of its legs. Ravager was sent careening into the ground, only to widen her eyes, the back of her clothes now on fire. Cursing loudly, Ravager quickly reached up and unclasped a couple of straps before throwing her black shirt off, leaving her upper torso clothed only in a skin-tight pale blue long-sleeved shirt. The small black shirt fell to the side with an audible clunk, proving to Nightwing it was some kind of body armor. however, was clearly ineffective against the Kyuubi's foxfire as it was burned and charred into ashes within only a few moments. Foxfire, it burns hotter and faster than any other flame, Batman noted as he threw several explosive batarangs towards the Kyuubi, only for it to lash out with its tails. However, narrowing his eyes, Batman then hit a switch on his belt, causing the batarangs to detonate instantly, Nightwing blinking as they caught the Kyuubi off guard. How, but? I thought Kyuubis were all supposed to be omniscient. Night questioned of Batman, and the Dark Knight nodded his head while narrowing his eyes where the Kyuubi had been. If they were, they wouldn't die. When a kitsune of any kind reaches 100 years of age, they gain the ability to see anything around them within a sphere of 1,000 miles. Being able to see what any of us are doing at any moment is one thing, knowing what we're going to do to it is another. Batman explained while the smoke cleared, a frown marring the Dark Knight's features as the Kyuubi looked virtually unscathed, a mocking grin on its masked visage. Dude, how do we kill this thing? BB suddenly demanded, and Batman shrugged only to pinch the bridge of his nose when he saw Dwella running towards the Kyuubi. Oddly enough, however, as the Kyuubi flicked its tails at her, Dwella laughed and danced around the attacks. Twisting between its tails, Dwella then pressed a switch on her arm, activating a microdosage of venom, just enough to boost her strength without the harmful side effects, and slammed her guitar into the Kyuubi's face. The Kyuubi skid to the side from the assault, then narrowed its eyes on the girl, only for her to blow a raspberry at it and then flip back to the ground with her usual semi-psychotic laugh. Why is it only the crazy one can actually hurt it? Blackfire demanded while nursing a headache, Kid Flash groaning to the side from where he was tossed around by the Kyuubi. Snickering for a moment, Danny floated over to the two, reclining in midair before offering her opinion on the matter. Probably because she's in her own little reality, and the rules of our reality don't really apply to her in this one. Danny offered, and Blackfire blinked for a moment before rolling her eyes, wondering why that made more sense than anything else she could think up. Enough talking. Just ice the fucking fox already. Jinx shouted at her team, and Mammoth grunted while looking to the building the Kyuubi was on, an idea coming to the Australian teen. Alright, time to rock the house. Mammoth decided while lunging at the building, the Kyuubi tilting its head in confusion as he did so. However, a grin crossed Jinx's lips as she realized what her friend was up to, and thus quickly reared her arms back before throwing them forward, a wave of pink energy flowing under Mammoth. Jumping up, Mammoth then brought his hands down, slamming them into the ground and causing a mini tremor. The tremor caused the building the Kyuubi was on to shake and rock before suddenly it fell inwards with the Kyuubi still on it. Huh. Take that, fox face. Mammoth shouted with a grin, only to grunt as a tail lashed out from the rubble, sending him flying back. Crap. It's not over yet. Gizmo suddenly exclaimed as the Kyuubi pushed the rubble from its form and then shook itself off. Alright, no more playing around, all missiles lock on target. Gizmo shouted as a pair of missile pods shot out of the sides of his backpack, its spider legs activating as he also unlatched his laser cannon. Fire. The tiny terror then exclaimed as all his missiles shot towards the Kyuubi, the beast narrowing its eyes even as Gizmo fired his laser cannon at it as well. Spreading its legs, the Kyuubi then crouched down before jumping over the laser blast, leaving him open to the missiles raining down towards him. Gizmo watched with a grin as the missiles approached the Kyuubi, only to gape at a nearly psychotic grin that crossed its features not but a moment later. Twisting around, the Kyuubi dodged around the missiles, using them as stepping stones in order to maneuver around the others coming down towards him. Finally, the Kyuubi flipped off of the last missile and into the air, spinning in a wheel and allowing fire to flow over its entire form. Shit! Danny exclaimed as the Kyuubi landed on the ground, rolling towards them even as the missiles detonated against the ground and buildings around them. Jinx quickly rolled out of the way of the Kyuubi, Kid WYKKYD pulling Seymour and Private into his cape to make a quick escape while Danny stood her ground. Taking in a deep breath, she then unleashed it, screaming out loudly almost like a banshee and keeping the flaming fox wheel back. Covering their ears, the others watched as the Kyuubi slowed down, and then stopped entirely, Danny forcing more power into her banshee scream and sending the nine-tailed fox flying back. Swaying for a moment afterwards, her eyes then rolled up into the back of her head while she passed out onto the ground. Cursing lightly, Jinx ran over to the girl while Blackfire looked to where the Kyuubi was getting up once more, shaking off its body before narrowing its eyes onto them all dangerously. Dude, for a demonic animal, this thing is really tough. BB suddenly noted as he fell to his knees, no one moving to disagree with him as the Kyuubi continued its approach. Soon enough, the groups of heroes were literally backed into a wall, the Kyuubi grinning darkly as it crouched down and prepared to lunge at the heroes. To think we're going to end up as fox food? Kid Flash mumbled while Nightwing looked to Batman, the Dark Knight remaining silent. Well, been nice knowing you guys, and hopefully, death won't us all hurt too much. Billy piped up while shaking the hand of one of his clones, the other clone blinking for a moment. Hey wait, we know Grim as a friend, we should be fine. The clone noted with a grin and Billy blinked before nodding his head. However, before anyone could speak the QB lunged forward, fangs and claws bared. But just as it was about to strike, it was knocked back as a blinding sphere made of pure light appeared between it and the three groups of warriors. Dude! BB exclaimed as the light appeared, the groups blocking it out as it nearly blinded them all. However, soon the light began to fade, Jinx opening her eyes and then gaping as she started to see what had saved them all. What she saw was a shakujo with 6 rings that had dug its partly metal tip into the ground, the 6 rings on its topmost portion ringing out faintly before finally falling silent. Soon, the rest of the group followed, opening their eyes to the strange sight of the staff, the QB growling as he lunged at them once more, only for a large circle of glowing white kanji to appear them all and keep it out. Only Batman, Jinx, and Dr. Fate knew the meaning of the kanji however, and it was simply Okami. Guys, how did a staff do that? BB wondered aloud, no one really sure how to answer while the QB growled as it glared at the protective barrier. Yatagarasu then flew down from the air and landed on the top of the staff gently, flapping its wings and cawing loudly as it did so. Instantly another sphere of light appeared, this one surrounded by a ring of energy made up of the kanji for Shinigami. Soon the ring and sphere of light disappeared entirely and the three groups saw a massive wolf appear, 2 girls riding on its back. The wolf stood to an impressive 6 feet tall while still on all 4 legs, with 10 long thin tails reaching back, its teeth and claws both seeming to be made of ivory marble, yet its fur was black as obsidian with a mane of hair flowing back from its head, 2 mock horns of hair forming from its forehead, with 3 red-orange lightning bolt-shaped stripes on its cheeks, wind-shaped finials flowing from its shoulders, more of the red-orange forming into spirals and stripes on its sides, red-orange over its eyes like the Senin Moto, only with 2 more streaks under its eyes this time, and its 2 eyes were an off-purple-gray color with rings forming out from its pupils like ripples. Finally a haze of mist formed around the 10-tailed beast and then changed into bony plates along the majority of its back leading down into spinal plates that arched along the length of its tails, more plates forming into wind-shaped finials along the sides of its legs like greaves, 6 magatama-like beads forming around its neck, a skull-shaped plate forming over the top of its head with an X cut out of it, and a familiar blade placed onto its back and hanging at an angle. However, on its back, holding onto its mane was the demon raven, the demoness smirking as she looked around, young Raven holding onto her demonic self by wrapping her arms around her waist. Raven! Cyborg demanded upon seeing both girls, however the wolf snarled towards the QB before more comment could be made. Dude, what's with the big wolf? Is it another of those Japanese yokai things or what? BB demanded only for a slight smirk to cross Batman's features as the wolf circled the QB, soon leaving its back facing them. Upon seeing this Yatagarasu flapped its wings and rose up into the air, flying into the sky and keeping an eye on both the QB and the black-furred Okami. No. While it is a yokai, like Yatagarasu, it isn't one we need to fear. Beast Boy. The wolf or rather the Okami in Japanese folklore were unlike the other animals, they were honest and if treated with respect, benevolent beings that were known to be the pets, messengers, or even avatars of the gods. This might even be an Okuri Okami or escorting wolf which were thought to follow humans in the forest and protect them from other more dangerous wolves and of course yokai. Batman replied while the demon raven got off of the wolf's back and brought young Raven with her as the wolf spread out its legs and roared. The QB growled as it did before lunging at the Jubino Okami, lunging at the beast and swiping its razor-sharp claws. Flipping back, the Okami evaded the attack easily before landing and then lunging forward with a head but to the QB's face. The old fox yelped as it stumbled back for a moment, the wolf, twisting into a spin with its tails lashing out, knocking the QB onto its back. Snarling, the QB no Yoko twisted back onto its paws before lunging at the wolf once more. In response, a smirk crossed the Okami's features as it lunged forward and sent its tails at the QB. However, the QB danced around the attacks, twisting and turning before finally leaping into the air. Kitsunabe! The beastie exclaimed as purple orbs formed on the tips of its tails, which it then shot forward, towards the Okami below. Seeing the attack coming, the Okami narrowed its eyes before a grin formed over its lips. Shiranui! It cried out, pure ivory white flames completely coating its body, as it lunged forward, through the flames and then jumped up and rammed into the thoroughly shocked QB's chest. The beast fell back and crashed through a building, leaving dust and debris to fly up while Demon Raven smirked from her hiding spot with her younger self. You can just tell how much he loves hurting that fox, can't you? She questioned dryly while looking over to the Titans, Nightwing moving towards her warily. Raven, is that really you? Night questioned, and the demoness yawned in her free hand while crossing her legs in midair, floating off the ground even as she held onto her human half. In the flesh, though I'm technically only half of the raven you knew, the girl replied flippantly while Starfire floated over, tilted her head, and stared at the young raven held in the demoness' arms. Please, if you are friend Raven, then who is that little child you carry with you? Starfire asked the demoness with her head tilted to one side, and Night palmed his face for a moment. Who this? This is just my weak, annoying, useless, human half. The demoness replied with a frown as the young raven winced and hung her head at the verbal abuse the demoness like throwing at her. Wait, so then that means she's... Sai started to say, only for the child to turn to them and wave timidly. Hi. She questioned and got looks from all the titans but BB, who was still watching the fight between Okami and Kyubi. Dude, aren't kitsune are afraid of dogs or something? Would if they are, then why isn't the Kyubi thing like freaking out over that massive wolf? If I was afraid of dogs and saw a wolf that size, I think I'd run until I put it at least 100-mile distance between me and it. BB asked Batman, and the Dark Knight frowned for a moment before answering him. The older and more powerful a kitsune becomes, the less fearful of humans and dogs it also becomes. Since that is a Kyubi, it's so powerful it no longer fears dogs or wolves. Batman explained, and BB made an O with his mouth before turning back to watch the fight between the two massive beasts. The Kyubi snarled as it got up onto its feet, glaring at a smirking black-shaded wolf with 10 tails. Twitching slightly, the beast then crouched back before launching towards the Jubino Okami. Ducking in on itself, the Kyubi turned into a flaming wheel once more as it approached the Okami. Raising a brow and smirking wider, the Okami crouched down at the Kyubi's approach and then launched itself into the air, over the Kyubi. Landing as it passed, the Okami then turned and saw the fox wheel soon straighten out, the Kyubi sliding to a halt with a snarl. Roaring loudly, the Kyubi lunged at the Okami once more, ducking into a spinning wheel yet again, and the Okami narrowed its eyes while spreading out its limbs and crouching down. As the wheel approached, the Okami sent 2 of its tails forward and caught it by its sides. Grinning widely, the Okami then threw the Kyubi into the air and watched as it came out of its roll. A deep growl then echoed from the Okami as a brilliant purple light formed around its paws, soon forming into sharp-looking blade-like claws. Jumping up a second later, the Okami suddenly twisted into a spin and rammed into the Kyubi, slicing into it and bringing a pained cry from the fox. Falling to the ground, the fox fell onto its side with a loud thud while the Okami landed gracefully beside it. Snarling furiously, the Kyubi lashed out with all 9 of its tails, twisting and slashing at the Okami with them. Chuckling lightly, the Okami evaded each and every attack, moving fluidly around the tails before lashing out with 9 of its 10 tails and catching the Kyubi's own tails. Widening its eyes in shock, the Kyubi then screeched in pain as the Okami's final tail lashed out, slicing across its right eye. Grinning widely, the Okami then lifted the Kyubi by its tails and slammed it into the ground behind it, then lifted it up again and slammed it into the ground at its right, then once more it slammed the Kyubi into the ground at its left before twisting around and throwing the Kyubi away. The Kyubi skidded along the ground for a short distance before finally ramming backfirst into a building. The fox let out a pained bark as it looked to where the Okami approached it, Yatagarasu swooping down from the sky and landing on its head. Blinking for a moment, the Okami looked up to Yatagarasu and it cawed down at him. Raising a brow yet making no motion to get it off, the Okami then walked over to the Kyubi silently, Yatagarasu cawing at the beast angrily. Looking up with tired eyes, the Kyubi managed a weak glare at the Okami before opening its mouth and spitting a blast of foxfire towards it. Flapping its wings, Yatagarasu quickly flew off of the Okami's head and into the air, the wolf merely jumping up over the flames and allowing its tails to obscure it from view. Looking up slowly, the kitsune stared at the sphere of black tails only to widen its eyes as 5 came towards it, opening like a black hand with bony armor along its fingers. Grasping onto the Kyubi, the Okami's tails turned it into the air and slammed it into the ground. Barking pitifully, the Kyubi managed a weak glare before the other 5 tails suddenly lashed out, stabbing the fox in every major juncture of its body save for its neck. The Kyubi's eyes widened in shock for a brief moment, until the Okami came out of its massive tails and bit into its throat. Narrowing its eyes, the Okami then twisted the Kyubi's neck at an angle, snapping it and killing the fox instantly. Releasing the Kyubi, the Okami laid it on the ground while spitting out a bit of blood to the side. Shaking its body, the Okami then looked up as Yatagarasu landed on his head once more and rolled his eyes. Is it good the wolf just unceremoniously killed the fox or not? Cyborg suddenly asked while looking to the massive wolf warily. Said Okami then turned towards them and walked over to them with an amused smirk across its features. Upon approaching the group, the Okami began to glow brightly before it straightened up. Soon the glow vanished as well, sparks of light flowing behind it as a familiar figure was revealed to the group. No way. Sai whispered in shock as the form of a spiky-haired blonde walked forward, 6 red magatama beads around his neck and chest, his Omegaek suit intact with the helmet/mask folded back, a tattered black trenchcoat covering the majority of his torso with the kusanagi placed onto his back. An amused twinkle to his Rinnegan eyes, Naruto grinned while looking at his friends and enemies with clear amusement on his face, 2 spiky bangs of hair flowing upwards like a pair of mock horns. "Hey guys, you miss me?" Naruto asked the shocked group before looking to his right shoulder, where Yatagarasu had found its perch to roost on. "Dude. NAR you're alive," BB said loudly, and the blonde merely shrugged his shoulders with a smirk on his face. "Tempest!" Jinx exclaimed as she launched herself at the blonde and enveloped him in a hug, knocking him off his feet as Yatagarasu flew into the air and perched itself onto a scowling demon raven's shoulder. "Sensei!" Danny cried out happily as she zipped forward, flowed through the ground and managed to hug him as well, the blonde grunting from the whole of Jinx's weight resting on his torso. "Ugh, really now, it's wonderful to have 2 very beautiful girls hugging me and all, and if I wasn't already in a relationship with Kara-chan, I might allow this to keep going on for a little while longer." Naruto grunted out as both Danny and Jinx hugged him for all he was worth. "Ugh, but could you maybe let me breathe or something so I don't die again?" Naruto demanded of the 2 loudly, and both girls blinked before quickly getting off of him. Breathing a sigh of relief as he got to his feet, Naruto then grinned at the girls, patting Danny on the head and giving a quick hug to Jinx. "Nice to see you both, trust me when I say I've been through hell today, so seeing you both alive and relatively well is just what the doctor ordered," Naruto stated while then turning from 2 of the closest people in his life next to Raven and walked over to the rest of the Titans, Tartarus, and the JLU. "Can't you kids last even 5 minutes without me here to save your butts?" The blonde questioned with a grin on his face, Nightwing twitching as he glared at the blonde-haired teen angrily. "Shut up, X. Or I'll be sure to throw you in jail the second that Jubi thing is dead." Night warned, and Cyborg rolled his eyes at the threat, and then gave a meaningful look to the blonde-haired ex-shinobi. "Anyways, how'd you survive when Trigon and that Kyuubi thing escaping, Temp?" The titanium teen questioned, and Naruto looked back towards where the Jubi was rising up and frowned instead. "You know, I'd love to answer all your little questions about my absolutely fascinating trip through hell and finding Karasu-chan and Naraku-chan over there." Naruto mused sarcastically before crossing his arms with a flat expression on his face. "But I think I've still got a prior engagement with an old buddy of mine," the blonde replied while forming a hand seal and vanishing in a swirl of white flames, Demon Raven muttering under her breath before grinning as she looked at Jinx. "Think fast," she shouted while tossing her human half over to the rosette, Jinx blinking even as she caught the girl. "Watch the brat for me, I've got to make sure he doesn't blow himself up," the demoness commented as she flew towards where Naruto was heading, Yatagarasu following behind her. Blinking for a moment, Jinx then looked to the tiny violet-haired girl in her arms, then widened her eyes. Hello miss, my name is Raven. It's nice to meet you," the girl offered timidly, and a shocked Jinx looked from the girl to an equally surprised Danny. "Okay, is anyone else wondering why we have a pint-sized raven in white, or is it just me?" Danny questioned of no one and got no answer as they all stared at the young raven, who seemed to grow more and more nervous from the attention. Chapter 56, The NPT-5. Depths of Hell. Slade evaded another swing from the Guardian by ducking down, the burly behemoth slicing cleanly through a heavy stone slab. Ducking to the side to avoid another swing, Slade slid to a halt with one hand on the ground. Chuckling in his throat, Orochimaru then jumped onto the Guardian's back and stabbed his twin wind scimitar into his back. Grunting in pain, the Guardian stumbled back, and Orochimaru grunted as his own back impacted with the wall behind him, yet continued to hold on. Seeing a chance to strike, Slade lunged at the Guardian only for the behemoth to grab hold of him by his entire torso with one hand. Slamming Slade into the ground, the Guardian reared his other arm back and conjured flames over the edge of his double-sided war axe. However, before he could do any damage, Orochimaru sent a snake out from his left sleeve that bit into his arm, holding the axe back as a grin worked its way across the serpentine man's features. Coo. I do believe I'm beginning to see why Naruto-kun enjoys this world so much. It has so many interesting opponents. Orochimaru mused aloud and then moved one leg up and yanked back on the snake biting into the Guardian's arm. Seeing his chance, Slade moved his own legs up and propped them against the Guardian's torso. Grunting from exertion, the masked madman then threw the behemoth into the air and towards the pools of lava nearby. Smirking to himself, Orochimaru then flipped off of the Guardian and landed next to the masked madman. Smirking slightly, the serpent-eyed man offered a hand to Slade before helping him back to his feet, only for them both to look to the side as the behemoth crawled out of the lava, completely unharmed by it. Oh good, I was so hoping that wasn't the full extent of its powers. Orochimaru noted while Slade backed away and began trying to catch his breath, the serpent-eyed man cracking his neck and grinning. After all, I've only just begun to have my fun, Orochimaru declared before lunging at the behemoth and quickly dodged a swing from its battle axe. Twisting around with unreal grace, Orochimaru then slammed his legs into the Guardian's side, propelling him to the side where he fell and skidded against the ground before coming to his final stop. Wretched soul, like all other mortals, you cannot escape your ultimate fate, the Guardian declared while using its axe to rise back to its feet, an amused grin splitting Orochimaru's lips at the declaration. Perhaps, or perhaps not, either way, it will take far more than the likes of you to put me in my grave, Orochimaru stated while marching towards the Guardian, dodging and weaving around several swings of its axe. Stopping in front of the behemoth, Orochimaru then slammed a fist into its helmeted head, causing it to stumble back, a series of spider-webbed cracks forming on the surface of its helm. Shaking his hand from the minor amount of pain of punching the steel helm, Orochimaru then threw his arms back before throwing them forward. As soon as he did, dozens of snakes shot from his sleeves and wrapped and coiled around the Guardian's body. Growling under his breath, the behemoth then threw his arms and legs out, ripping the snakes completely apart while Orochimaru whistled lightly, still smirking arrogantly. I will admit, your strength and durability are very formidable, however you lack a certain something that would make you a truly powerful enemy, Orochimaru noted aloud, and the Guardian merely gripped its axe tightly while rising up from the ground. Enough of your blathering on. I will not be bested by the likes of you, body snatcher, the Guardian declared as flames formed along the edge of his axe, a deep frown crossing Orochimaru as he rushed forward with surprising speed and sliced the man in half. However, Orochimaru then grinned, snakes shooting out from both halves of his body and pulling them back together. Temporarily stunned by the display, the Guardian was unable to block a quick roundhouse kick from Orochimaru, leaving him stumbling to the side and landing in a heap. You seem to be underestimating me, behemoth. I am no mere body snatcher, I am so much more, Orochimaru stated darkly while a sick, cruel grin slowly slithered across his lips. My name is Orochimaru, one of the Densetsu no Sannin. And you should never underestimate me, Orochimaru stated and then took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing out as he then leaned down and opened his mouth, sending out a massive wave of snakes slithering towards the Guardian. Growling lowly, the Guardian lunged at the snakes, its axe's edge burning a bright crimson red. Swinging the weapon into the mass of snakes, the Guardian sliced through the mass of incoming snakes for a moment, only to quickly dig its axe into the ground and brace itself against the wave of snakes. Slade then watched on as the Guardian soon reappeared, wrapped up in a mass of snakes it quickly ripped open. Lunging towards Orochimaru once more, the Guardian swung its axe at the man only for him to twist down and knock him off of his feet. Kicking the Guardian away, Slade then smirked while the Guardian rolled to its knees and dug its axe into the ground to slow down. Looking up with the cracks in its mask glowing a fierce red, the Guardian then got up only for Slade to lunge at him with a punch. Grunting lightly, the Guardian grabbed Slade's hand and then bent it back and clenched his fist on it tightly. Slade then grunted as the Guardian ripped off the glove over his hand, revealing the bony limb beneath. Looking to it for only a moment, Slade then looked back to the Guardian only for the behemoth to slap him back where he impacted with the doorway he'd seen earlier. Doubling over in pain, Slade held his ribs and panted heavily, Orochimaru appearing at his side with an amused look on his face as the Guardian stood opposite of them. Your days have long since ended, mortal, time to lie down with the rest of the bones, the Guardian declared while marching towards Slade, Orochimaru merely smirking as he did. You first. Slade growled towards the Guardian, a single crack in his mask glowing a fierce red as he glared towards the massive warrior. Moving quickly, Slade flipped back and then leapt off of the doorway and over the Guardian, deftly landing behind it. Turning around, the Guardian then gave a surprised cry as Slade jumped up, ramming his knee into his already damaged helmet and knocking a chunk of its metal out of place, revealing an unblinking crimson red eye lay beneath it. Using its distraction to his advantage, Orochimaru then reached up and rammed the head of the Guardian into the door behind him, the behemoth grunting as he did. Quickly rolling out from under the Guardian as he fell, Orochimaru then flipped to his feet with a grin. Roaring out, the Guardian swung his axe towards the serpentine man's legs, only for him to quickly jump over the strike, and then flipped out of the way. Landing to the side, Orochimaru then watched as Slade lunged at the Guardian and slammed his left fist into its gut, only for his eye to widen, as it didn't even seem to tickle the behemoth. Growling lightly, the Guardian's axe suddenly lit with flames once more before the behemoth swung the weapon at Slade yet again. Dodging the first 2 swings from the Guardian's axe, Slade then grunted as he managed to tear into his side with the 3rd swing, revealing his bony ribs. Grunting and placing a hand against his wounded side, Slade then looked to the behemoth as it stood across from him. "You cannot hope to defeat pure evil," it declared while glaring at him, and Slade looked up and held a strange device towards the Guardian. "Actually, I'm not such a nice guy myself," Slade growled out while hitting a button on the device, causing it to start beeping loudly. Quickly turning around to see what was going on, the Guardian widened his eye upon seeing a strange device on the doorway behind him, emblazoned with Slade's own S-shaped symbol. Mere seconds later, the device exploded at point-blank range with the Guardian, causing a brilliant explosion of light to flow forth from the newly opened doorway. As the light flowed outwards, they formed into dozens of almost arrow-shaped objects that flowed forth. One of the arrows quickly slammed into Slade, the man's soul eye widening as he felt something form along his bones, a brilliant white light concealing the masked madman from view. Another of the arrows, strangely enough, changed into a white raven, which flapped its wings and flew up out of the depths of hell towards the surface up above. Meanwhile, Orochimaru smirked as Slade soon reappeared out of the light, his armor and mask completely repaired. Taking in a deep breath as he did so, Slade spread out his arms and closed his eye while exhaling the same breath. "Ah, my own flesh and blood," Slade noted while looking to his left hand, then gazed over to where a scorched and half-melted helmet lay. "Don't get up. I'll let myself out," Slade offered the deceased Guardian mockingly, while Orochimaru chuckled to himself while walking over to stand beside of the masked madman. "Good riddance to bad rubbish. A Guardian who can't even do his job right and keep people out, isn't even worthy of being called a Guardian," Orochimaru noted aloud, and Slade nodded his head in agreement with the Serpentine Man, then knelt down and took hold of the Guardian's axe. "I believe this will make for an interesting souvenir," Slade mused while flames formed along the edge of the axe, a grin working its way across Orochimaru's face as he gazed at the unique weapon. "I do concur with you, Slade-san, but I believe that you owe me something for helping you in accomplishing this little endeavor of yours," Orochimaru reminded the masked madman, and Slade leaned the enormous war axe along his shoulders before looking back to the pale-skinned man. "Sadly, such information shall be useless so long as that demon up above has control of the world. If you want your immortality, we'll need to find some way of destroying that thing," Slade replied, and caused Orochimaru to twitch slightly, before chuckling lightly to himself. "Oh, I don't believe we need to worry about that, Slade-san," Orochimaru declared while turning around and starting up the stairs so they could return to the world up above. "After all, if little Naruto-kun and his little Karasu are still alive, then they will be more than willing to attack that thing. If one of them doesn't manage to defeat it, I'll be very surprised," Orochimaru told Slade, and the masked madman walked up the stairs behind Orochimaru with a frown on his face. "You sound awfully certain those two will win against that thing. Care to explain your sudden confidence in them?" Slade questioned of the Serpentine Man, and a dark chuckle echoed out from Orochimaru's throat as he grinned back at Slade. The look alone was enough to cause Slade to halt as Orochimaru came to a stop as well, his yellow snake-like eyes clearly displaying the madness so many before Slade had seen just within his eyes. "Oh, that's simple really. Little Naruto-kun has this habit of defeating anything in his way. Whether they are more powerful or not doesn't matter, he always finds a way to win in the end. And as such, I am confident that he will also find a way to defeat this Jubi up above, and once he does, our own little games with the Titans and him shall continue once more," Orochimaru replied, and then started back up the stairs, Slade standing behind him for only a moment before chuckling to himself. "I see, and since the Titans have the same habit as him, it's twice as likely that they will win this battle," Slade decided while following Orochimaru out of the depths of hell and back to the world up above. Jump City. Naruto stood on the top of a large building with a frown, Yatagarasu landing on his shoulder soon after. Looking to the bird for a moment and wondering why it was following him, the blonde then shook his head and pulled the Kusanagi from his back. Looking downward, Naruto narrowed his eyes on the Jubi as it slept below. "Oh shit, what the hell did Kyuubi do, absorb Trigon or something?" Naruto wondered to himself while looking down at the enormous monster as it slept silently, clearly without a care in the world, as if it were some kind of unstoppable force. "And I really have to wonder, why are all the insanely enormous demons always so arrogant?" The blonde-haired teen wondered to himself silently before pointing the Kusanagi towards the sleeping Jubi. "Alright Kyuubi, Jubi, or whatever the hell you're calling yourself. Wake up you lazy-ass bag of fur." Naruto shouted out towards the beast with a snarl across his face, a mocking grin lazily splitting both of the Jubi's mouths. Slowly, its 4 red eyes then slid open and looked up at the blonde-haired youth, its grin only seeming to widen as they did. Its fifth eye then opened up, Naruto twitching as he recognized the eye as the same one that was on Madara's final mask. The Jubi tilted its head soon after, gazing at him at an angle and then yawning loudly, Naruto standing against a surprising gust of wind coming from the Jubi's mouth. The beast then crossed its two frontal paws and chuckled while grinning down at the blonde. "So you're back from the dead, Ningen?" Jubi commented even as its fifth eye began to glow, staring at the blonde for a moment, before an amused chuckle echoed from its throat. "And I see you got my old Ine chakra from Shinigami-sama while you were at it as well, how interesting." The Jubi decided while Naruto leaned the Kusanagi against his shoulder with a frown, Yatagarasu cawing towards him loudly. "Whatever, at least I don't look like something a Nico spit up." Naruto retorted with a slight smirk and the Jubi frowned towards him, its many eyes narrowing onto him dangerously. "Be glad that you amuse me, Gaki, otherwise I would take great offense to such an insult." The Jubi growled out towards the blonde darkly, Naruto merely rolling his eyes and crossing his arms over his chest. "Regardless of how fucking great you think you are, Jubi?" Naruto growled out before turning to glare at the enormous beast furiously. "No matter what happens, I won't lose to you, and I'll make certain you never harm anyone ever again." Naruto shouted at the Jubi with a glare and it merely chuckled while looking down at him with one of its eyebrows raised slightly. "Your arrogance is most amusing, yet completely unfounded, runt. You may have the power of my Yang chakra, but even combining that with your own impressive reserves would too little to match my Ine chakra and Trigon's demonic powers," the Jubi said with a sneer before grinning down at the demon raven with clear amusement. "Humph, so I see that a small remnant of you did survive being sent to hell. How truly annoying. Why can't you people just stay dead?" Jubi questioned while tilting its head to one side, clearly bored before yawning slightly. "But, in either case, that no longer matters to me, for you see I am neither Trigon nor Kyuubi," the beast stated and then grinned down at the two teens sinisterly, its eyes glowing with an eerie crimson light. "I am the Jubi no Yami. And while you might have stood a chance against those who combined to form me, you two little runts are no match for my power," the Jubi declared and Naruto glared at it before crouching down and roaring loudly, as he changed into his Jubi no Okami form and then glared at the Jubi fiercely. "I don't care who or what you think you are, I'm the Jubi no Okami, and I'm still going to take you down once and for all this time," Naruto sent out as a mental signal, Raven and the Jubi both hearing the message while the wolf roared, Yatagarasu flapping its wings and flying over to Raven's shoulder. "Don't forget me, love. I'm here to help as well," the Demoness added as she hopped onto the Okami's back, the Jubi chuckling in its throat before falling into a full bout of laughter. Glaring at the beast as it laughed at them, the two prepared to attack, the demon raven forming a familiar black energy over her free hand while Naruto crouched down. However, the Jubi soon ceased its laughter and then looked at them, amusement clearly visible on its features. "Such utter arrogance you Ningen possess. If the Rikudo Sennin himself couldn't truly stop me at his peak, what could possibly make you believe that you too can? Especially since your own full strength only equals to a mere fraction of his full power," the Jubi demanded even as it lifted its paws, digging them into buildings on either side of Naruto and Raven, then pulled itself up onto its feet slowly. The demon raven watched as it rose up, towering over them like a man would an ant, and mentally shivered before gripping onto the mane of fur at the back of Naruto's head. "Maybe because you're weaker than you were at your peak, which gives me and Karasuheim here all the advantage we'll need to take you down," Naruto exclaimed while spreading his limbs, eyes narrowed onto the Jubi dangerously. "True, runt, I am not at my peak ability, but you lack the experience that is necessary to truly make use of your power in that form. While it is possible that we offset one another in equality, my experience makes every drop of my power count. Not only that, but you're not even a tenth of my overall size, you're little more than an annoyance, no, an insect to a being such as me," the Jubi suddenly countered as a grin split both sets of lips on its head, then roared loudly. The sonic wave from the roar nearly pushed Naruto back, however he quickly wrapped two tails around the demon raven and then dug his other 8 tails into the ground, holding himself firmly to the ground. "But if you must die for me to finally prove my point to you, runt, then so be it," the Jubi then exclaimed while leaping off of the ground and slamming down into it and creating a gigantic earthquake that managed to shake all of Jump City. Quickly jumping off of the building he'd been perched on, Naruto then swung all of his tails back to create a burst of wind, throwing him towards the ground below. Running towards the Jubi as soon as his paws made contact with the ground, the Jubi no Okami then glared up at the truly enormous demon. Twitching slightly at this, the Jubi then lifted its tails and sent them all stabbing towards Naruto. However, the shadow from the enormous tails allowed Naruto to steer and maneuver his way around the tails before swinging his tails back for a quick burst of speed once more. Narrowing its eyes dangerously, the Jubi then dug its tails into the ground as a grin crawled over its features. Its many tails then began to rise out of the ground and slam towards Naruto as he twisted and turned around them. Barely managing to evade the enormous tails, Naruto then opened his mouth and gathered a fair bit of chakra within it. Kakuho! Naruto exclaimed mentally and thus fired off a salvo of miniature menacing balls towards the Jubi's face. However, the beast merely grinned as several of its tails shot forward and took the hits from the attack. However, much to Naruto's annoyance, the blasts were so tiny that they barely even managed to singe the enormous beast's fur, let alone damage it. Well, this is just great. Looks like we'll have to take this fight and get up close and personal with the Jubi, Narakuheim. Naruto noted while sliding on his paws and lunging towards the Jubi. However, one of its tails then ripped its way out of the ground, lifting up the street he'd been on top of it. Die runt! The Jubi exclaimed with an insane grin across its muzzled face as its other tails then lunged towards them. Naruto yelped while flipping out of the way of one of the 10 tails as it stabbed straight through the concrete street. Widening his eyes, Naruto then cursed while twisting out of the way of the next few tails as the street was torn apart by them. Looking around, Naruto lunged forward to escape from the tails, dodging and weaving around them as they continued to tear the street apart. Looking back as the tails started to come closer to him, Naruto then looked forward and widened his eyes as he approached the end of the street. Love, hurry and just keep running towards that thing, I'll do the rest. The Demon Raven ordered, and Naruto briefly looked worried before shaking his head. Narrowing his eyes, the black-furred Okami then lunged forward, evading the Jubi's many tails once more before lunging off of the street and into the sky. Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos. The Demon Raven chanted while holding out a single hand, forming a platform for Naruto to land on. Grinning back towards the Demoness, Naruto then flattened his ears against his head as he landed on the platform and slid to a halt. Shaking his head, Naruto then looked back and Demon Raven silently nodded to him. Narrowing his eyes, the Okami then lunged across the platform just as a tail came towards them. The Demon Raven quickly held out her hand, forming a rectangular step, which the black-furred Okami moved over, more steps forming along the way. Growling low in its throat at the boy's approach, the Jubi then lifted up its right paw into the sky, casting an enormous shadow over Naruto. Looking up and cursing, Naruto quickly moved out of the way, pulling all his tails forward and then swinging them all back as one, pushing his wind chakra into them for good measure. The effect was instant. His tails created a gust of wind that propelled him out of the way in a burst of speed. Feeling his paws connect with another stare, Naruto then twisted on his paws and faced the Jubi's side. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto tried to think of something to do against it, but he wasn't sure on how to use the Izanami ability he'd used when this form was instinctually controlled. Yeah, I'd better make it a priority to learn my abilities in this form. The blonde thought to himself and then opened his mouth, forming a large sphere of chakra into it as his tails curled forward. Grinning to itself, the Jubi saw what the Okami was doing and thus lifted one hand just as Naruto fired an Imari towards him. Holding up his hand, the Jubi caught the Imari as if it were nothing but a baseball. Widening his eyes, Naruto then watched as the Jubi crushed the attack in his hand and then laughed to himself. So you want to fight like a true Bijou then, eh runt? Well then so be it. The Jubi declared while opening one of his mouths and forming an Imari. Only Naruto's eyes bolted open as it completed the sphere of energy in a fraction of the time. Oh shit! Naruto cried out while propelling himself out of the way, Demon Raven making a quick path for them to cross on. However, the Jubi's second mouth grinned as it turned and fired the blast at the two. Muttering curses under his breath, Naruto propelled himself faster and managed to just exit the radius of the blast. Then looked on with wide eyes as it tore a long deep trench out of the city. Okay, maybe it does deserve to be a little bit arrogant? Naruto admitted to himself, though would deny it if anyone else were to ask him about it later. Shaking his head of that thought, Naruto then turned to look at the smirking Jubi, its 5 eyes glaring down at him. Oi, what I wouldn't give to wipe that smug look off of his oversized face. The Okami added mentally before crouching down as the Jubi moved, only to twitch as it yawned loudly. Looking towards the Jubi, Naruto took a quick count of its tails, and then growled lowly as he noticed that they were all swaying behind the enormous beast lazily. He doesn't even consider me a threat? Naruto realized while mentally twitching, some of his old brash nature shining through as he hated anyone who underestimated him. No, that isn't the type of thinking I need right now. Being my old impetuous self will only get me killed here. Even when I'm playing with the kids it's because I know they can't actually hurt or kill me. But he's different. The black-furred Okami thought to himself while the Jubi cracked its neck and stretched out its massive body. Ah, it's been so long since I've experienced true freedom. Between you, your bitch of a mother, and that other Uzumaki bitch, I haven't been experienced true freedom like this in years. The Jubi noted another flare of fury working its way into the Okami from the insult towards his mother. Calm down Naruto. He's just baiting you. He wants you to attack him in anger, you'll be that much easier for him to kill. Naruto shouted at himself mentally while taking several long deep breaths and glaring at a smirking Jubi. Alright, think, your human form can use more jutsu, but those are too small or close range to be effective against this thing. This Okami form is faster, and has access to the heavily damaging chakra attacks of a Bijou. Naruto started thinking to himself while considering his options for a moment. Now then, I have my Rinnegan, my Shiranui, Imari, Kakuho, and a few other basic attacks, but what else can I do? I mean, I know I can use 2 more abilities in this form, Izanami and Amatsumi Kaboshi, but I still have no clue as to how they work. And since I have demonic chakra, well, Kyuubi's yang chakra, I should also have the sonic roar and chakra limb ability I had in my Jinchuriki forms. Naruto reasoned to himself while looking at the Jubi, then twitched as mentally listing his abilities really wasn't helping him. Not only that, but the Jubi seemed to be playing with him, clearly not seeing him as any kind of threat. Okay, as for this fucker, it can at least fire 2 Imaris with those 2 mouths of its, has Trigon's all-seeing eyes, which I'm assuming is what that big 5th eye actually is. All the basic chakra abilities of a Bijou, is bigger than a fucking mountain, but its body is so big all its attacks are easily visible, and its arms are slow, the fastest thing on it is its tails, and it uses those most, meaning I'd need to target its tails, if I could get around to its back fast enough, but it's too big for that to work. The black-furred Okami thought to himself while watching the Jubi as it stared him down as well. Mentally twitching as his options were more or less nil, the young Okami also considered his other Rinnegan abilities, thus quickly thought of the only way to truly take the thing down. Stealing his resolve, Naruto crouched down and snarled while glaring at the Jubi as it looked down at him. Think of something yet, love? The demon raven questioned, and rather than answer, Naruto lunged forward, towards the Jubi. Growling lowly, Naruto then threw a paw forward, forming a hand of chakra that shot out to a building and pulled himself over to it. Grinning at this, the Jubi watched as the Okami continued with this course of action, pulling himself between the nearest buildings. Soon coming close to the Jubi, Naruto lashed out with a chakra claw to its fur and grabbed on before pulling himself over to it. Chuckling to itself, the Jubi looked down as Naruto then lunged up the side of his arm. Interesting tactic, you think your size will help you here? That I won't attack for fear of harming myself? Intelligent, but with me, ineffective runt? Jubi mused aloud while swinging his tails towards the black-furred Okami. Seeing the tails heading his way, Naruto narrowed his eyes before taking a deep breath and exhaling in a sonic roar. The roar temporarily knocked the tail back, however it quickly slipped towards him. Cursing to himself, Naruto lunged to the side as the tail came at him again and again while lightly slicing into his own arm. However, as Naruto looked back, he mentally groaned when he saw the wounds healing just as quickly as the tail managed to make them. Narakuheim, follow my lead. I think I know something that'll hurt this oversized demon. Naruto shouted back to the demoness, causing her to raise a brow but still got a good grip on the mane of fur at Naruto's neck. Growling to himself as she readied herself, Naruto then took a deep breath before breathing out a torrent of familiar white flames onto the Jubi's arm. Seeing this, the demon raven smirked while forming a crimson fireball into her right hand and then threw it into the white flames, adding it to the mix and burning into the Jubi's arm with the flames' combined heat. As soon as the flames hit its arm, the Jubi's eyes widened in pain and it shrieked, throwing its arm up and throwing Naruto and the demon raven high up into the air. Looking down, the demoness cursed before quickly forming a circular platform for them to land on while the Jubi flicked its arm, scowling furiously as the flames burned its flesh. Looking up to where Naruto and the demon raven were, the Jubi's eyes narrowed and its ears flattened against his head. Oh shit, now he's really pissed. Naruto thought to himself as the Jubi let loose with an earth-shaking roar, the sonic roar sending him and the demon raven flying into the air. Growling as they flipped in the air, Naruto twisted around to right himself while the demon raven formed another platform for them. Looking from its still burning arm and then up to Naruto and the demon raven, the Jubi narrowed its eyes into a heated glare at the two of them. Don't look now, love, but I really don't think setting it on fire was a good idea. The demon raven noted while looking towards the clearly furious Jubi, and then watched on as it raised a paw high into the air, into the clouds above them. Watching on in shock as the paw came down towards them, Naruto quickly propelled himself with his tails and lunged out of the way. Twisting in the air, Naruto watched as the demon raven formed several platforms, the black-furred Okami jumping from platform to platform. Sliding to a halt on the final platform, Naruto turned and watched on as the massive paw suddenly slammed into the ground, causing another earthquake to rock the entire city. Love, I don't think our friends can take too many more hits like that. Your barrier clearly wasn't designed to withstand against earthquakes. The demon raven reminded Naruto, causing the Okami to grimace before shaking his head as the Jubi narrowed its eyes onto him dangerously. Snarling with fury in its eyes, the enormous beast suddenly spread out all 10 of its tails and opened up both of its mouths, the white flames of Shiranui still burning into its arm. Watching the Jubi in confusion as he continued to run towards it, Naruto then felt his eyes bolt open as a tiny sphere of energy formed at the tip of each tail and within both of its mouths before expanding outwards. Shit! Narakuheim, I need you to stay low on my back, and whatever you do, don't let go or look up. Naruto ordered quickly, the demoness deciding to do as told as she laid her body flat against the enormous wolf's back and then blinked as his 10 tails wrapped around them to form a sphere. No sooner than the sphere was formed did the Jubi suddenly grin darkly. Imari Renden. Menacing ball barrage. The enormous beast's voice echoed out as its tail spiraled inward and fired all 12 Imaris towards Naruto and the demon raven. The spheres of energy also tore apart the city and caused the Jubi itself to fly back from the sheer force of the attack. Gritting its teeth, the Jubi had to use its tails to anchor itself down while Naruto spun in place. Shinra Tensei. The blonde exclaimed, forming a spherical barrier of gravity around himself and the demon raven. The shield staved off the barrage of energy blasts sent towards them by the Jubi, causing the beast to scowl as they continued to spin and fall towards the ground. Opening up his tails on his way down, Naruto then flapped them backward and propelled himself forward, his paws touching down with a building that he quickly lunged across. Blinking her eyes open, the demon raven then looked around at the devastation that the Jubi had caused with but a single attack with wide eyes. I hate to say it, love, but I think we're outsized, outmatched, and plain old outclassed here. The red-skinned demoness noted aloud, and Naruto merely grunted while keeping an eye on the Jubi as it turned to them with an annoyed glare. Mentally growling, Naruto quickly lunged towards the enormous beast while the demon raven continued creating pathways for the Okami to run along. Narrowing its eyes onto the Okami in the sky, the Jubi quickly raised its right arm into the air, before swinging it down towards the Okami. Twisting in the air to evade the arm, Naruto then allowed himself to fall through the sky and down towards the Jubi. Growling low in its throat, the Jubi swung its tails up towards the black-furred Okami, only for it to twist out of the way. Latching onto the tails, Naruto then ran down their length and towards the Jubi's tailbone. Twitching in annoyance, the Jubi crouched down before jumping up high into the air. The velocity of the Jubi rising into the air caused Naruto and the demon raven to fall down, unable to move as they were pressed into the Jubi's back. Landing on the ground while Naruto rose further into the air, the Jubi caused another city-shaking earthquake. Twisting out of the way of the small Okami, the Jubi then swung its tails towards Naruto once more. This time the tails managed to knock into Naruto, sending him spinning back in a roll before the demon raven managed to form a platform, which Naruto's paws came into contact with. Growling lowly, Naruto looked towards the Jubi and propelled himself forward, towards the enormous beast. The demon raven made several pedestals for Naruto to jump from, soon reaching the Jubi where the Okami quickly touched down on its nose and continued to move forward. Narrowing her eyes dangerously onto the Jubi, the demon raven then formed a ball of fire in her hand. She then took the chance and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the beast. The flames slammed into the Jubi's face, causing it to grunt out in annoyance while Naruto continued running up along its arm, hoping to reach its head. Twitching in clear annoyance, the Jubi quickly threw its arm to the side, tossing Naruto and the demon raven off. Twisting in the air, Naruto managed to land on his paws and skidded back, landing in a low crouch and glaring towards the Jubi. "I'll crush you both," it declared loudly while raising its tails high up into the air and then sending them all slamming towards the, to it at least, tiny wolf. Growling lowly, Naruto then flapped his tails for another burst of speed, evading the falling tails before jumping off of a building and making his way towards the Jubi. Damn it, this sucks. Killing it like this will be all but impossible even for me, especially in under an hour. But right now I just need to get to its head for a moment and somehow distract it for my real plan to work. Naruto explained to the demoness, and she raised a brow but decided that didn't matter while forming several platforms for the wolf to run along once more. Soon approaching the Jubi, the two looked up and saw its eyes blaze a brilliant crimson while glaring down at them. "Enough of these games," it declared while lashed out with a hand and catching them in one of its enormous hands. "I have endured your continued existence for long enough," the Jubi declared while reeling its arm back and then throwing the wolf and demoness away. However, before they could hit a building, Yatagarasu swooped down and grabbed two of Naruto's tails, quickly beating its wings and lifting him up, only to place him and the demon raven onto the building gently. "Meddling servant to the unworthy kami. Begone with you," the Jubi roared out while its many tails lunged forward, lashing out at Yatagarasu. Flapping its wings with all of its might, the three-legged raven flew around the attacks, evading every single strike from the tails and quickly moving into a dive. Zipping down with impressive speed, Yatagarasu then opened its wings when it approached the ground and flew towards the Jubi. The beast itself frowned as its tail slammed into the ground, and yet the annoying bird somehow managed to evade harm yet again. You must learn, the reign of you pathetic Ningen has ended and that this world now belongs to me. The Jubi roared out at Yatagarasu while swinging one of his clawed hands towards the flying raven. Seeing the incoming swing ahead of time, Yatagarasu flapped its wings and rose up into the air. Seeing the Jubi's incoming hand, the raven quickly flapped its wings, creating enough force to push itself out of the way of its enormous claws. Rising up into the air, Yatagarasu then righted itself and flapped its wings once more, pushing its body towards the towering Jubi. Folding its wings flat onto its sides, Yatagarasu then dive-bombed towards the Jubi. Growling low in its throat, Jubi opened its upper mouth and quickly began to form a sphere of energy into it. Imari! The beast exclaimed while sending the sphere of energy flying towards the incoming Yatagarasu. However, the bird quickly opened its wings and was propelled up into the air, out of the way of the attack, where it then circled above for a moment before flying into the distance, a scowl crossing the Jubi's face. However, below Yatagarasu, Naruto rose back up onto his paws and shook his body for a moment. Closing his eyes and fixing several cracks and holes in his bone-like armor, the Okami then looked back towards the demon raven, who was rubbing her head with a scowl. Can we not do that again? The demoness pleaded, and Naruto merely grunted before lunging forward, off of the building, and she sighed. I'll take that as a no. She grumbled out while forming numerous black platforms for the Okami to run along towards the Jubi. However, upon spotting them, the Jubi grit its teeth and lashed out with one of its hands again. Flapping his tails back, Naruto was propelled forward, out of the way of the enormous hand, and continued towards the Jubi. Narrowing its eyes onto the Okami, the Jubi then sent its numerous tails towards Naruto. Grunting as the Jubi tried this tactic yet again, Naruto crouched down for a moment before rocketing forward. Propelling itself by pushing wind chakra into his paws, the blonde idly noticed a trail of silver light was flowing off of his paws. I've really got to figure out what all I can do in this form sometime. Naruto thought to himself while narrowly evading the first tail, and then narrowed his eyes as he saw one heading straight for him. Lunging forward, Naruto bit into the tip of the tail, and the Jubi growled while throwing him up high into the air. Propelling himself with his tails as he did, Naruto shot down towards the Jubi only for one of its tails to lunge at him. Moving to the side just in time to miss it, Naruto then ran along the length of the tail and then yelped as another tail hit him from the side. Grinning darkly, the Jubi then shot out another tail, which then slammed into Naruto, sending him flying towards the ground. Cursing under her breath, the demon raven formed a protective dome of black energy around them even as they both crashed into the ground, Yatagarasu cawing from above in some vain attempt to rouse Naruto. Elsewhere in Jump City, Jinx and the others watched Naruto slam into the ground in the distance from behind the protective barrier created by the Shikujo. Clenching her fists, Jinx then turned around and faced the others. What the hell are we doing just standing around here? She demanded, and Seymour scratched the side of his face with a confused look spread across his face. Keeping safe like Temp told us? The one-eyed teen questioned, and Jinx huffed while Nightwing frowned. I see what she means. Why are we all just standing back and letting them do all the work for us, when we should be fighting with them? Nightwing stated while Jinx nodded her head to the former Boy Wonder with a glare. Exactly. What are we, a bunch of fucking kids or something? You Titans have collectively kicked more ass than my team combined, yet you're all just sitting around here while Temp and the demon chick fight that monstrosity. And you guys aren't any better. You fought Darkseid and Hades himself, yet here you are with the rest of us. When we should be over there, helping our friend to take that thing down once and for all. Jinx shouted at them, and BB rubbed the back of his neck while looking towards the enormous beast warily. I know what you mean, Dedette, but we're all like the size of amoebas compared to that thing. What could we do against it? BB reminded, and Jinx crossed her arms and gave the green-furred teen an annoyed glare. Are you saying you can't change into something big enough to at the very least hurt that thing? Like, oh I don't know, a T-Rex and bite its tail, or have Starfire drop you on it while you turn into a Brachiosaurus? Jinx demanded, and BB blinked before slowly shaking his head, as he knew of a few animals that might be able to at least damage it slightly. Right, then what about the rest of us? What are our excuses for sitting back here and letting our leader and friend get pounded on by that thing? Jinx questioned of the rest of Tartarus, and Gizmo muttered something before glaring at the girl. Oi, we get it already. And if I'm going to die, I guess I'd prefer to do it helping Temp out against a giant monster. Well, at least it's better than dying in what will most likely be a slow, painful death after he's gone, or even being eaten by some random monster that thing conjures up to take over the world. Gizmo mused with a shrug of his shoulders, and Danny snickered before giving a thumb up to the pinkette. No way am I about to let Sensei die before he can finish teaching me, so you can count me in as well, Danny said, and the rest of Tartarus reluctantly agreed, Nightwing looking to his own team as they did. Well, what do you say, guys? We going to let them take all the glory for themselves or what? Nightwing asked the other Titans with a smirk, and Cyborg scoffed while crossing his arms over his chest. Fat chance of that happening, he declared, while Starfire looked to her sister and quickly grabbed the girl into a bone-breaking hug. Please, sister, if you will go into battle with the enormous monster of badness, then I shall do so also, Starfire said while hugging her dark-haired older sister, Blackfire merely rolling her eyes before pushing her off. I thought we had a talk about all the hugging, Blackfire reminded the girl, and Starfire grinned nervously, before Dr. Fate shook his head with a chuckle. Well, I believe I speak for us all when I say that if you all shall face that thing, then so shall we also face it, Dr. Fate agreed, while Etrigan snorted and looked at them all with a deep frown across his face. This mission is naught but a fool's errand, I fear. Take heart in the moment, for our end surely draws near, Etrigan grumbled in verse, Shayera rolling her eyes before deciding to translate for the demon. What I think Etrigan is trying to say is not to think of this as our last stand, live in the moment, and remember that no matter what happens, we've done our best to save this world, Shayera explained, and Batman silently nodded his head, Nightwing, Jinx, and Dr. Fate looking to one another before Jinx grabbed Naruto's Shikujo and yanked it out of the ground. I hope you all know that it is highly likely that none of us will be walking away from this fight, Ravager chose to remind the group, only for Jinx and Nightwing to look to one another. That's a distinct possibility, but the same could be said if we stay here. Standing around, we're assured death. At least we'll have a chance if we help X take that thing down, Nightwing replied while crossing his arms over his chest, Ravager shaking her head before pulling her katana from her back. Well then, if you're all going to walk head first into battle and almost certain doom, I might as well tag along for the ride, the white-haired girl decided, while the young Raven looked at them all as if they were insane. How can you all talk so casually about this? None of you will be coming back if you fight him. He's stronger than my father was, and he was already invincible, the young Raven reminded, and the group looked amongst themselves for a moment before Batman walked over to the girl and knelt down. You're right, we probably are going to walk to our deaths. But it's not because we're underestimating the threat he poses to us, no. It's because we can't just sit here and do nothing while others fight on. Hero, villain, mercenary, or even thief. I've found that they all have one thing in common. It isn't that they have powers, it isn't that they have gadgets, and it isn't that they have partners or friends. Batman started to explain, and a confused look crossed over the girl's face. Then, what's the same? She asked, and Batman stood up, looking down at her for only a moment before closing his eyes. Resolve. The resolve to constantly keep coming back after every defeat. The resolve to keep on saving lives, even when we're hurting or have lost those close to us. The resolve to never give up, no matter what the circumstances. The resolve to see whatever we do through, even to the bitter end. Batman replied, and the young Raven looked to the Dark Knight with wide eyes as he then turned around and walked to the others. That is what we have in common, that is what makes us the same, Batman told the girl flatly, and then turned back to the others. Alright, let's go, we have a story to see through to the end, Batman stated, and Dwella snickered into her hands before looking at the Dark Knight with a grin. Oh, you really have no idea just how correct that statement is, she said, mostly to herself, and then laughed loudly while Jinx shook her head in exasperation. Taking a quick breath to solidify her resolve, the pink-haired girl then looked around to the large group that was to stand together against the Jubi. Alright then let's teach that oversized demon it can't mess with our friend and get away with it, Jinx declared, even as the Shikujo seemed to react to the string of beads that Jinx was wearing, glowing with a faint white light. Kid, let's get over there and fast, Jinx ordered, and Kid Wykyd nodded his head silently before pulling his cloak up and over them all, causing them to vanish into the shadows. Get up, Naruto, the demon Raven pleads while shaking Naruto, the black-furred Okami lying on his side, unconscious and unmoving, while the Jubi glared down at him and the red-skinned Demoness. Now we finally end this runt, the Jubi declared while moving its arms to the sides and dragging itself closer to the two. Naruto slowly opened his eyes slowly and then growling as he glared up at the Jubi. However, looking up, the wolf then saw the enormous beast's center eye begin to spin, recreating a familiar shape. Kitsunabe, it exclaimed with a grin, sending a hail of purple flames flowing towards them when Naruto grinned slightly to himself and managed to get to his feet. Shiranui, the blonde exclaimed loudly as he pushed his chakra forward in a wave, the familiar white flames forming along the way. The white flames flowed forth like a torrent, quickly consuming the Jubi's foxfire and leaving it to gape in shock. As the fires of Shiranui consumed the foxfire, Yatagarasu swooped down and began to beat its wings, feeding the flames and causing them to rise up and flow onto the Jubi. Screeching in pain, the Jubi stumbled back as the flames of Shiranui burned into its arms, searing its flesh. What again? What is this fire? The beast demanded while the flames burned into both of its arms before suddenly grunting aloud as several small explosions impacted against the side of its face. Turning its center eye to the side, it then saw the group of heroes standing against it and sneered. So all the vermin finally come out of the woodworks. Good, now I can have the pleasure of killing you all at once. The Jubi declared. However, Slade lunged from off of a building and spun the Guardian's war axe in his hands before roaring out as he threw the weapon towards the Jubi, embedding it deeply into its center eye. Seeing her chance, Jinx pulled her arms inward and then spread them out, sending a wave of pink hex energy along the ground. The wave of energy then flowed under the Jubi, causing the road to give way and it to fall onto its side. Shayera then flew forward, her wings beating against the wind as she activated her mace. Stopping in midair, she then twisted around and threw the weapon with a roaring, sending it flying into the war axe in the Jubi's eye, and digging it even deeper into the closed orb. Shrieking out in pain, the Jubi thrashed about while clawing at its face to try and stop the pain. As the Jubi thrashed, his tail slammed into anything and everything around them, Kid WYKKYD quickly forming out of the shadows to grab Jinx, then vanishing and grabbing Shayera out of the way as well. As it did, Starfire and Blackfire flew past the Jubi, over the ivory flames, and landed next to a Naruto. As soon as she saw them, the Demon Raven shook her head to clear the shock of them actually standing against the Great Demon and glared at Starfire and Blackfire. What are you human idiots doing? He told you all to stay behind the barrier and keep safe. She reminded the two Tamaranians angrily, and Blackfire rolled her eyes before giving the Demoness a smirk. Yeah, but we're his friends. Blackfire reminded as she got beside of Naruto, Starfire doing the same, both sisters lifting up the enormous wolf. And as his friends, we cannot allow him to stand against this most evil being of 10 tails without us by his side as well. Starfire said with a nod of her head, then flew with Blackfire over the flames of Shiranui still flowing along the ground. Why are they doing this? What are they getting out of putting their lives on the line like this? Why not just stay back and stay where it's safe? I don't understand why they do this. The Demon Raven thought to herself, wondering why this didn't make any sense to her, since she had done something similar to prevent the Titans from being harmed before. Meanwhile, Kid Flash was running along the ground under the Jubi, easily moving around its thrashing tails. Growling lowly, the Jubi lifted an arm in an attempt to right itself, grabbing hold of a building and using it as leverage. Seeing this, Kid Flash lunged forward and quickly ran in a circle under the arm and around the building. Soon enough, the speedster created a miniature tornado that lifted the limb up into the air. Soon running out from under the Jubi and releasing the tornado that lifted it up, thus causing the beast's limb to fall off of the building, the Jubi falling to the ground face forward when he did so. Shaking his head and growling darkly, the Jubi opened its 4 remaining eyes and reached out to grasp Kid Flash with a deep scowl. However, before he could do so, Kid WYKKYD suddenly appeared and pulled the speedster into the shadows, the Jubi gritting its teeth as they escaped. However, it then grunted as a torrent of flames and magical energy then hit the side of its face. Opening an eye, the Jubi then narrowed it as it saw its attackers, Dr. Fate using his magic, Gizmo using a laser from his pack, Seymour using his eye-beam, and Etrigan using his demonic fire. Roaring out in fury, the Jubi sent one of its tails towards the group, only for Kid WYKKYD to pop up and rescue them yet again. I am going to kill that annoying mortal. The beast thought to itself with a dark frown across its features. Moving both of its arms up, the Jubi placed them onto 2 of the still standing buildings and lifted himself up off of the ground. Shaking his head for a moment, the enormous demonic beast then started looking around for its attackers, primarily Kid WYKKYD, so he could crush the annoying mortal and so they would stop escaping from him. As it did, BB flew as a pterodactyl into the sky and towards the semi-blinded Jubi as it claws at its own face, trying in vain to pull the tiny axe out of its enormous eye and only serving to slice through its own face. On the opposite side of BB, Danny is flying intangibly towards the Jubi as well, a grin clearly on her face under her mask. Roaring out in pain, the beast's tails thrashed about, the group below making sure to stay out of its flailing tail's way while Slade jumped down to the ground, landing next to a surprised Ravager. Father? She questioned in surprise, and Slade looked to his daughter with his single, slate gray eye for a moment. For the record, I'm nobody's servant. He replied before looking back to where BB was flying around the numerous tails that were thrashing about, causing whirlwinds and earthquakes with each swing they made. Danny was merely remaining intangible while approaching the other side of the Jubi's head. Soon both saw their target, BB quickly changed into an armadillo and fell towards the Jubi, while Danny dive-bombed it. Flowing through the Jubi's skull, Danny entered into its left ear while BB changed into a raven at the last second and flying into the creature's ear as it continued to thrash about. Flying around in its skull for a short while within the enormous beast's ear, BB soon came to the deepest portion of its ear and changed into a whale. Danny soon reached the same spot in the Jubi's other ear and took a deep breath of air. Landing within its head as a whale, BB then let out a loud groaning sound within the Jubi's inner ear. While on the other side, Danny let loose with a banshee scream into the Jubi's opposite ear, ringing both eardrums violently. As the two sounds echoed within the Jubi's head, the enormous beast shrieked in pain once more, rearing back and falling down, back first into the ground. The Jubi slammed into the ground with a mighty slam, shaking the earth beneath it while BB and Danny both flew out of the Jubi's ear and into the sky once more. As the Jubi heard a loud ringing in its ears from the two sounds, it started to get up, only for 8 enormous snakes to rip their way out of the ground, then wrap around the beast. "What is this?" the Jubi demanded while gritting its teeth and shrieking when the familiar snakes started to bite into its body. "Wait a minute, is that Orochimaru?" Naruto wondered to himself while watching the false Yamato no Orochi wrap its body around the Jubi. The first of its head then quickly bit into the side of its neck, the next 4 each twisted around and sunk their poison fangs into the Jubi's legs, 2 more of the snakes wrapping around its 10 tails before biting into one another. The tails of the snake then coiled their way around the Jubi, holding it down while its final head spit out Orochimaru. The Serpentine Man then shot up and grabbed hold of the Guardian's war axe and ripped it out of the Jubi's eye, causing it to shriek in pain and trash about in the grasp over the false Yamato no Orochi that was wrapped over its form. Twisting in the air, Orochimaru fell towards the ground with axe in hand and an amused smirk across his face. Seeing the ground approaching, Orochimaru merely twirled the war axe in hand before digging it into the building at his side. Hanging on as he slowed down, Orochimaru soon found himself on the ground and chuckled lightly while looking up towards the pained Jubi. "Alright, I'll leave the rest up to you and your little friends, Naruto-kun. For the time being this should make for an excellent replacement for the Kusanagi." Orochimaru mused while focusing his chakra into the weapon, then smirked as its blade burst into flames. Within the city, watching on with wide eyes as the Jubi thrashed against the bonds of the false Orochi, a sense of hope slowly started to well within her chest. "I don't believe it. They're actually doing it, they're hurting it," she whispered and then watched as a furious Jubi roared loudly, the sheer force of its roar destroying the skin of the Yamato no Orochi that Orochimaru had left to hold it down. Grunting lightly, the Jubi then got back to its feet, widening its eyes when it saw that it was bleeding heavily. "Yes, they're hurting it, it's just so amazing, isn't it?" the demon raven noted dryly while walking over to her human half with a frown on her face. Turning to her other self, the young raven looked away before hearing a loud caw in the distance. Both girls then looked up and saw a white raven flying overhead before dive-bombing. Blinking for a moment, the young raven yelped even as the bird impacted with her, creating a blinding light, her demonic half hissing while backing away. Soon the light faded away and in place of the young raven, was a full-grown raven, albeit in white rather than blue and black clothing. Blinking for a moment, the now older raven looked to her hands for a moment, then up towards the injured and panting Jubi. "If their resolve can help them overcome something like that, then shouldn't we fight with them?" Raven asked her other self and the demoness scowled deeply. "Give me one good reason I should work with a goody-goody like you?" the red-skinned demoness demanded and Raven crossed her arms over her chest. "Because if we don't work together, you have to go back to hell when everything is said and done, while I get to stay out here." Raven reminded the demoness flatly and she suddenly twitched at that tidbit before grumbling under her breath with a scowl. Sighing softly, the demoness then formed a ring of obsidian energy around her body while glaring at the White Witch. "Fine, but I'm only doing this for the fact I'll still be with Naruto in some way. If I had things my way, I'd gladly head back to hell with him, rather than be a part of you," the demoness declared angrily and Raven managed a light smile while forming white energy into a ring around her own body. "I think that's a good enough reason," she decided and walked into the demoness, a spiral of black and white energy suddenly shooting into the sky as the two became one complete being again. This isn't possible. Not even the Rikudo Sennin himself could truly stop me. You worthless ninjen shouldn't even be able to harm me like this." The Jubi snarled and Naruto smirked as Starfire and Blackfire landed, Cyborg and Mammoth grinning as they reared their arms back with the girls holding on to Naruto. "Yeah, well, you're not the old Jubi. You're just a cheap knockoff, so shut up about how great you are already," Naruto grumbled out and sent towards the Jubi, a snarl forming on the beast's lips while Cyborg and Mammoth grinned. "Alright, let em go, Mammoth," Cyborg cried out as he and Mammoth launched Starfire, Blackfire, and Naruto into the air, sending them flying faster than normal. Gritting its teeth, the Jubi sent its tails towards the two girls only for them to dodge and weave around them and then rear Naruto back and quickly throw him straight towards the Jubi. Falling towards the Jubi, Naruto then smirked as the Jubi opened its mouth and lunged up at him. Grinning slightly, Naruto formed his tentails around his body into a ball as the Jubi snapped its jaws over him. However, a mere second later, the Jubi shrieked in pain and threw its head back, a ball of white fire flying into the sky. Twisting around, Naruto released the flames of Shiranui and looked down to the beaten and battered Jubi before moving all 10 of his tails forward. Jubi Imari! 10-tailed menacing ball! Naruto exclaimed as the energy formed at his mouth, only to be unleashed in a powerful wave, which then slammed into the Jubi, sending it careening into the ground and burning more of its flesh from its body as well. Grinning to himself, Naruto flapped his tails once more, giving himself a burst of speed and flying down towards the Jubi. "I won't lose to the likes of you pathetic little ninjen." The Jubi snarled, half the flesh burned away from its face as it looked up and opened its mouth to form an Imari of its own. Not giving Naruto the time to put up a defense against it, the Jubi unleashed its Imari directly towards the falling Okami. However, a second before it would have impacted with the Okami, 5 obsidian black spheres quickly formed around him, each one inside the other, protecting him from the blast. Widening his eyes in shock, the Jubi then watched as the attack passed, blowing a hole clear out of the sky above. However, the spheres of dark energy then seemed to melt away, revealing a long-haired version of Raven. Her body looked like it was back to normal with the blue cloak and black clothing/armor restored, however her hair was onyx black and gave off a violet sheen, her skin was tanned, neither gray nor crimson, instead appearing to be lightly tanned, her 2 eyes were a blazing crimson red, and upon each hand she had sharp black claws. "Kara-chan?" Naruto questioned and a smirk crossed the girl's lips, turning around to face the wolf for only a moment. "Maybe you were expecting someone else?" She quipped dryly and then yelped as Naruto pounced on her, then started to lick her face. Okay. I'm happy to see you as well. Down boy, heel." Raven ordered playfully while pushing the happy Okami off of herself, then looked towards the Jubi with a slight frown across her face. "I think you've still got something to take care of. You've got a time limit, remember?" Raven reminded the Okami and it nodded its head, Raven forming a sphere of dark energy around him and twisting around, then roaring out while throwing the blonde down towards the Jubi with all her might. Smiling slightly as he moved towards the climax of their story, Raven then flew down towards the rest of her friends, landing on the ground and then raising a brow as they all looked at her in shock. "Raven," BB started to ask as he approached the girl with wide eyes. Is that really you?" The green-furred titan questioned and the girl frowned while crossing her arms and bringing her hood up to shadow her features. "Does this answer your question?" she asked in her usual stoic monotone, BB grinning widely when he heard her familiar voice. "Raven," he exclaimed happily while latching onto the girl in a hug, soon followed by a jubilant Starfire. "Oh friend, it is most joyous to have you return to us," Starfire exclaimed while picking Raven and BB up off the ground and twirling with them in her arms. Phasing out of their grasp, the Dark Titan then pulled her hood back and shook her head. "It's nice to see you both as well, but let's not forget we've still got to see the end of this," Raven reminded while looking to where Naruto was still falling towards the Jubi. However, the beast roared out, lunging at the Okami and snapping its jaws over him. "Die runt." Jubi growled out angrily only to shriek out in pain and throw its head back, opening its mouth while Naruto flew out spinning into the air. However, oddly enough, his entire body was coated with the white flames of Shiranui, briefly making him look like a pure white wolf. Twisting around for a moment, Naruto soon righted himself and looked down to where Jubi was spitting out blood, the white flames burning his mouth. Inwardly chuckling at the sight, Naruto then spun around while the Shiranui flames over his body quickly went out. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto propelled himself down towards the Jubi, only for Yatagarasu to fly over him and land on his back when he got close to the beast. Raising a brow for a moment, Naruto then felt a strange yet warm presence suddenly appear in his body. "Chakura Kasari. Chakra chains." The Okami exclaimed as dozens of spiked chains ripped their way out of his back, then wrapped around the Jubi, causing it to snarl and thrash against them as they dug their way into the ground and pulled the enormous 10-tailed beast down to the ground. Landing on the ground with a soft plop, the Okami then looked to the struggling Jubi in shock. "Wait a minute, those are Mom's chakra chains," the black-furred Okami thought to himself while gazing at the chains that had formed out of his back and wrapped around the enormous beast. Shaking his head afterwards, Naruto then grit his teeth as the Jubi lifted up a hand and started to pick himself up from the ground. "Alright, I've got Mom's chains, but I'm just one, wait a second," Naruto then thought and closed his eyes while focusing on molding his chakra. Inwardly focusing, the Okami then grit his teeth, as a couple of copies seemed to form out of his back. The copies shook their heads for a moment, before looking from Naruto to the Jubi, then ran towards it, spreading out as they did. Snarling deeply, the Jubi then reached out and tried to grab one of the copies, however it quickly moved out of the way before sliding to a halt and formed its own chakra chains, and they shot around the limb and it started to back up. On the other side, another copy did the same thing, a third moving in front of Naruto, taking over for him, while a fourth and fifth copy used their own chains to hold its legs down, trapping all but its tails, which the body of the fake Yamato no Orochi managed to hold onto. Naruto then smirked as he also quickly returned to his human form, taking a breath and looking to Yatagarasu on his shoulder. What is up with this bird? The blonde wondered to himself before turning back to glare at the Jubi as his Okami Bunshin, wolf clones, held it down for him. Crouching down for a moment, the blonde then lunged forward, Yatagarasu flying from his shoulder as he did. Naruto quickly jumped up over a torrent of Kitsunebi from the Jubi as it breathed it towards him upon his approach. Breathing lightly as the flames passed, Naruto then formed the Kusanagi into his hand, before calling upon the wind to launch himself higher into the air. Narrowing its eyes, the Jubi lifted one of its arms, barely, and reached out for the ex-shinobi. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto launched himself towards the hand and twisted around in mid-air while extending the Kusanagi, slicing cleanly through the length of the beast's entire arm, and even one of its eyes as well. Widening its eyes, the Jubi screeched in excruciating pain, thrashing about in its bindings while Naruto held out a hand towards it. Shinra Tensei! The blonde exclaimed while bringing down a mass of gravity down upon the Jubi, pressing it down into the ground, helping the Okami Bunshin to hold it. Coming down onto the Jubi's back with a smirk, Naruto then turned, swinging the Kusanagi and slashing and slicing through the Jubi's body. Turning the sword in hand soon after, Naruto then gripped the handle with both hands and stabbed it down through the Jubi's spine, lengthening the blade and causing it to stab straight through the beast's entire form. The Jubi's eyes widened as he did, and a pitiful sound escaped its lips as the blonde then pulled his sword from the beast's body. Looking at the mass of cuts and lacerations he'd left on it for only a moment, Naruto then turned towards the beast's head while dismissing the Kusanagi. Jumping up to it, Naruto landed with a soft plop and smirked darkly. Widening its remaining eyes as he did, the Jubi tried to see the blonde as he placed a hand onto it and frowned deeply. "You were right about one thing, Jubi," the blonde admitted while quickly gripping hold of something that lay inside of the Jubi and holding onto it as tightly as he could. "This is the end," he then declared while quickly jerking back on his arm, ripping out the familiar red chakra of the Kyubi from the beast. The Jubi cried out as he did so, its body turned to ash and began to flow away with the breeze, soon enough leaving only Trigon screaming in its place. Knelt down and in pain, the enormous demon then fell forward with Naruto standing on his head, his powers depleted and his body completely spent from the ordeal of changing into the Jubi. Naruto on the other hand held out his hand and looked to the brilliant crimson like that was the Kyubi's soul and In chakra. However, as he did, he felt his eyes widen before putting a hand to his head as a memory from the beast suddenly passed before his mind's eye. Twitching as the memories assaulted his mind, Naruto then grit his teeth and shook his head of them with a deep frown. Narrowing his eyes onto Kyubi's soul for a moment, the blonde then gripped it tightly, watching it as it seemed to squirm in his grip. "Don't worry, Kyubi, I won't be the one to ultimately kill you," Naruto thought to himself, and then turned on his heel and threw what remained of the Kyubi's chakra and its soul over to the side. The energy flew through the air before stopping in midair, creating a spiral of red energy as it did. Watching on silently, Naruto then narrowed his eyes as the beast reformed in the air and then landed in a heap and thus jumped off of Trigon's body and landed on the ground with a light plop. Letting out a quick breath and brushing off his coat, Naruto then slowly made his way towards the downed Kyubi. Looking around as he continued to walk towards the downed Kyubi, the blonde then watched as the Okami Bunshin all reared their heads back and into the air before suddenly howling into the sky. "I guess they're giving a victory howl of their own," the blonde-haired youth thought to himself while the Okami then retracted their chakra chains back into their bodies. Blinking for a moment at the strange sight, the blonde then smirked as the Okami Bunshin all dispelled themselves, leaving only a faint trail of smoke behind as they went. Soon coming to a halt, Naruto stood before the Kyubi and narrowed his eyes onto the beast as it opened its own bloody crimson ones. "You just had to do it, didn't you?" Naruto questioned darkly, and the Kyubi narrowed its eyes onto him while trying to reach its right hand for him. Worthless, little, runt." The Kyubi hissed out in pain while Naruto merely jumped onto its outstretched hand before it could do anything with it. "Me worthless? Who's the one laid out and completely exhausted around here, Kyubi?" Naruto quipped in reply while crossing his arms over his chest, the Kyubi narrowing its eyes onto him dangerously. "Or, perhaps I should call you by your true name instead. Naruto noted aloud and watched the Kyuubi's bloody crimson eyes widen before narrowing onto him dangerously. Be silent, runt, that weak little fool is long dead. I am all that remains of her now. The Kyuubi declared angrily, and Naruto tilted his head to one side, a look on his face that greatly annoyed the beast. Yeah, I'm so sure you are. Naruto replied and then turned his back onto the beast before jumping back to the ground and landing in a crouch with a sigh. As he did, an evil grin crossed the Kyuubi's face, its eyes showing a sort of mad glee as it did. Walking away now, surely you want revenge, to take my life for the things I've done, after all? I did manage to kill your wench of a mother once, as well as your bastard father. The Kyuubi reminded darkly, Naruto twitching before clenching his fists at his sides as he turned to glare at the grinning beast. However, just as he did, he suddenly came to a halt, eyes widening as a gong sounded out all around him. Feeling a shiver run up and down his spine, Naruto turned around, then watched on, as fog seemed to condense out of thin air. Shivering as the gong sounded yet again, the blonde-haired youth then watched as the earth split open, a long crack stopping just shy of him. Following the crack, Naruto watched as numerous Hitodama spilled out of it, rising up and floating into the air before hovering around silently, followed shortly by a single hand that reached up and out of the earth itself. Meanwhile, the Titans and Tartarus felt as if something had walked over their collective graves. A deep and what felt nearly unending feeling of fear and loss echoing out in the souls of each of them. Raven herself felt fear for what was now the second time in her life, the sheer depths of fear confirming what she believed to be coming. Etrigan was only slightly less fearful than the humans, being essentially immortal helped, however even he felt some amount towards the thing that was coming, as the entire world around them was suddenly covered in a dense unending fog. Dude, like what's going on? BB asked while shaking in his shoes, Nightwing slowly shaking his head while watching as something slowly rose out of the earth. The being's back was to the Titans, Tartarus, and JLU, however its sheer size and the black energy seeming to flow off of its body gave them all a clear indication it was not something that was to be trifled with. Looking to Naruto, the Shinigami then threw its arms to the sides, an evil grin upon its face as it looked to the blonde darkly. It is time. The Death God declared, and Naruto took a quick breath of air and then stood up, grimacing slightly as his worn-out body protested to the action. Making his way towards the Shinigami, Naruto then fell to his knees and bowed before the beast, panting slightly while holding out his arms. Shinigami-sama, Naruto whispered while looking up to the Death God, the said being chuckling as it gazed from the battered form of Kyuubi to Trigon. I present to you, the dreaded Kyuubi no Kitsune, it is yours to do with, as you wish. Naruto stated while Yatagarasu landed on his shoulder, as if to protect the blonde from the Shinigami. It then cawed loudly. Tilting its head for a moment while looking to the spiky-haired blonde, the Shinigami then looked over to the Kyuubi and then watched as Naruto gave him a look. Our deal is done, now you can take the Kyuubi, and just go. Naruto stated, and the Shinigami's sneering grin seemed to widen as it floated away from the blonde. Silently, the being hovered towards the Kyuubi, the multi-tailed beast's eyes widening at its approach. Groaning, the beast tried to pull itself away, only to grit its teeth, the loss of chakra from forming the Jubi, summoning the Yukai, and then having his soul forcibly ripped out of Trigon, disabling the majority of his motor functions. At long last, the threat of the Bijou shall finally be ended, the Shinigami declared while reaching up and pulling its dagger from its mouth. The Shinigami then threw its arm forward, digging it into the Kyuubi, causing its eyes to widen in fear. No. The Kyuubi somehow managed to get out in a hoarse whisper before it was quickly dragged to the mouth of the Shinigami. Your soul is mine. The Shinigami uttered darkly while easily pulling the body of the Kyuubi back and opening its mouth. Shrieking aloud as the Shinigami then devoured it whole, the Kyuubi struggled against the pull of the Death God even as the Shinigami finally swallowed it and then snapped its jaws closed, sealing it away forever. And behind it, Naruto looked at the Shinigami in no small amount of fear, then watched as it turned back around and floated over to stand before him once more, slipping its dagger back within its teeth silently. You have done well, young Okami. But be forewarned, this is not the end of your story, this is only just the beginning, you shall be of further use to us, in the future. The Shinigami warned ominously as it slowly turned into a mist before ultimately vanishing, the mist and fog slowly flowing into the crack they'd appeared from. Soon enough even the crack itself sealed shut, leaving Naruto to shiver before looking to where the Titans and Tartarus were running over to him from. Dude! We did it! BB exclaimed happily while Danny flew over to stand at her sensei's side with a grin on under her mask. Sensei, that was so awesome. Do you think you can teach me that wicked soul-ripping trick? Danny suddenly asked, and Naruto blinked before frowning towards the girl for a moment. Unfortunately, I really don't think I can teach something like that, and even if I could, I really don't like using it myself. Naruto replied while Danny pouted and crossed her arms as the rest of Tartarus walked over to the blonde and congratulated him as well. Huh. That'll teach that stupid thing, and anyone else, not to mess with Tartarus. Gizmo declared with a killer grin on his face, the rest of Tartarus agreeing with the tiny terror while Jinx smiled towards Naruto. Thanks for the gift. It really did come in handy, Jinx whispered to the blonde-haired teen, and he raised a brow before looking to the string of beads. Seeing that the beads were giving off a faint white glow, Naruto then blinked before smiling softly to his pink-haired friend. No problem, Jinx. He offered with a grin on his face, then looked to the side and saw that Nightwing was looking at him with a thin frown across his face. So are you finally starting to run out of steam or what? Nightwing questioned of the blonde-haired teen with a smirk forming across his face, and Naruto merely grinned towards the other teen in response. Yeah, well, I'm too tired to come up with some witty retort right now, give me a little time to at least catch my breath, kid. Naruto mumbled while Jinx then offered the tired blonde his Shikujo back. Giving a grin to the rosette, Naruto reached out and took hold of the staff, then started to lean against it heavily. Breathing out for a moment, the blonde then grimaced when he saw Batman, Etrigan, Dr. Fate, and Shayera walking over to them. However, when he felt Raven hug him from the side, the blonde smiled and placed an arm over her shoulder, only to frown towards where the injured Trigon was. However, I don't think we're really all done here yet, Naruto then said while watching as Trigon was slowly turned himself onto his hands and knees while panting heavily to himself, then slowly pushed himself up to glare at them. I think I'll handle this one, Raven stated while walking from the group and over towards her father with a deep frown on her face. Grunting lightly, Trigon glared at the approaching form of his daughter, even as he bled from multiple wounds inflicted upon both him and Kyuubi when they were combined then separated. You think you are a threat to me, little girl? Even in my weakened state? I am still more powerful than you. Trigon growled at Raven as he slowly grit his teeth and lifted one of his hoofed feet up and dug it into the ground. I am your creator. Your master. You exist only to serve me. You survive only because I allow it. Trigon growled at Raven as she continued to approach, frowning deeply and forming a ring of black and white energy around her waist. What hope can a mere child like you have of defeating her all-powerful father? Trigon demanded, and Raven narrowed her eyes onto the enormous demon dangerously. You may have created me, but you were never my father, Raven declared while firing twin beams of energy at Trigon, one black and one white. The beams connected with Trigon's chest, knocking him back where he was forced to brace himself against a building before watching as Raven continued to approach him. Wretched insignificant? Trigon started to say only to cry out as Raven fired another stream of energy into his chest, knocking him back and through the building completely, crushing it under his weight. Fathers are kind, Raven stated while walking forward and firing another beam into Trigon, sending him skidding to the side where he slowly got up on one knee. Fathers protect you, she added while firing again, Trigon rolling back and into a building before glaring at the violet-haired girl. Fathers raise you, Raven added while firing once more, black and white lightning swirling over Trigon and causing him to bow before the girl. Taking a deep breath, Raven then closed her eyes and called upon the power she'd left with her friends. Nightwing, Cyborg, Starfire, and Beast Boy all looked to one another as they felt a pull and held up a hand, a trail of familiar ebony energy flowing from their hands and over towards Raven. Holding up her own hand, Raven quickly absorbed the power into herself before glaring at Trigon fiercely. I was protected by the monks of Azarath. I was raised by my friends, Raven exclaimed while glaring at Trigon, the enormous demon managing to gaze at the girl with one eye. They are my family, this is my home, and you are not welcome here, Raven exclaimed while flying into the sky and throwing her arms to her sides. Seeing this, Naruto closed his eyes and vanished in a swirl of white flames, only to reappear and wrap his arms around Raven from behind, Shikujo still in hand. Blinking in shock, Raven turned to see Naruto over her shoulder and the blonde grinned towards her. Mind if I help you out here, Kara-chan? The blonde-haired teen questioned of the girl, and a small smile worked its way across her face. Moving her arms up to form an X over her torso to hold onto his arms, she then turned her eyes back to Trigon. Not at all, she whispered in reply before closing her eyes, Naruto closing his own as they mixed their powers together. Azarath. Metrian. Zinthos. Both Naruto and Raven exclaimed as their combined powers suddenly burst forth, forming a pillar of black and white energy that reached into the heavens. Spotting this, Yatagarasu cawed for a moment before flying towards the pillar and entering into it as well. Soon enough a pair of wings burst from the pillar, looking a great deal like those of Raven's soul self. Soon enough, however, a pair of familiar purple-gray eyes opened up from within the power, causing all of the energy to explode outwards across the world. Trigon was hit by the wave first, holding up his arms only to scream as his body was simultaneously burned and ripped apart. Soon enough all that was left of Trigon was his dying scream, and the power then stretched outward, forming into a white field that spread outwards in a circle, undoing the damage done by both the Jubi and Trigon. The Titans, Tartarus, and JLU watched on in silence as the wave of energy approached and then flowed over them as well. The energy then stretched out, farther and farther, crossing over the entire planet, and righting what Trigon had done. Meanwhile, Naruto had what sounded like wings flapping, from what he could only assume was Yatagarasu. Slowly his eyes fluttered open to an endless blue sky, the sun shining overhead brightly. Blinking for a moment, Naruto found himself spread out, arms outstretched to either side, his shikujo in his right hand. Looking around from this position, Naruto raised a brow when he saw mountain peaks were completely encircling him on the horizon. He also noticed that, oddly enough, he seemed to be laying on nothing but a cloud, yet he wasn't falling through it, as he should have. What the hell? The blonde questioned and then used the shikoju to pull himself up and gripped it with both hands. Where am I? The blonde questioned once more and heard Yatagarasu caw. Looking up, he spotted the three-legged raven was flying overhead before slowly lowering itself. Turning around to see where it was going, Naruto found a body connecting with his and a pair of arms wrapping around him. Blinking in surprise for a moment, Naruto then widened them when he saw a familiar shock of crimson hair. I missed you, Sochi, son. A woman whispered, and Naruto widened his eyes before closing them and wrapping his arms around her as well. I missed you too, Okasan, Mom. The blonde replied quietly while smiling faintly as he even recognized her smell from so long ago. She still smells just like a warm sunny summer day. The blonde thought to himself absently before taking a breath and pushing back, stepping out of her arms and seeing a tearful smile on her face. But, how are you here? Naruto asked, and Kushina looked to her left shoulder, Yatagarasu landing and rubbing the side of its head into her cheek. My little friend here arranged it? Kushina admitted while petting Yatagarasu, and Naruto noted how odd it was that the bird was acting that way. So what, is it your pet or what, and how can a bird bring us here anyways? Naruto questioned of the woman, and Kushina blinked before looking to Yatagarasu then to Naruto with a grin. Yeah, you could say he's my pet. And as for how we got here, he's a summoned spirit, which allows him to bring you to his domain, and all Karasu are tied to death as spirit warders, thus allowing him to bring me here as well. Kushina replied in explanation while reaching up to rub the neck of Yatagarasu once more, the raven cawing lightly as she did. And the little-known fact that I held the Karasu summoning contract when I was alive also helps. Kushina added with a grin on her face, and Naruto blinked before rolling his eyes and looked all around. Where are we anyways? Naruto questioned of the woman, and she made a sound for a moment while crossing her arms. On the border of life and death, in the realm where spirits dwell. Or just the spirit realm if that helps. She replied with a smile on her face, and Naruto blinked then sighed while leaning into the shikujo. And to think I was actually trying to get here when I first escaped Konoha? Naruto said to himself, and Kushina snickered into one hand before grinning towards her son for a moment. You're as bad at that jutsu as I am, Sochi. I remember back when I first learned it from the Karasu when I was younger, I actually ended up a couple 100 feet in the air instead of the spirit realm. Sarutobi and Minato only just managed to catch me before I went splat, and then they put it into the sacred scroll as an S-rank ninjutsu because of how dangerous it was, Datbane. She stated with a wide and very familiar grin over her face, and Naruto gave her a look. At least I managed to break into another dimension. What's your excuse? Naruto demanded of the red-haired woman, and she twitched while glaring at her son for the crack, only for both to suddenly burst out into laughter. Man, I sure did miss having you around, Okasan. Naruto said with a true smile on his face, and Kushina nodded her head before breathing out. Yeah. But you shouldn't, Sochi. I do take the time to check up on you from time to time, one of the few things I enjoy where I'm at actually. Kushina stated, and Naruto gave her a look, smirking slightly as he did. Yeah, I know, give you some privacy when you're with your girlfriend, right? Kushina stated as she knew what that look meant, then crossed her arms and shook her head. Teens, they all think they don't need their mothers anymore, it's so disrespectful. Kushina said half seriously, smirking the entire time, causing Naruto to roll his eyes and then shake his head. Well, look at it this way, Okasan. At least I don't have your annoying verbal tick anymore. Naruto noted with a smirk on his face, and Kushina blinked for a moment before grinning widely. Oh yeah? Huh. Take that, Sarutobi. I told you Sochi wouldn't get it from me. You and your damn seal caused it, Tbane. Kushina stated while pointing into the sky, and Naruto laughed to himself, holding his ribs while Kushina blinked and then blushed. Never mind. She then said while Yatagarasu made a slight chirping laugh as well, the woman pouting towards it. You little traitor, she said with a pout, and yet Yatagarasu still didn't cease with its laughter. However, Kushina then let out a sigh and looked to the smiling Naruto with a sad look. Well, looks like it's time for me to go, Sochi, she stated, and Naruto stopped his grinning and looked to the woman silently. Sighing, he then leaned into his shakujo and closed his eyes before opening one eye with a sad smile on his face. Of all the things I've wanted over the years, the thing I wanted most was just to be able to see you again. And now that I have, well, I kind of wish you could stay and maybe meet Kara-chan. Naruto replied while rubbing the back of his neck, and Kushina blinked for a moment and then smiled as well. Oh yeah, her, speaking of your girlfriend, good work on finding her, Sochi. Even if you did disobey me when you did, Kushina said with a nod, and Naruto raised a brow while looking to his mother strangely. Huffing and crossing her arms, Kushina then gave the blonde-haired youth a look. Don't you remember, Sochi? Back when you were little I told you to find a girl like me who wasn't weird, yet somehow you find one who's practically my exact opposite. Kushina reminded, and Naruto blinked for a moment before giving the woman an annoyed look. So? He asked with a slight growl, and Kushina smirked in response. So what? It's your life, Sochi. Besides, she seems like a good match for your reckless impulsive self, sort of like Minato was for me. Kushina replied, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders, not wanting to think about that. However, he then yelped as his red-haired mother suddenly grabbed him around his neck with one arm and gave him an annoyed look. But if you ever disobey me like that again, I swear that I'll pound you into the ground, Tbane. Kushina declared with her eyes narrowed, and Naruto gasped while gripping the arm around his neck. All right. I get it, Mom. Just, please let me go. Naruto shouted, and Kushina nodded her head with a smirk while releasing the blonde, causing him to breathe in then exhale, before giving the woman an annoyed glare. Geez, Shikamaru was right, moms really are scary. Naruto thought to himself while Kushina looked around, and a slight sad smile crossed her features as she looked back to him. Anyway, Sochi, sorry to say it, but it looks like I can't stay here any longer, my time's up. I have to go back now. Kushina then stated, and Naruto blinked before a sad frown crossed his face. To Yomi? Naruto asked with a noticeable trace of fear in his voice, not wishing the fate of those poor souls on his mother, and yet Kushina smirked towards the blonde, as a white mist started flowing around her. No, and before you ask, let's just say I have my ways of staying out of that place. Oh, and before I forget, happy birthday, Sochi. Kushina replied softly, causing Naruto to raise a brow as he could almost swear he saw what looked like several red-orange markings appear over Kushina's face. However, before he could check again, the world blacked out, a soft voice echoing in his ears. Jump City. The world has been saved, all traces of Trigon and Kyuubi's invasion/takeover banished from existence. Much like it had been earlier, the sun was shining warming rays down upon the city, birds flew through the sky, chirping happily as they did, the bay shined as the light caused sparkles to dance across its surface, and the wind gently shakes the trees of Jump City Park, causing them to lightly bend. Also, like it was earlier, the people of Jump City are once again going about their business, walking to and fro to reach their destinations, all save for a familiar group at Jump City Harbor. Dude, it is like such a beautiful day, BB stated with a nod of his head, breathing in a breath of fresh air as he did so, only for Starfire to grab him in a hug. Oh, I do so agree, my friend. It is indeed a most joyous day to be alive, she exclaimed while floating off the ground, and BB gasped as he started to turn blue. St. Starfire? Air. He gasped out, and Starfire blinked before releasing her friend while Cyborg slapped his face and Dwella fell over laughing. Oh god, that is just so fucking hilarious. Dwella exclaimed before falling into yet another fit of laughter, Tartarus sighing as she did so. Meanwhile, only to the side were Jinx and Raven, both hovering over an unconscious Naruto. Oddly, Raven looked like she was back to normal, for her, having her old gray skin pigmentation, violet hair and eyes, and her nails/teeth were also back to normal, though this somehow annoyed her, mostly because in that form, at least she looked normal enough to blend in with the crowd, and therefore, she could go out with Naruto without drawing attention to herself. Naruto, wake up, Raven stated while shaking her blonde boyfriend lightly, while Jinx hovered over the unconscious blonde nearby. The city was also back to normal, confused people looking around in wonder, trying to figure out what had just happened to them and their fair city. However, Naruto himself seemed to be unconscious, eyes closed and limbs spread out as he lay on his back. Also around the area, the other Titans were surprised that the world was completely back to normal, as if none of the damage Trigon had caused was real. The JLU were contacting the others on the watchtower to confirm that everything was indeed all right. And finally, several members of Tartarus were passed out from exhaustion, Kid WYKKYD sleeping on the sidewalk soundly after a long day's work. Of the members still conscious, Gizmo, Danny, Dwella, Blackfire, Jinx, and Billy Numerous seemed to be the only ones. Tempest, please don't be dead. Jinx started to say to the unconscious blonde when Naruto suddenly sat up and blinked his eyes open. Looking around for a moment, the blonde then groaned while rubbing his head with a visible grimace on his face. Okasan hasn't changed one bit, she's still a little on a weird side of things. The blonde-haired teen grumbled with a true smile on his face, while Jinx and Raven latched onto him. Okay. I think I could get used to this. The blonde mused aloud with a smirk on his face, only to blink when he heard someone clearing his throat. Frowning as he did, Naruto then looked to both Jinx and Raven, the girls blinking then glaring at one another as they let him go. Shaking his head for a moment, the blonde then used his Shikujo to lift himself up to his feet. Need something, kid? Naruto asked the spiky-haired youth, but before Knight could comment, BB sprung forward with a grin. Dude! We did it! We saved the world! BB exclaimed happily, his arms raised into the air with a grin on his face, and Cyborg chuckled to himself. Ah yeah baby! Let's say we head back to the tower, I'm making some waffles, and then we're gonna go out and party all night long. Sai stated with a nod of his head as if that was that, Starfire giggling to herself while Blackfire rolled her eyes. It was most joyous to do battle by your side, beloved sister. I would very much enjoy to do so again in the future. Starfire stated while hugging Blackfire tightly, the older girl twitching slightly as she noticed the difference in their height again. Coriandar, let me go. Blackfire growled out and Starfire blinked before chuckling nervously as she released the dark-haired girl. Woo-wee. We've survived the end of the world, Billy, don't that just beat all? Billy Numerous exclaimed while grinning to one of his clones, and it grinned back at him. Yeah Billy, I bet Mandy LL have kittens when she hears we helped beat up an enormous demon. The clone added, and Billy nodded his head in agreement with his clone while Dwella snickered into her hand next to Danny. He's such an idiot. Danny mumbled to herself while shaking her head, and Dwella slipped an arm over her shoulder. Nearby, Kid WYKKYD opened one eye and rubbed his face. Upon seeing the rest of the team were resting on the ground, either unconscious or asleep, Kid discreetly began to slip into his cloak, grab them, and then teleport them back to base while none of the heroes were looking. Hey, at least he doesn't have an enormously bulbous nose anymore. Dwella offered in reply to the girl's comment, and Danny raised a brow while Billy grimaced to himself with his clones. Any more? The ghostling girl questioned with a raised brow and a visible smirk on her lips, only for Billy to quickly rush over and slap his hand over Dwella's mouth to prevent her from saying any more. It's a long story, little miss, but let's just leave it at that for now. Billy said quickly before dragging Dwella away, the insane clown girl snickering to herself as he did so. Hiya folks. Nice to see y'all again, hope the wait for this chapter didn't kill ya. The girl then exclaimed inwardly towards the audience, as per usual with the insane teenager. Shaking his head at the insanity starting to break out around him, Nightwing then pinched the bridge of his nose with a frown. Honestly X, how in the hell do you put up with these guys? Especially Dwella. Knight questioned with a shake of his head, and Naruto merely shrugged his shoulders in response, an amused look on his face. Honestly kid, I'm not so sure myself. The blonde-haired teen replied truthfully, and Jinx snorted before snickering into her hand, Raven rolling her eyes. As that was happening, BB was listening in on the conversation when he saw Kitten walking down the street and quickly slipped away from his friends. Sneaking up behind the girl, the green teen grinned as he prepared to surprise her, only to blink as she turned to face him with a smirk on her lips. Dude, no fair, how come you always know it's me? BB muttered with a pout, and Kitten giggled into one of her hands. I'm just good at that kind of thing, beastie, so what are you guys doing out here? Kitten questioned while seeing the Titans, and then widened her eyes when she saw Batman. Oh crap, he's here. She mumbled to herself with wide eyes, not turning away from the Dark Knight, and BB nodded his head with a sigh. Yeah, the Titans, JLU, and even some bad guys just worked together to save the world, BB explained, and Kitten blinked her eyes, then shook her head and gave her boyfriend a look. Seriously? Bad guys actually helped you and the JLU this time? She questioned with a raised brow towards her boyfriend, and Beast Boy quickly nodded his head. Yeah, I know, right? It was so wicked, dude. Raven's dad is this big bad demon named Trigon the Terrible, see, so she. BB started to explain while Kitten listened to her boyfriend with clear interest on her face. Nearby, Cyborg was watching with a raised brow, easily able to recognize the blonde girl before picturing her with pink hair, thus causing a smirk to cross his lips. Starfire, however, was twitching as she hovered beside of the titanium teen, glaring at Kitten angrily as she did. Please, friend Cyborg, why is friend Beast Boy speaking with her? Starfire asked with a slight growl, Blackfire raising a brow with an amused smirk at the animosity in the younger Tamaranian's voice. You mean to say you can't recognize her? Sai asked with a grin, and Starfire gave the titanium teen a look. No, I recognize the kitten, but I mean, why is she speaking with friend Beast Boy? Starfire replied, and Cyborg snickered to himself, confusing the red-haired alien princess greatly. Imagine her with pink hair. Sai then stated with another snicker, Starfire doing as told and then widening her eyes. Staring at BB and Kitten for a moment, she then grabbed Cyborg by the front of his armor and looked him in the eyes. This is unacceptable. The kitten is a mean and cruel girl. We cannot allow this to continue, I must. Starfire started to say, only for Cyborg to grab her and place a hand over her mouth as she started to spew curses in Tamaranian. I see that little Starfire needs to learn how to let her grudges go. Blackfire noted with a smirk, and the said red-haired girl suddenly glared at her sister, clearly trying to remind her of her own grudges that she never let go. Hey, I've changed. Blackfire stated while crossing her arms over her chest with a frown, Starfire still muttering curses while an amused Cyborg held her back. Well, personally I'm glad BB's with someone, even if it is her. She's already done her time for that prom stunt, so it's perfectly legal, and besides that, she seems to make BB a whole lot smarter than he normally is, so I'm all for that. Cyborg stated, Blackfire rolling her eyes while an angry Starfire simmered, amusing the dark-haired alien princess greatly. So this kitten annoys little Starfire in the same way X annoys Nightwing? This could be most amusing in the future. The dark-haired alien thought to herself, smirking while Kid Flash sat next to Donna and both looked confused. Any idea why she seems to hate that kitten girl so much? KF asked his friend, and Donna shook her head while cracking her neck, and wishing it wasn't so much trouble to fight hordes of demons. Meanwhile, Naruto and Nightwing were staring at one another, a frown on the dark-haired teen's face. Kid, would you stop with the staring already? It's just starting to creep me out now. Naruto grumbled aloud, and Nightwing crossed his arms over his chest with a deep frown. Give me one good reason I shouldn't throw you in jail, throw the key into a black hole, and then never think of you again, for all the hell you've put me through? Nightwing replied, and a flat expression crossed Naruto's face as he gave the teen an annoyed look. It's my birthday for one thing. Naruto started, and Nightwing blinked for a moment and then frowned deeply. I just helped save the entire world, and quite possibly the entire universe, from an enormous demon bent on the utter and complete eradication of immortals. Naruto then added, and Knight shrugged his shoulders as if that happened every other week, and with their world, that was a distinct possibility. And finally, I've not only helped stop Poison Ivy and Harley, I also helped you guys with that plant invasion, saved both Billy and Blackfire's lives, took down that asshole Orochimaru. Naruto started to list before a thought came to mind, and he quickly looked around. Shit, where the hell is that fucking asshole snake, Orochimaru anyways? The teen then demanded loudly, and Nightwing cursed as he realized that Slade and Ravager were gone as well. Damn it, I turn my back for 1 second and he gets away again. Knight grumbled to himself while Naruto started to mutter numerous curses in Japanese, a deep scowl across his face. Well, this is just wonderful. Now I need to go out and find that stupid Hebe team before he causes more hell for this world than he did in my world, and knowing him, he's going to be going out experimenting on every fucking metahuman he finds. Oh, and not only that, but he'll probably also look for some way to become immortal in this world as well. The blonde grumbled while rubbing his face with a deep scowl, Nightwing turning back around to glare at him for a moment. Unfortunately, X, you still need to go to jail for. Knight started to say, only to blink as Naruto smirked, Kid WYKKYD coming out of the street and grabbing him and Jinx before vanishing into the shadows. Looking around, the dark-haired teen then scowled when he saw that the rest of Tartarus had also escaped thanks to the teleporting teen as well. Never mind, we'll catch them next time. Knight grumbled out once more while Cyborg snickered into one hand and Starfire continued to scowl towards Kitten and BB. Breathing out a sigh, Knight then looked to Raven with a frown, the girl narrowing her eyes. Do not start with me right now, Nightwing. I've had a very long day. She stated flatly while poking his chest, and then pulled her cloak in on herself, vanishing in a swirl of black and making Knight frown. Shaking his head for a moment, Cyborg then walked over to his friend and placed an arm over his shoulders with a smirk. Knight, just lay off it, man. NAR's not such a bad guy, and he and Ray are really good together. Cy stated with a shake of his head, smirking slightly as he quoted the blonde-haired super thief, though it wasn't the first time. Cyborg, he's a villain, we're heroes, we have to take him in jail. It's our job, remember? Nightwing stated while giving the Titanium Titan an annoyed look, and Cyborg rolled his eyes before looking to Starfire. What do you say, Star, should we throw NAR in jail? Cyborg asked, drawing the red head from her glaring and making her blink in confusion. I asked if you think we should throw Naruto in jail cause he's RedX and all. Cyborg repeated, and a look crossed Starfire's features, the girl floating into the air, crossing her arms, and considering that question for a moment. Well, it is our duty to protect the city from the villains, and yet I cannot say I wish to do so with the RedX as he has helped both myself and my sister. Starfire admitted while looking to her shoes, Nightwing twitching while looking over to Donna and Kid Flash for support. I hate to say it, Rich, but besides that one day of non-stop pranks, I haven't seen him do one evil thing. I mean, yeah, him stealing from you is bad and all, but that's about it since no one else is trying to press charges. Kid Flash explained, and Nightwing had to give the speedster that, and since X's new suit didn't run on Xenothium, it also meant he couldn't be taken in for possession of illegal materials. Wait, he still had the damn belt and actually could be taken in for that instead of Naruto. Crap. Unfortunately, I am in agreement with Bart, Richard. It seems to me that this is more for the sake of your own personal vendetta against RedX than it is for justice. Besides that, he has saved us all numerous times already, and I've yet to see him actually steal anything, at least not that we can prove. Donna replied grudgingly while Nightwing muttered something under his breath, and then raised a brow as a happy BB walked over with a smile. Yo dudes, what's up? BB asked, and Nightwing turned to the green-furred member of his team with his arms crossed over his chest. Beast Boy, do you think we need to catch X or not? Knight asked his teammate with a flat expression, and BB widened his eyes before looking to either side nervously. Well? Dude, NAR isn't such a bad guy, and I mean, it's not like it's a priority to catch him, and villains are people too, and Raven would totally kill us if we did and all, maybe, but? BB started to say before looking around nervously for a moment, giving a quick salute and then ducked behind a smirking cyborg for protection from Nightwing. Guys, X is a criminal, it's our job to capture him and all other criminals in the city, we can't just let him run wild when we're supposed to be protecting the city from villains like him. Nightwing reminded the group with his arms crossed over his chest, and BB frowned for a moment while looking out from behind Sai. Technically speaking here, dude, we're vigilantes like Batman, and since that's the case we're also breaking a ton of laws just by doing what we do. Thereby, seeing as vigilantism is also against the law, wouldn't that mean you'd have to go to jail with the rest of us going as well? Beast Boy retorted, and Nightwing blinked for a moment, the rest of the Titans staring at the green-furred teen. What? Back in the Doom Patrol I learned a lot. One tiny tidbit is for all intents and purposes we're all vigilantes and therefore we're also breaking the law. Beast Boy reminded with a nod of his head, and the other Titans continued to stare at him. Besides the fact that he's right, you seriously need to chill out, Knight. Sai stated, and Nightwing gave him an annoyed look, Cyborg sighing as he looked to the others. Alright, show of hands, who wants to actively try and catch X, thus ruining Ray's relationship, and probably bringing about her unholy wrath upon us all? Sai asked with a smirk while Nightwing gaped at the teen as none of the team raised their hand for obvious reasons. Looks like the votes are in, Knight, you're on this one. Cyborg stated with a nod, and Knight twitched before muttering under his breath with a frown. However, before Knight could shout at his team about Naruto being a criminal and they were heroes, Batman walked over to them. Batman, Knight stated darkly, and the Dark Knight merely raised a brow while Dr. Fate, Etrigan, and Shayera stood behind him. Nightwing, Batman said while nodding to the former Boy Wonder and then looked to the other Titans. Congratulations seem to be in order, we've managed to survive and ultimately stop the end of the world. Batman stated, and BB grinned over to Kid Flash, the red-haired speedster, doing the same. And as such we wish to offer you all these. Shayera said while handing each of the Titans a tiny earphone, handing one extra to Nightwing, clearly for Raven. What are these things? Cyborg questioned while looking at his, and Dr. Fate chuckled slightly to himself. Those are JLU communicators. Welcome to a select group of honorary JLU members. Dr. Fate explained, then took a thoughtful look, seemingly ignoring the looks on the Titans' faces. However, I do believe that your old friends Speedy and Aqualad are also members. Dr. Fate then admitted, and Knight grunted for a moment before looking at the earphone and stuck it into his utility belt. Dude, we have a membership with the JLU. Awesome. BB exclaimed, and Shayera shook her head before sighing. You're honorary members, which means that you're essentially on call, while remaining freelance? Shayera stated, and BB blinked before nodding his head slowly, Etrigan mumbling something to himself. Anyways, if you ever need our help again, and you will, call us. Batman then stated while giving a look to the teens, Dr. Fate nodding his head in agreement. This is Batman to Watchtower, for to bring up? The Dark Knight then said while placing a finger to his ear, the 4 JLU members vanishing in a flash of light as he did. Dude, that is so cool. BB cried out, and Cyborg frowned before bopping the green-furred teen on the head. A foot splashed against green-tinted water while 2 figures made their way down through the sewers. Looking around with a flashlight in one hand, Slade suddenly narrowed his eye dangerously. What is it, father? Ravager questioned, and Slade turned towards her for only a moment before straightening his back as a familiar ivory-skinned serpent man walked out of the shadows, a cocky smirk upon his lips as always. "Nothing, Rose, just an old snake," Slade replied, and a chuckle escaped from Orochimaru's lips as he walked towards the two. "So, everything is back to normal, you've gotten your body back? I believe all that remains is for you to complete your end of the bargain," Orochimaru noted while holding onto the Guardian's axe, Slade twitching slightly as he looked at the wicked weapon for a moment, then to its new owner. "You are correct, a deal is a deal," Slade agreed while reaching into his utility belt and pulled out a slip of paper from it. "This is the location of the research and formula you'll need to gain my enhanced regeneration ability. However, I must make one last request: leave the Titans out of any of your future plans, they are mine to deal with," Slade stated while holding the paper up, and Orochimaru merely reached out and took it from the masked man with a cruel smirk across his face. "Very good, Slade-san, our bargain is complete. And do not worry, I have no interest in those children. Naruto-kun is so much more interesting," Orochimaru replied with a smirk still splitting his face, and Slade made an sound. "And now I do believe that I still have some work to do myself," Orochimaru noted darkly while still smirking like a serpent, Slade merely narrowing his soul eye as the other man walked past him and Ravager. "Oh, and Slade-san," Orochimaru then said while turning slightly to see the man from the corner of his eye, Slade doing the same. "Don't try and get in my way, it would be most hazardous to your continued health, not to mention your continued existence in this world, and I'd say you want to keep your skin attached this time," Orochimaru warned darkly, the axe in his hand suddenly setting ablaze, as if to make his point, and then made his way further down into the sewer, Slade narrowing his soul eye as the man vanished into the shadows. "Father, was it wise to give someone like him access to such a high rate of regeneration?" Ravager questioned of Slade worriedly, and the masked madman scoffed while folding his arms behind his back. "Are you questioning my decisions, apprentice?" the man asked of the girl flatly, and Ravager widened her eyes before quickly shaking her head. "And no, of course not, father," she replied while bowing her head, and Slade turned and looked down at her coldly. "Then it shouldn't matter what I do. Besides that, it should be obvious to you that Orochimaru is far more valuable to us as an ally than he would be as an enemy," Slade stated while glaring at Ravager, the girl quickly straightening up before bowing her head to her father. "Yes, forgive me for not thinking of something so obvious, father," Ravager replied, and Slade hummed lightly while turning his back on the girl, eye closed and his arms crossed behind his back. "Very well, but we must go, we have to ready some plans of our own. The Titans may have new allies, but an old enemy is soon to return," Slade stated darkly while walking further into the depths of the sewers, Ravager watching on silently for a brief moment and then slowly following behind him. Metropolis. Ayane looked to the sky with a blink of her eyes, looking back to the city around her. She frowned as everyone went about their business as if nothing had happened. Then again, how do you explain everyone in the city turning to stone or hell itself suddenly coming to life? The magenta-haired girl wondered before slowly walking down the streets of Metropolis, slipping her hands into her pockets as she did. Closing her eyes, she decided to leave well enough alone and not ask too many questions when something strange happened in this already strange universe. "How the hell can you think like that? This place may be strange, but being petrified isn't normal by any circumstances," Sakura shouted in her head, and Ayane grunted for a moment, muttering under her breath about annoying head voices as she made her way back to her office. Her office of sorts also happened to be an abandoned warehouse. She got the idea to live in it when she saw how often police neglected to check them out, and also because the docks were fairly empty at night. This allowed her to help most villains who wanted medical attention at night, while during the day they'd have to sneak in. Smirking to herself, Ayane thought about how she'd managed to, in a week, get most of the villains in town coming to her. Helping a wounded girl by the name of Livewire had been all she needed, as the electrically themed villainess spread the word about her in no time. Given her ability to change into electricity, whenever Livewire wanted something to be known, it'd get known at lightning-faced speed. The amazing fact she'd been able to heal Livewire's wounds given her, to put it mildly, unique physiology also helped out, as it meant they didn't need to be completely normal for help. Thus far, her healing ninjutsu even seemed to work well with the wounds of aliens. Of course, Ayane also realized this was because her techniques just temporarily enhanced their natural healing without modifying anything. However, it didn't mean that they had to know that little tidbit as well. Shaking her head for a bit, Ayane then yawned as she walked to the docks and over to the final warehouse in the area. Soon coming to it, she looked around for a moment before walking inside and closing the door behind her. "Hey Bubblegum, where you been?" A familiar nasally and very annoying voice questioned, and Ayane twitched before looking to a chair at the side of the room. Sitting within the chair is a woman with bright blue hair standing straight up in numerous spikes, electric blue eyes, pale blue skin, black lips, and has a very slight physique. She wears a black leotard with a lightning bolt cut down the center, thigh-length black boots, and blue gloves over her hands. This was the supervillain known as Live Wire, who had unfortunately latched herself onto Iane after the magenta-haired girl healed her. Why, she didn't know. Maybe it was because Iane was fun to annoy, so she stuck around to get a rise out of her. Maybe she wanted to stay on her good side so Iane would heal her for free, or maybe she actually liked her. In any case, Iane had the constant annoyance of Livewire being around her. "I told you to stop calling me that. My hair is magenta, not pink," Iane shouted at Livewire, and the blue-haired woman merely smirked at her for a moment before rubbing her chin. "Not pink? Well, it sure does look pink to me, bubblegum," Livewire retorted, and Iane twitched visibly while crossing her arms over her chest with a scowl. "Shut it, you stupid blueberry bitch," Iane shouted while removing her coat and tossing it onto a coat rack at her side, Livewire looking from her hair to her skin before rolling her eyes with a smirk. "Come on, bubblegum, don't be like that," Livewire mocked playfully, and Iane flipped her the bird with a scowl across her face. Snickering into her hand, Livewire then watched the magenta-haired girl make her way over to glare down at her darkly. "What do you want, blueberry?" Iane demanded, and Livewire adopted a mock-hurt look while looking at the younger girl. "I'm insulted. I'm shocked you could ever think I would only come here to," she started to say indignantly, then smirked when Iane raised a brow and crossed her arms over her chest. All right. I wanted to know if maybe you and that weird chakra scalpel thing of yours wouldn't want to help me with old Blue Boy," Livewire replied before changing into a bolt of lightning, and then reforming at Iane's side, one arm slipped over the younger girl's shoulders. "'Cause the way I see it, your scalpel thing goes through the skin, right? So if that's the case, maybe you can cut a few of his muscles for me and we could rob a couple hundred banks. I could absorb a lot of energy, and then I could even take over the world and help with that one boy problem of yours," Livewire offered while leaning over her cheek against Iane's own, the magenta-haired girl reaching up to pinch the bridge of her nose as she does. "And are Superman's muscles any less durable than his skin?" Iane demanded while giving the blue-haired woman a look, Livewire merely shrugging her shoulders in response. "Hell if I know, but the guy runs on solar power, right? So since his muscles don't get any direct sunlight, they got to be a little less durable, right?" Livewire mused, then questioned, and Iane muttered something under her breath before blowing into her bangs tiredly. "No, not right. It's his body that absorbs the rays, and his powers are more like some kind of a genetic quirk that makes him as tough as he is, since he's an alien whose species developed on another planet. And since that's the case, then it's also possible that his muscles are also as hard as steel," Iane explained to the blue-haired woman, and Livewire pouted before shrugging her shoulders. "Besides that, I have to stay out of jail to heal morons like you when you all get hurt," Iane reminded the older woman, and Livewire nodded her head, knowing well how many villains had started coming to the magenta-haired girl recently. Yeah, bubblegum, whatever," Livewire said flippantly while turning into a bolt of lightning that zipped around the room before landing on the desk in the warehouse. Turning with a sigh, Iane glared upon seeing Livewire lying on her side with one arm propping up her head with a smirk. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Iane growled out in question, and Livewire grinned towards her. "Just going to make the place a little more welcoming is all," she replied, and Iane palmed her face, muttering something under her breath in Japanese before walking past the desk and into a series of walls she'd set up as a room. "Hey, where are you going?" Livewire questioned while languidly turning from her position on the desk, and Iane pinched the bridge of her nose. "Back here and away from you. If someone comes by, tell them I'll be out in a minute or something," Iane replied while walking over to a medical bed she'd managed to pilfer a couple weeks before, and then laid on it and leaned back. Deciding to get comfortable and take a nap, the girl then crossed her arms behind her head and closed one eye, leaving the other half open. "When the hell did I become your damn receptionist, bubblegum?" Livewire demanded while sitting up, and a smirk crossed over Iane's features. "You're the one sitting at the reception desk, Blueberry," she replied, and Livewire rolled her eyes before laying back down with one eye closed, Iane sighing as she turned slightly, closed both her eyes, and fell into a silent slumber. Tartarus HQ. The HQ is literally rocking with music playing at a volume that should be, and probably is, illegal. Inside, however, the majority of Tartarus is in ops, a party going in full swing with Billy handing beer out to all his clones. "Alright boys and gals, we just took down one seriously nasty demon, and proved once and for all that we're a group that isn't to be taken lightly, so let's party," Mammoth exclaimed with a grin before he and Private slammed their heads together. Shaking her head while sitting in midair with her legs crossed, Danny looked over to Blackfire with a sigh. "You know, that really explains their lack of intelligence." The ghostling girl nodded with a sigh and the alien princess nodded her head in full agreement with her. Nearby, Kid WYKKYD is somehow sleeping through the noise, while Seymour was with Gizmo as they manned the music, Dwella dancing to the side and laughing as she fell on her face. Absent from the fun are Jinx and Naruto, both seemingly missing while Blackfire got up and strolled over to the boys. "That's enough of that from you, Dwella?" Blackfire stated while pushing the clown girl down and stretched out her arms into the air. "Now then, move over Earthlings, 'cause the Queen of the Galaxy is about to show you her stuff," the dark-haired Tamaranian declared arrogantly, shaking her hips as she moves to the beat of the music, the boy's wolf whistling as she does so. Sighing once more, Danny leaned forward, placing her chin on her hands with her elbows on her knees for support. "It's official, they're all insane," the girl said mostly to herself while Dwella jumped onto her back with a snicker and a grin. "Nice one," the clown girl exclaimed, and Danny palmed her face as the more idiotic members of the team, aka Billy Numerous, Mammoth, and Private, started chugging beer over to the side. Meanwhile, deep in the base, Jinx is sitting in her room with a sad frown across her face, idly looking at a picture of her, Mammoth, Gizmo, and Naruto back when they were in the HIVE Academy. Things were so much more simple back then. She mumbled to herself while fiddling with the string of beads on her right forearm for a moment. Lifting her arm up, she then stared at the single ivory bead, gazing at the crimson-red swirl inside of it. "This one is different than the others, those are all made of lacquered wood, but this one isn't," she muttered to herself while wondering what it was about the bead that seemed to stand out. Besides its obvious difference in color, it also seemed larger, smoother, and colder in some way. "Like a stone," she mumbled before hearing someone clear his or her throat from behind her. Turning around, the pink-haired girl then frowned when she saw Raven standing in her doorway with her arms crossed over her chest. "What do you want?" Jinx demanded while giving the violet-eyed girl an annoyed look, and Raven reached up and pinched the bridge of her nose. "For once, I just want to talk," Raven replied, and a "are you serious" look crossed Jinx's face. "Yes, I know that I usually don't want to talk to you, but this is about something important," Raven offered in explanation to the girl before walking over and sitting down on Jinx's bed, the pink-haired girl turning around, arms crossed and an expectant look on her face. "All right then, talk, but make it quick," Jinx ordered, and Raven twitched slightly before taking a breath and closing her eyes. "Look, first of all I wanted to know why you risked your life to help us fight the Jubi," Raven replied while looking at Jinx strangely, the pink-haired girl twitching as she drummed her fingers on her arm. "Isn't that obvious? I've fought you multiple times, gone up against Poison Ivy's evil psychotic plants, a hellish and demonified version of you, a bunch of ninja, and now I've even fought against an army of Japanese yokai for temp. How the hell can't you tell?" Jinx demanded of Raven angrily, and the half-demon sorceress merely narrowed her violet eyes onto the pink-haired girl dangerously. "I just want to hear you actually say it for once. I want to be sure this isn't like when you had that crush on Cyborg. I want to know that it's something that won't just fade away after a month or two," Raven replied, and Jinx's eyes flared dangerously before she grabbed the girl by the front of her cloak and glared into her in the eyes. "Fine. I love him. I love all the stupid things he does, hell, I even love how loyal to you he is even when it keeps us apart," Jinx shouted at Raven, and the violet-haired girl merely weathered it as Jinx released her and threw her arms into the air. "I love that he's a slacker and a bit of a goof at times, but also a great leader. I love how he's able to connect with all of us even given our vastly different backgrounds. I love how he's willing to help each of us with any of our problems no matter what it might be," Jinx continued while placing her hands over her face and taking several deep breaths. "I even love him when he purposely pisses me off to get a rise out of me. Hell, I can't even stay mad at him when we argue, a few minutes of it and I'm agreeing to whatever he wants," Jinx stated while glaring at Raven heatedly, the half-demoness merely watching on silently as she did. "I've loved him for, hell, I don't even remember when it started anymore. I just know I love him all right. Are you happy now?" Jinx demanded of the sorceress, and Raven actually blinked, before slowly nodding her head. Taking a breath, Jinx then sat back and leaned back in her seat, staring at her ceiling intently while Raven continued to gaze at her. "I told you what you wanted to hear, right? Can't you leave me alone now?" Jinx asked the girl miserably, and Raven sighed before crossing her arms over her chest. "Listen, Jinx, I'll be honest and say that I really don't like you," Raven started to say, and Jinx looked up with a frown. "The feeling is completely mutual," she stated, and Raven gave her a flat look for a moment before taking a quick breath. "However, the thing is that I don't know why we don't get along," Raven continued, and Jinx raised a brow while tilting her head to one side. "Look, we both love Naruto, so why can't either of us put up with the other for his sake without breaking into a fight? Moreover, why is it that we each like similar things yet we seem to hate each other with a blind bloody passion that borders on the psychotic?" Raven asked, and Jinx shrugged her shoulders. She never really thought about it, only thing she could guess being jealousy. I don't know your reason, but as for me, I think it might have something to do with me feeling threatened by your relationship with him, Raven admitted, and Jinx blinked repeatedly before giving the girl a look. Raven, you have got to be kidding me. You're Temp's girlfriend, and I'm just his teammate, like you and Nightwing are just teammates. Besides, he thinks the world of you, he'd sooner cut off his own hand than leave you, believe me, he's just that loyal. Not only that, but in looks, I hate to admit it, but you have more curves, you're more full-bodied than me, you have nicer legs than I do, a bigger. Jinx started to list aloud, and Raven quickly stopped her, a slight blush on her face from the indirect compliments. Be that as it may. Jinx, he's known you longer, you're both criminals, he trains with you all the time, you live together, you know how he thinks and acts better than even I do, and if he hadn't met me when he did, I can honestly say he'd probably be with you right now instead of me. Raven explained, and Jinx tilted her head to one side, her brows still raised, and the Dark Titan let out a soft sigh. What I'm trying to say is that I attack, argue, and fight with you because I'm actually scared of the thought of losing him to you, or anyone else for that matter. I love Naruto as well, and I don't want to lose him, Raven admitted, and Jinx continued to stare at the Dark Titan as she shifted uncomfortably and wrapped her arms over her torso. Jinx, I know we've had our differences, but for his sake, I want to bury the hatchet for real this time, Raven stated, and Jinx gave the girl a look before sighing and leaning back in her seat, eyes closed and arms crossed behind her head. We both know that's not likely to happen, Raven. How in the hell can we bury the hatchet when I still resent you for having him? Jinx demanded of the violet-haired girl, and Raven looked at her calmly, crossing her legs and sighing. Well, that's kind of the thing, Raven mumbled while rubbing one of her arms nervously, and Jinx sighed. Just spit it out already, she growled out at the violet-haired girl, and Raven leaned over to Jinx and whispered into her ear. As she heard what the violet-haired girl was suggesting, her eyes popped open and she stared at her. You have got to be joking, I mean, how in the hell would that even work? She demanded of the other girl while giving her a strange look, Raven merely sighing as she reached up and rubbed her face. I'm not joking, and as for how it would work, well, it's Naruto's birthday, so it's sort of a gift to him, and don't think you'll just instantly get all the perks. You'll be on probation for a while till I get used to you, Raven started to explain to the pink-haired girl, but Jinx stopped her by placing her hand over her mouth and frowned. Why am I the one who's on probation? She questioned flatly, and Raven narrowed her eyes onto the pink-haired girl dangerously. Reaching up, she then pulled Jinx's hand from her mouth and frowned deeply towards her. Because in case you're forgetting, I'm the one who's doing all the compromising here, not you, Raven replied angrily, and Jinx looked at Raven with another look. Unless you'd rather I just forget I even suggested the idea in the first place and we go back to our usual routine of spontaneously trying to kill one another, Raven then added flatly, Jinx quickly shaking her head before clearing her throat. No. I mean. Okay, so then what's this probation thing all about anyways? Jinx asked quickly while looking away from the girl, Raven silently crossing her arms before sighing softly. First of all, you can kiss and hug him as much as you want. That much is a given with this arrangement, and I won't need to know how much or even want to know when you're off doing that stuff with him. However, I do reserve the right to come on any and all dates with him to make sure you don't get up to any funny business. Also, no feeling him up or nighttime activities with him until further notice, Raven explained to the pink-haired girl simply, and Jinx blinked at the last bit before looking at her strangely. Okay. Jinx replied with a slight blush on her cheeks as she could easily guess what Raven had meant. Nodding her head, Raven then sighed while getting up and straightened out her cloak for a moment. Alright, now that that's settled, let's go tell him about his birthday gift, Raven mused aloud, and Jinx slowly got out of her seat while staring at the violet-haired girl when a thought suddenly came to her. But, he hates his birthday, Jinx reminded quietly, and Raven nodded her head before grabbing her left wrist, taking special care not to grab the one with the string of beads on it, and pulled her out of her room and into the halls of the HQ. Right, so let's go and give him a reason not to hate it anymore, she replied, and Jinx blinked before slowly nodding her head in agreement with Raven. Walking down the halls of the HQ, Raven led Jinx down the halls of Tartarus HQ, and to a familiar door with a crimson X on the front of it. Nervous? Raven asked Jinx with a raised brow, the said pink-haired girl blinking before shaking her head. Honestly, more surprised than nervous. Especially since this was your idea, Jinx admitted truthfully, and Raven nodded her head for a moment. In my defense, it's a birthday gift for him, and a reward for the fact you're willing to fight a giant demon for Naruto. If that doesn't deserve at least a little compromising on my part, then nothing would. Besides, I need someone to help me keep him in line. Raven replied quietly and then turned to the door and exhaled a quick breath. Reaching forward, she then knocked on the door and heard Naruto mumble something inside. A few seconds later, the blonde came to the door and opened it up with a yawn, clearly worn out from his battle with the Jubi. Blinking his eyes open, the blonde-haired teen then looked from Raven to Jinx and raised a brow. What's going on?" he questioned with a raised brow, and Raven let out another breath before pushing Jinx into his arms. Blushing heavily, Jinx looked up to see a confused Naruto, who looked from Jinx to Raven with a raised brow. "Kara-chan?" Naruto questioned, and Raven silently turned on her heel and crossed her arms over her chest while closing her eyes. "I've made a decision," Raven stated, and Naruto looked to the blushing form of Jinx in his arms for a moment before looking back to his girlfriend. "And how exactly does it involve, Jinx?" he questioned, and Raven motioned for him to follow her, the blonde absently doing so with one arm over Jinx's shoulders. "I wanted to reward her for helping to fight against the Jubi, even when it was clear she could have died. From my memories, it was actually her who inspired the others to help us fight against it, so it's her who deserves a reward," Raven replied with a nod of her head, and Naruto reached up with his free hand to rub the back of his neck. "Okay, then what kind of reward is she getting?" Naruto asked with his head tilted to one side and didn't see a bright blush appear on Jinx's face. "You," Raven replied bluntly, causing Naruto to stop and gape at the girl. "Wait, what?" he demanded, and Raven sighed while stopping and turning around to face the blonde-haired youth. "I mean, we're going to share you," Raven replied, and saw the look on Naruto's face. "Look, she really does deserve some kind of a reward, and it's your birthday, which you hate. So, I figured I'll kill several birds with one stone. Namely, you get a gift too good to mope about, she gets a reward for helping us, and I get someone to help me keep you in line. Besides, it's also the only way I could think to actually end the fighting between her and me. If we share, I won't feel as threatened about her taking you, since we both will have you, in a way at least, and she won't resent me for having you," Raven explained with a finger raised, and Naruto blinked for a moment before looking to the brightly blushing Jinx. "It was all her idea?" Jinx mumbled quietly and looked away from the blonde-haired teen's eyes, Naruto turning back to Raven with a slight smirk forming on his lips. "Kara-chan, don't I get a say in this little arrangement of yours?" Naruto questioned of his girlfriend with a raised brow, though the smirk on his face did little to hide his amusement with what was happening. "Yep, Ero-sennin is definitely helping me from the great beyond," the blonde thought to himself, and could swear that he heard it "you're welcome" from the deceased Sannin. Sighing, Raven shook her head, walked over to Naruto and pulled his free arm over her shoulders, then wrapped an arm around his waist and gave him a look. "Okay then. If you're sure this is a good idea, then I'm all for it," Naruto replied, and walked down the hall with the two girls. Smirking inwardly, the blonde then looked from one girl to the other and sighed. "However, I have to admit that something tells me this is going to be a very interesting relationship from now on," Naruto admitted, and both Jinx and Raven rolled their eyes before ribbing in his sides the blonde for the crack. "Not funny," Raven stated flatly before a thought came to mind, and she looked from Jinx to Naruto. "And before I forget, Jinx is on temporary probation. No fooling around with her until I say so, and I can come on any dates you take her on," Raven stated, and Naruto raised a brow with a smirk before snickering to himself. "Keeping her on a short leash, huh, Kara-chan?" Naruto asked his violet-haired girlfriend with a grin on his face, and the girl huffed while turning slightly to the side, her eyes closed and a frown across her face. Looking from Raven to Naruto for a moment, Jinx then cleared her throat to get their attention, both of them looking over to her. "So, what do we do now?" Jinx questioned nervously, truly having no clue how this odd relationship was ever going to work out, Naruto merely frowning in thought for a short moment. "Let's go on vacation," he replied, and caused both girls to stop, blink, and then give him a strange look. Sighing softly, Naruto closed his eyes and leaned his head back while explaining his reasoning. "The kid knows who I am now, the city will probably find out soon enough, the JLU will probably either hunt me down or try to get me to join them, and you guys know how much I hate hero work, so I'd just really rather not stick around for all that," Naruto explained, and both Raven and Jinx nodded their heads in agreement with him. "So where do we go for a vacation? I mean, face it, a threesome like us isn't exactly inconspicuous," Jinx asked with a raised brow as she slipped her arm around his waist with Raven and smiled slightly to herself. In response, Naruto smirked slightly before replying to the girl's question with a grin. "To some out-of-the-way deserted island out in the middle of nowhere, well, at least we would if I knew where one was," Naruto replied, and Raven blinked for a moment before clearing her throat to draw their attention to her. "Actually, I do know where to find one," she admitted softly, and Naruto grinned before looking between both girls and nodding his head. "All right. Then how about we all go pack up and head out then? I'll even leave a scroll for Danny and the others explaining where we are," Naruto offered, and Raven gave the blonde-haired teen a look. I've still got my team, remember? She chose to remind, and Naruto nodded his head, though the smirk never left his face. Yeah, but you've also just fought not only your father, but the Jubi, and had the worst month in your entire life. Just give them a message saying you're going on vacation to center yourself or something. Naruto replied, and Raven blinked before frowning in thought for a moment. That could honestly work, and she was a little tired of always saving the city, day in and day out. She could at least have one vacation. Besides, she really did need to center herself after the month she'd had. Alright, I'll do that. Let me go get some things and I'll be right back. Raven replied while vanishing into the shadows, leaving Jinx and Naruto alone. Blinking for a moment before suddenly realizing she was alone with Naruto, a blush suddenly crawled onto the girl's cheeks. I'll go get my stuff and meet you at your room, okay? Naruto offered, and Jinx blinked before nodding her head as he turned around and ran back to his room. Shaking her head, Jinx then rocketed over to her own room and quickly looked through her closet and dressers, grabbing several clothes and laid them out. Looking around, she found an old duffel bag and then quickly started folding her clothes before stowing them into it. Grabbing a few extra when she realized she didn't know how long they'd be gone, she heard Naruto clear his throat and turned around to see him at her door. Frowning for a moment, Jinx then saw a scroll poking out of the blonde's pocket and narrowed her eyes. You used your sealing thing, didn't you? Jinx stated flatly, and Naruto nodded his head with a smirk. Care to help then? She asked, and Naruto raised a brow, causing her to pout and look at him with her hands clasped together. Please? She asked sweetly, and the blonde snickered before walking into her room to stand beside of her with a shake of his head. Geez, Jinx, chill out already, you know I'll help you out whenever you really need it. Naruto replied with a smile on his face, then pulled a scroll from his waist when Jinx breathed out a sigh and took hold of his left arm. Jill, she stated suddenly, and Naruto looked down to her with a raised brow. My real name isn't Jinx, Temp, it's Jill Manx, so since we're apparently in a triad relationship of some kind, please call me Jill. Jinx explained quietly, and Naruto blinked before smiling to the girl and placing an arm over her shoulders. No problem, Jill. But my name isn't Tempest, call me Naruto. He replied, and a small smile crossed Jinx's lips as she looked up at the blonde. Alright then, Naruto. Jinx replied and quickly slipped her arms around his neck and stood up to place a kiss on his lips. Blink in surprise for a moment, the blonde slowly placed his hands onto the girl's hips and returned the kiss. Soon releasing the kiss for air, the blonde smirked when he saw the blushing, goofy look on Jinx's face. Oi, between you and Kara-chan, I swear I'm gonna die. Naruto noted aloud, and a cheeky look crossed over Jinx's features. But what a way to go. She noted aloud, and Naruto nodded his head, and then heard Raven clear her throat as she stood at the door with her arms crossed. Raising a hand before Naruto could try to explain, the violet-haired girl let out a sigh and walked over to them. Don't bother, if this triad relationship is going to work, I'm going to need to get used to this kind of thing. She reminded, and Jinx quickly extricated herself from Naruto as the blonde sealed up her clothes into his scroll and slipped it into the back of his coat pocket. Now then, I left a message for Knight and the others, and packed up some clothes, but when do you think we'll be back? Raven asked, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders before pulling both gray-skinned girls to his sides. Probably until you two can learn to play nice with each other, so, well, we'll see how long that takes before we decide anything definite. He replied with a shrug, and Raven rolled her eyes before pulling her power over herself, Jinx, and Naruto, all three vanishing in a swirl of black energy. The end? Kakashi sighed as he, Ino, Hinata, and Niji walked across a familiar stretch of country, Sasuke's limp body slung over his shoulders. It's strange, he's barely even moved since we got back, he's acting so defeated. Kakashi thought to himself while looking to the currently unconscious Uchiha for a moment, then sighed and gave an annoyed look to Niji and Ino. You do realize we've failed our mission? Kakashi stated while giving them both a look, and Ino huffed while placing her hands onto her hips and glaring at the silver-haired Jounin. It's not like we could have gotten him back alive, Kakashi. If we tried to take him by force, those JLU guys would have hunted us down. Not only that, not even Naruto knew how to get us back here. Returning with help from those JLU people was the only way for any of us to return, but it also meant we couldn't attempt to take Naruto. Ino reminded the man while crossing her arms, even as the massive hole that had once been the gates of Konoha suddenly came into view. Ayano, shouldn't that have been repaired by now? Hinata questioned while looking to the gate, and Ino slowed down and looked to Niji, the white-eyed teen, frowning to himself. It's been almost 2 entire years since we left, the village gates should have been repaired by now, unless something happened while we were away. Niji replied while Ino looked to Kakashi and saw the silver-haired Jounin narrow his eye on the village. Ino. Niji, is it possible that time in that world moves at a different pace than it does in ours? Kakashi questioned while looking over to the blonde and dark-haired teen, Ino frowning for a moment before sighing. Sorry Kakashi, I didn't study any physics while I was in that high school so I really don't know. Ino replied while they passed the gates, Ino stopping and looking around with wide eyes as people were running around, people with wood and other materials for the gate heading to and fro. Does this answer your question? Ino questioned while turning to Kakashi and the man narrowed his eye once more. Unfortunately, it does. Kakashi replied quietly, then shook his head and marched forward with Sasuke over his shoulder, the others following him. This is so strange, how can time move faster there than it does here? Hinata questioned while looking around and Niji closed his eyes before frowning deeply to himself. Our two worlds exist in completely separate universes, I highly doubt that time passes at the same pace between them. Niji noted quietly as they soon came to the Hokage Tower and made their way up, staying out of the way as shinobi ran to and fro. So whilst it's been years for us, clearly only a relatively short amount of time has passed here in the village. Ino summarized and Niji nodded his head, Kakashi frowning as they came to the desk in front of the Hokage's office, Shizen groaning as she sat at the desk, rubbing her head with a headache. Shizen-san. Kakashi stated and drew the woman's attention, her eyes widening for a moment before lunging forward and grabbing him by his vest. Kakashi. Did you get Naruto-kun back? She demanded and Kakashi grimaced visibly before taking a breath and giving her a look. I'm afraid that we need to report into the Hokage before anything else, Kakashi stated while pushing the woman back with one arm and Shizen blinked for a moment before slowly nodding her head to the man. Go on in then. She mumbled before looking to Ino, Hinata, and Niji, all of whom appeared visibly older to the woman. Hey, what happened to you guys? You look older somehow. Shizen noted while looking at the three, Ino muttering to herself as they walked into the Hokage's office. Inside, the group saw Tsunade sitting with her hands on her face while an opened bottle of sake nestled beside of her. You're drinking sake on the job again, Tsunade-sama? Kakashi questioned with a raised brow and Tsunade's head snapped open before she lunged over the desk and grabbed the man by his vest, her left eye twitching as she snarled at him. Where the hell have you been? Tsunade demanded and Kakashi cowered before the woman. Hey, she could break boulders with her bare hands, he really didn't want to know what she could do to him. Why haven't you kept in contact with me Kakashi, and for that matter, where the hell is Naruto? And for that matter, where the hell is Sakura? Tsunade demanded of the silver-haired jounin and he turned to look for aid from Niji, Ino, and Hinata. Ayano, Tsunade-sama, but we were unable to retrieve, Naruto-kun. Hinata stated and Tsunade snapped her head over and glared at the girl, Hinata slipping behind Niji as he sighed. As for Sakura, we lost track of her around the same time we were forced to abandon our mission. I believe she may still be trying to retrieve him, however that is only an assumption. Niji explained to the woman curtly and Tsunade twitched before suddenly noticing how much older Niji, Ino, and even Hinata appeared to be. What happened to you three? She questioned then looked at Kakashi and frowned deeply when she spotted the unconscious Sasuke on his shoulder. And for that matter, what happened to him? Tsunade questioned as she slowly released Kakashi, the man breathing out in relief while dumping Sasuke into a chair and tiredly palmed his face for a moment. Tsunade-sama, exactly how long have we been gone? Kakashi questioned while Tsunade stared at the bandages over Sasuke's eyes. 2 months. She mumbled in reply and Kakashi visibly winced before looking to Ino and the others. Well, where we've been, it's been nearly 2 years. Niji replied for Kakashi and Tsunade stared at the Hyuga as if her were crazy. No seriously Tsunade-sama, for us it's been nearly 2 years. After we were deployed to capture Naruto, we followed him into some kind of silver portal and ended up in another world. Ino explained and Tsunade shook her head for a moment before palming her face with a frown. Silver portal, oh great it's his mother's stupid teleportation technique? Tsunade grumbled out and then moved back behind her desk and sat down tiredly. You know of this technique, Tsunade-sama? Niji questioned of the woman and Tsunade grunted before leaning back and rubbing her temples with her index fingers. Yeah. Uzumaki Kushina learned the technique from the Karasu summons, of whom she was the owner. The technique, when used properly, is supposed to transport its user to the spirit realm. According to Kushina, the technique was originally used to create the first few contracts, however, due to the dangers for humans in the spirit realm, the summons moved to our world with a reverse version of the teleportation technique. From what Kushina told me, only the Karasu, crow/raven, Ryu, dragon, and Okami, wolf, summons remained behind in the spirit realm. Tsunade explained and Kakashi frowned in thought for a moment before an idea came to mind. Perhaps with your help we could use this technique and possibly even attempt to recreate whatever mistake Naruto made to re-enter the world he's in. Kakashi noted aloud only for Niji to grunt and Ino to slap her face with a grimace. Unfortunately, we're on thin ice in that other world. If we attempt to return, there is a very real possibility for retaliation. Sasuke did manage to kill several innocent people when he looked for Naruto in that world, Niji stated, and Tsunade raised a brow for a moment before letting out a sigh, crossing her fingers and closing her eyes as she did. Unfortunately, we really need Naruto back in the village, Tsunade stated, and got looks from the team in response. Do you know that Spring Country, Wave Country, Bird Country, and both the Hidden Waterfall Village and Sunagakure are all still allied to us because of Naruto? Tsunade questioned, and the group was silent, Tsunade closing her eyes with a sigh. What that means is our village's alliance with those nations and villages hinges solely on Naruto. Not only that, but as the last Jinchuriki, he poses as a form of deterrent for other villages which may attack us. Tsunade continued, and a frown crossed Ino's features as she listened to the Hokage. So you mean to say that you want him back because of what his presence will do for Konoha politically? Ino demanded, and Tsunade scoffed while crossing her arms over her chest with a scowl on her face. Hell no, I left Konoha for years before Naruto brought me back, remember? Hell, if the kid had just asked me for traveling papers to leave, I would have even given them to him. Tsunade replied, and Ino blinked while raising a brow, wondering what the woman was trying to get at. However, the new Fire Daimyo is concerned that since the war with Akatsuki, Fire Nation has grown weak. As such, he also believes that we need Naruto as a way to ensure our nation's continued protection from the other shinobi nations. Tsunade explained and then muttered something about paranoid teams under her breath. Wait just a minute, what do you mean by a new Fire Daimyo? Ino questioned of the blonde-haired woman, and Tsunade turned her chair around and looked out the window behind her with a deep frown. You all might want to get comfortable, it's a long story. Tsunade replied, and Kakashi looked to the others, and they all slowly moved to different seats around the room, then waited for Tsunade to explain what happened in the time they had been away from Konoha.